Gets stage 17 underway and the flag drops, and straight away we've got an attack from Groupama FDJ United. I think it's Cyril Bart.
Yeah, followed immediately by Matteo Sobrero and Ryan Mullen. Today we fairly expect a large group moving clear, but you need to do so. The fact that this attack already didn't create any gap is an indication that today a lot of riders will be involved into the attacks, into the heat of the race, as Ryan Mullen driving with Nick Schultz on his wheel. Garofoli, Sobrero is there, Habermann.
Yeah, it's going to be a day of patience, I think, just waiting for that the fatigue to set in the opening phase of racing, and to sense that moment when the elastic might snap and the brake might go. But these early breaks have limited chances of success. We should get the fascinating statistics that we've been treated to over the course of this Giro d'Italia, when eventually the break goes, of how many different attacks happen before the final breakaway is successful. And I think on one occasion recently we had 18 attacks, didn't we? I mean, it's slightly discretionary as to what constitutes an attack or not, but yeah, it's a big number.
You know, it might be also sometimes you have a breakaway forming of 3-4 riders at the front and behind. You know, they keep attacking to rejoin, and I think this does not consider as attacks, in a sense, for the graphic, but is in fact, like, if you would ask any riders in the peloton, they would rather disagree that
it's a big effort.
Yeah.
A little bit of roundabout art there, a dragon in the middle, that roundabout.
Strange to see Wout Poels at the back. It could be a stage that could suit him very well. It might be the case for him that he just want to wait a good momentum to go on the move, as Ryan Mullen, I think, is trying more to be in the breakaway in order to help a teammate. As at the back, for the first time, we see the team, but we expect them to be all over the place, and his Movistar team. It's very likely they can place the wall riders up the front. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, big day for Movistar. They've got a number. They've probably got 2 or 3 riders they could look at as potential stage winners today, and they've so far had a really good record at placing multiple riders in the breakaways at the Giro. The only thing that's been missing is the victory. Second place, of course, behind Jonathan Narvaez in Chiavari. That was their high tide mark so far for Movistar, but I'm expecting them to be very aggressive today. Yeah,
and they haven't been awarded with a victory yet, but they're racing nonetheless a very good cycling in this Giro d'Italia. As Marcellucci goes clear.
Third place in Milan for Martin Marcellucci, of course, on that heroic day for the breakaway. Bitterly frustrated on that occasion. This is terrain that suits Marcellucci a little bit better than the flat stage to Milan, but he massively played his part in that breakaway.
Johan Jacobs at the back as Madis Mikkels goes on the move. The Estonian national champion. Johan Jacobs is there, as well as Tudor Pro Cycling. It's Froidevaux, the sprinter from Swiss, is at the back in De Vries. Chris Harper, second last position at the very, I would say, successful day yesterday. I mean, it looked like he was looking to get you know, to move himself a little bit up in the GC. He went on the attack from far, being caught at the foot of the hill. Nonetheless, he managed himself to climb very well, and he gained some position. He didn't managed to get himself into the top 10, but nonetheless a good ride by the Australian. He's having a very solid Giro d'Italia. Would be surprised to see him going for a victory in the coming days.
Yeah, it's a bit of a repeat of his Giro last year, where he got stronger and stronger and then ended up winning stage 20 to Sestriere in the end, where behind him the general classification was turned on its head by Simon Yates.
Yeah, it's like it happens also in Grand Tours. The more you go into the race, the lesser the rider were capable of doing results. You know, you often see almost like always the same riders going on the fence in the hard stages, because of course not everybody can handle a 3 weeks in the best way. So seems like you always have the same riders going on the attack, being present at the front, and with the Chris Harper it's very likely might be the case as they crossing the Adda.
The biggest tributary into the River Po, and those smoke guns there, those flares, are indicating it's really quite a brisk wind.
Yeah, at least here on the bridge. So nonetheless, very fast. As you see, the corners are good enough to put the peloton in a very long line. Some gaps are opening up. Look at this. It's going to be really hard at the back because you need to shut down this little gap of 2-3 bike length as they enter the province of Bergamo. 3 riders moved clear. It's Johan Jacobs, Radvo, and I think it's EF, might be Van der Lee.
Diego Ulisses in this group with Andreas Leknesund as well. Had a day off yesterday, but he's back at it today. As Dylan Groenewegen is looking around for his team car at the back.
Yeah, he has a mechanical, I think.
Can't see a flat. Is he flat? No, he's not.
No,
flat,
it seems like a chain because he wasn't on pedal.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a chain, I think.
No chain at all.
Yeah.
Well, it must have snapped then.
Yeah, there is no chain on the bike.
You must have snapped a few chains in your life, Jacopo.
No.
No?
No,
I've done it once. It's the most terrifying thing.
Yeah, if it happens when you're on the pedals,
when
they definitely
you're putting an effort and snap it, then a certain part of your anatomy goes straight into the handlebars.
Yeah.
It's very painful.
Luckily, it was not my case. I was very smooth on the pedals. So. So it's the 3, obviously they're looking around because they know this won't be the right move. As in the back it seems like Garofoli, Astana, that's Marcellusi might be again. No, it's Magli instead.
Yeah, Milesi,
Nick
Schultz, Diego Ulissi. For Picnic Postanel, it's Sean Flynn and Garofoli. Is that Mark Donovan from Pinarello? Not quite sure. There's a Bahrain victorious rider there who might just be policing that move.
Maybe it's Zelkowski.
But it's Jacobs, Michels and Fradvo, is it?
Yeah, I think he was at least behind the Swiss rider. So 2 Swiss riders actually at the front. Jacobs is doing what he's been doing in recent days, just placing himself at the front, just pacing.
It's not a big enough breakaway to be valid for the day.
But look at the back, the gaps were opening in...
Yeah, I was actually just trying to see where the Maglia Rosa was.
He's definitely behind.
Yeah, he's not in that front group. The Maglia Ciclamino is there. Jonas Vingegaard, I mean, it's all coming back at the moment, but his positioning wasn't perhaps ideal at this point. Still can't see him. Couple of yellow jerseys.
Maybe he just passed. He was halfway down the peloton.
Possibly. That's the complete peloton, though, so it's come back together. Those little splits have been brought back.
Yeah, with the corners, been the late attack after the corners in the village, in the town, and they split it a little bit in pieces, the peloton. Some attacks coming at the back is Pole to Visit Malta and Bardiani as well. There is the Maglia Rosa. It's going to be a little bit harder to spot from far because today is featuring black pants, black shorts.
So look at his position there. He was a little bit far back. Gets a reassuring tap on the shoulder by Felix Gall, his nearest rival in the general classification, fully 4 minutes and 3 seconds down. And the attacks continue. Yeah, the trio of riders up the road are not built for today's terrain at all. There's 2 sprinters and 1 time trialist stroke rouleur in Johan Jacobs, who's the best of them. Mattia Bais is on the march again. The counter-attacks are coming. Paul Magnier is featuring as well. Up towards the front. Big empty road ahead, and you can see that 3-rider group with 2 sprinters and Johan Jacobs, Maris Mikkels, and we think Robert Fradvo. 2 Swiss riders and an Estonian. 14 seconds their lead. A little lull in the action before the next series of attacks will kick off. I say confidently, but I can't imagine that this is the day's breakaway. It seems highly unlikely. At the moment, though, that gap's growing and growing fast. And no one is looking to attack at the moment.
Not yet. But many teams want to be part of this breakaway. As Magnier, look at who's following. It's doing the same copy-paste. Narvaez in front of him, and Magnier just on the wheel. That's the thing he has to do as Pole to Visit Malta. I think it's Bais.
Kick it off again.
It is Bais. Today we're going to come not far from his hometown, as he did a lot of the fan club. It's waiting for Mattia at 3 kilometers from the finish.
Yeah, just on the final unofficial climb. The Fratelli Bais are already grilling the sausages and opening the wine, uncorking the wine. The beer will be flowing in support of the Bais brothers. Only one of them's in this race, of course. Davide Bais not racing this year. So Sean Flynn and Mattia Bais are this chase group, and then we've got Pinarello, Larry Warbass from Tudor Pro Cycling, and the first real move
Mikkel Bjerg, I think,
from Bjerg from UAE Team Emirates. It's David de la Cruz, who's slipped a little bit on the GC. He's at 14th place now, nearly 15 minutes down on GC, so he'll be granted a bit of freedom by the GC teams. Bardiani getting involved. Polti Visit Malta with 2 riders in that group. There's no real concerted organisation behind, though, so these 3 continue just to hold this little advantage of 20 seconds. Quite a way to go until we get to the first climb. It comes with 138 remaining. That's the top of the climb anyway. So 55 odd kilometres to go until they're on the Passo di Tre Termini.
Yeah, the climb itself has been, as I was saying, is known as a climb di Polaveno. I was training a lot of times in there as I was living in Brescia. It's very nice and like a beautiful scenery around, because you can see the Lake Iseo very good from there.
One team we haven't seen so far do anything at the front is Lidl Trek.
Not yet, maybe.
Not yet. Be interesting to watch their tactics today.
I think it might be a very good day actually for Ciccone and Sobrero at the front, but depends if they have eyes on much harder stages. But on the paper, it looks like a very good Ciccone stage.
I mean, can they afford to give up the chance of a almost guaranteed breakaway?
Maybe they're just waiting, like for the correct group to be forming.
That is Bergamo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed.
Città Alta in Bergamo. Finish line of Lombardia every other year. And the race route just skirts to the south of Bergamo. An absolute gem in Lombardy. Starting in Lombardy today and finishing in Trentino. A long trek. 202 kilometres. The first stage of over 200 kilometres for quite a while. A total of 5 stages that are in excess of 200 kilometres in this year's Giro d'Italia.
We're going to be back on the peloton. There they are. A couple of riders for Polti Visit Malta, Pinarello and Lotto Intermarché. It's Mikkel Bjerg shutting this down, followed by NSN. And as well, that company Ineos. They might be part of the game today.
Connor Swift.
Yeah, I think they have good riders for in a stage like today. They weren't very lucky in a sense, and the recent attempt to go on the breakaway. But I think with Pippo Ganna, with Connor Swift, with Magnus Sheffield, they have good riders for this type of parcours.
Well, there he is, right at the back of the peloton, Jonas Vingegaard, with the white jersey as well, Afonso Eulalio.
I think the villages they crossed are going to be off for a little bit, so it won't be many moments where it's going to go, in town, so with a lot of corners, so that's why they'd rather be seated at the back for the moment. They enter the town of Pognano. Well, this is a village, actually. Now I understand the difference between village and town. This is definitely a village.
I don't know what the exact difference is, but a village is a lot smaller than a town.
Yeah, there is not a clear line in between,
No,
but it looked like a village with a lot of factories around. So it's still the 3 riders, 23 seconds, but it's far from being settled, as you see. One part of the peloton still, in the hunt is Mikkel Bjerg in here, but it's far from being settled. 3 riders on such a stage, it's not going to be enough. Some others will emerge. We saw Magnus Sheffield right at the front as well. Just missing the right momentum to go on the breakaway. It's Tarozzi.
Emanuele Tarozzi doesn't agree with you. Has picked a very unusual moment, but he's looking now to kick off a reaction and get a group of riders together.
So I might have been wrong, because Net Companinus is in there, but it seems like he's more filtering than trying to actively be in the breakaway, or at least what it looks right now. It's, little group emerging for the moment, but they've been shut down immediately.
It's an intimidating distance, even for a strong group of riders to try and get across now. 27 seconds. Nonetheless, they'll try, and it's Mirko Maestri on the offensive.
It's Bais again?
No, I think it's...
Or Crescioli, maybe?
Yeah, Bais is back in the peloton, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit taller rider, but it's definitely at the front is Mirko Maestri.
Yeah, very familiar pedalling stroke and position on the bike of the big man. Doing a good job here for his teammate. They've got clear, they've got a bit of a gap. I'm surprised there's not a reaction from some of the other teams. Leknesson's definitely looking for another opportunity, isn't he? There he goes, taking with him Darren Rafferty from EF Education Easy Post, almost struggling to get on the wheel of the Norwegian with a big acceleration.
Yeah, it was a bit, as we say in Italy, a phone call.
Yeah,
it was. They see it coming. It doesn't have any consequences, if not just to taking the gap down to the riders at the front.
Yeah, which has come down quite a bit, hasn't it? Down to 21 seconds between the peloton and the trio at the front, with these two in the middle.
There is wind, actually. If you look at the flags,
definitely.
It's actually blowing.
Yeah. Down in the Po River Valley, I suspect the wind situation is very different from what we've got up here in the Alps. Big group almost getting clear here, with Picnic Postanel driving it on at the front.
Magnus is trying to rejoining it.
Ivan Garcia Cortina is there. Corbin Strong is there as well from NSN, as well as Andreas Leknesson. And a Tudor Pro Cycling rider is Florian Stork as well. Started this Giro in good form. Florian Stork, haven't seen too much of him more recently. There he is, just attacking off the front. But it's on the other side of the road where the action is.
Looks like Mick van Dijk in there, if I'm not mistaken, from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. First they're gonna be trying the team to go on the attack. He was having a very good day. He's scoring Jai Inle at the beginning of the climb to Kari. They had a little gap, but Mikkel Bjerg leading the peloton. Jules Jensen as well, fellow Danish rider. It's indeed Mick van Dijk.
And it's Magli again, Filippo Magli from Bardiani. But that attack hasn't worked. Good ride from the two riders from Visit Montelot. Getting across to the front of the race, slowly but surely. 17 seconds now. And it's into those pre-Alps that we're heading eventually today, crossing the border from Lombardy into Trentino. Vineyards and the orchards of Trentino. This finish line in Andalos, surrounded by vineyards and apple trees, all planted out and beginning to bear fruit, very early fruit here in this unusually hot end to May.
Peloton still at 27 from seconds from the front of the race. This duo is not quite having the impact that they were hoping for, as they're still 16 seconds from the front of the race. This has to be done now if they want to have a chance to rejoin the front of the race, but it might be just not the attack they were hoping for.
Still all strung out as they pass by the old town. These technicalities aren't really where you launch an attack, although as you can see, a 5-6 rider group has just gone off the front of the bunch.
Yeah, but they can be used to, you know, after you exit a corner, if you launch an attack, it might be caught the other by surprise, and if you are able to open a little gap, seems like Milesi, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, typical style of Lorenzo Milesi.
He's the second Movistar rider to attack today.
Jenson Plowright as well was part of it. I think I saw Ciccone as well in the background, trying to get in the mix.
Well, the big names and the big players draw out the other big names and the other big players. And bit by bit and progressively, very often breakaway attempts, the longer it goes on, the stronger they get. 6 riders then in the third group on the road. Getting across to the duo from Polti Visit Malta very quickly, then that's going to be an 8-rider group chasing a 3-rider group who we haven't seen for a while. And a little reminder that it's Johan Jacobs, Robin Fradbo and Madis Mikkels who are off the front. That's the front of the race at the moment. Francesco Pozzato is the absent Premier Tech rider, actually. Still doesn't feel necessarily like they've got the right sort of riders represented at the front. Fabio van den Bosch is there. Alexander Vlasov has got into that move. And the rider from Astana is it Betio?
I don't know, it looked like Silva. I haven't seen actually the number. From the pedal stroke, looked like a bit like Silva, which is also, you know, I think today we can aligning a lot of names because Silva could be, you know. So we have confirmation he's actually Bettiol.
Yep.
He said in the early interview that he wanna be present in order to set up, you know, a possible victory for Diego Ulissi. But the parcours itself, I will not discard Bettiol as one of the possible winners. As the chasing group of Maestri and Crescioli. Baisi, sorry, they are about to joining us. It seemed like they didn't have quite the impact they were hoping, but they're now at 10 seconds.
Well, they've been caught by that Bettiol group, haven't they? And this is exactly what these riders wanted. Now that itself is split into pieces. Fabio van den Bosch then on the wheel of Lorenzo Milesi, Crescioli, and the peloton has caught them already. It's not too far behind. Yeah,
Van den Bosch here at the front, truck rider. Nico Dents appeared at the front.
Finally. First time, if Nico Dents gets in a move, first time we'll have seen him off the front.
Yeah.
Of course, he suffered from that nasty crash early on in the race that left him with concussion. He carried on riding, and he's been a bit invisible by his own very high standards.
I think there is, Will Barta there also for Tudor Pro Cycling. Tarozzi tried to rejoin the front as yeah, exactly. Because but no, you should say Narvaez and then Magnier, because it's the Maglia Ciclamino always following the moves of the Ecuadorian. It's going to have definitely, even if he manages himself to be in the breakaway, Paul Magnier is going to have a hard time staying in contact with Jonathan Narvaez, because the intermediate is placed further down the road, 142 kilometers after the starting line, but more than this, is just on the top of a gentle hill. So if Narvaez want to make life hard for Magnier, if they're both featuring the breakaway, he has plenty of terrain to do so. Power attack here by Mifsud.
He meant that, didn't he? That's a huge acceleration by Andrea Mifsud.
The Maltese rider, first Maltese rider contesting in Giro d'Italia ever. It's we're about to see a full peloton, because at the front they're about to be caught.
That is how to do it, though, isn't it? Launch an attack like that. It's going to cost him an awful lot, but it was extremely powerful.
Ooh, that was
sketchy.
Yeah, sketchy way of cornering from Mifsud. I think he was expecting a bit easier corner. He entered the corner at very high speed.
So finally, those three have been reeled in.
This might be Paul Penouet, the Groupama rider, FTG United at the back, as Johan Jacobs launching again, the usual style. It doesn't really launch, actually. Just sit at the front and set his own tempo, cruise control.
Mifsud going with him.
But everybody's together, as Bahrain victorious for the first time, interested in the breakaway since they were awarded with the Maglia Rosa, Zambanini. the Italian from Friuli.
I think he's got quite a lot of fans at the finish line, actually. The Zamba fan club were in evidence in town. Picnic Postenel then, big acceleration. And the next attempt from Chris Hamilton to get in a breakaway. Ivan Garcia Cortina onto his wheel. Didn't get clear.
No. James Shaw was immediately there on the wheel. Jasper Stuyven also at the back. That is not going to be the good move. That's a way of riding much better than into the action, the Picnic Postenel, rather than reaction as they were in the previous days, where they found a little bit with not the right timing to got themselves in the breakaway. So today they take the decision to go on the offense rather than waiting for the others.
Jonas Vingegaard in the Maglia Rosa is much further towards the front. There he is. You can glimpse him in the heart of the front of the peloton as Stuyven attacks.
Yeah, this is a very strong attack. I think yes, Garofoli right at the back, and his job for Jasper Stuyven is just to being able to open a gap for set up his teammate. There is also another one. It might be Fabio Van der Bosch, just right behind the Picnic Postenel. Checo Lula as well, opposite Premio Tech.
Francesco Busato is going with Jasper Stuyven and Gianmarco Garofoli. Chris Hamilton's just caught a little bit off the pace of these three as Stuyven powers that group on. Actually, it's the other Italian, isn't it? Vegalito from Alpecin Premier Tech.
It's Brick Roland for the Groupama FDG United in there. But Stuyven is having a very good Giro d'Italia, very strong rider. And every time he's been hit in the front, he managed himself to be in the breakaway. So the trio at the back, they might be as well rejoining. So Eulalia slot himself at the far back. With Bernal, just a right. Chris Harper as well.
Still Wout Poels is there towards the back. Fran Mihailovic.
Josh Kench as well.
Josh Kench was one of the riders I highlighted, thinking I wonder if you'll see him up the road today, because he's lost a lot of time on GC. He's 1 hour and 11 minutes down.
I think it might be the case that some riders are going to be waiting eventually, if they come to the Passo dei Tre Termini, to that climb, to launch an attack rather than spending a lot of energy here.
James Shaw has bridged across to the front of the race. Jonas Haynes from Alpecin Premier Tech, Garofoli, Stuyven, Fabio Van den Bosch, James Shaw.
Arcagni Noviero is also part of this front group from Soudal Quick-Step, but at the back everybody is there, so
I think
peloton, yeah.
Alan Hafley as well, isn't it, from Jaco Alula?
Peloton all together once again is Mikkel Bjerg.
Yeah.
It's the only rider that's been involved so far in the attacks, like in first person, you know, rather than just being...
From UAE, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we know how Jonathan Narvaez tends to play it. And
yeah.
His watchword is patience. Seen him towards the front. I mean, it's evident that Jonathan Narvaez is trying to sniff out the move today. The easiest way of spotting it is to look for the big figure of Paul Magnier in the Maglia Ciclamino, because you can be sure that Jonathan Narvaez will be close to him. Leknesund on the left, just repositioning himself and looking like he's about to go again.
Followed by Mick van Dijk. Bahlgren is there, Aular, just noticing some name, Jonas Rusch, Patience, Gonzalez from Pinarello.
Bjerg just keeping everybody rolling along now as the pace just dies down a bit, which should encourage the next series of attacks.
So Jan Christian appears at the left also, Nelson Oliveira.
Out onto open countryside. The wind coming over their right shoulders. And it's Bardiani who kick it all off again. Polti visit Malta with Pinarello Q36.5. Following that move. Tarozzi it is with Oliveira.
Yeah, it's Oliveira. I think it might be Gonzalez from Pinarello Q36. Jan Christian. But it's immediately followed by, look like Vlasov, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is Vlasov. Morgado as well in there. Igor Ariet actually was not Jan Christian.
Yeah. Yeah, two white jerseys of UAE team members up towards the front. Igor Arieta and Antonio Morgado. Morgado's been active, but not once featured in a breakaway, unless I've forgotten one, so far in this Giro d'Italia, which is very surprising given that today is stage 17.
He was part of the breakaway yesterday, just briefly before it exploded on the very first KOM of the day.
I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, we were expecting more, but he was involved also in the crash.
Yeah.
It took down almost the entirety of UAE Team Emirates in the second stage to Valico Tarnovo. So we don't know if its shape and this Giro d'Italia is hampered by this very unfortunate event for Antonio Morgado, very young rider at his very first Grand Tour. So it's going to be mainly learning duties for him.
63, 64 kilometers an hour at the moment. Outrageous speed here in this phase of racing to try and form the break. Una X Mobility on the front of the bunch. And still Little Trek have played a very conservative role in proceedings so far.
Seems like it's just a different approach today, rather than just go full in with the attacks. Some riders are trying a bit to move clear, to get themselves in the breakaway, rather with a little bit like a smart moves, I would say. As another group is forming is Axel Luns from Groupama FDJ United. I think it's Tonelli, Tobias Bayer, but everybody's just right there. Michael Wahlgren, Christian this time. There is a little gap opening up actually at the back, as Betiola is slowing down.
Good little group has got itself off the front with about 6 riders.
Ryan Mullen, I don't know if he has a mechanical, or if he's asking for biddens. Doesn't look like he has any mechanical problem, but gonna see more now. It's a very hard day with the temperatures at the start, so yeah, it's bidden time. So I mean, as long as we go into the race, you know, you want to ensure that you and your leaders are well fueled with drinks and food, but mainly drinks, because the liquid loss in such a stage might be very big, and you can pay for that. You're gonna pay for that if you are not having enough drink during the stage.
Well, they've been racing for a little over half an hour, 32 minutes, and they've done very nearly 28 kilometers. So, as you'd expect, and as you can see, the average speed once again in this opening hour or two of racing is going to be very high. Yeah, still no sign that the break is imminently going to go. Yeah,
it doesn't look like it's many attacks coming, but nonetheless the average speed is a 52, very mighty 52, 34 degrees. It's a hot day at the beginning, at least. The first half of the race is going to be very, very warm.
Ice being handed out once more. Blocks of ice have changed hands in the last week or so here in Italy in the race. And I wonder, in the history of cycling, who was the first rider ever to do that? Very commonplace now, of course, as a very efficient way of cooling riders down, but who came up with the idea of slipping a block of ice under your racing jersey, just on your neck there? Because
also getting ice was
it's quite a logistical feat, isn't it?
Yeah, like the amount of ice that's been requested by the teams, it's part of the organization duties. Like in this case, for Mercy, has to inform the hotel, the different hotels the team are, to just prepare a huge amount of ice, because they have to fill at least 4 big cooler for keeping the drinks. Plus, they have to fill the ice socks. That's how they're calling it. So I mean, it's definitely a huge amount of ice needed for each team. So imagine if you multiply this for a mighty 24 team. So you need to be prepared, not straightforward as you might imagine.
De Vries of the Unibet Rose Rockets with Michael Wahlgren, Andreas Leknesund, Jan Christen. Fatigue starting to set in. Look at the kind of like straight arms and the hunched shoulders of some of these riders. Chris Hamilton is at the front from Picnic Postanel, trying to get across to this 7 or 8 rider group just in front of him. This is tough. 35 minutes or so of racing at these speeds, and repeated attacks from the same riders. Tarozzi, for example, Leknesund, they've all been on the offensive already on more than one occasion. Yeah, Vanier is just in that second group with Narvaez.
looks like some groups are forming as Pinello Q36 followed by Aular. I think it's Donovan. So it looked like it's a little bit of, you know, getting a little bit tactical. There might be the moment that the breakaway is going to be formed. To be seen, because the group ahead 7 riders, it's a good group. As you can see at the back, a little bit looking around by the riders.
Yeah, it feels like some of these groups, if they get together, does have the potential to be a little bit more of a convincing breakaway that might be the one of the day. Big directional switch now. With it, the wind direction will change completely. Could have an effect on the race. Palazzolo sull'Olio. In Lombardy still, but we've passed into the province of Brescia from Bergamo.
We're not far off the Iseo Lake. Palazzolo sull'Olio. Olio is the river that later on will be crossing the province of Cremona before entering the River Po. Torre del Popolo here.
Tricolore flag being flown aloft above this sun-soaked Lombardy countryside. A furious race for the breakaway, as we expected, underway on this 202-kilometre stage, where you look in the road book even before the Giro got underway, and this one was screaming out for a breakaway. Very, very clear opportunity today, but there's still no guarantee that when this break does go, and it will go, that they'll be allowed to contest the stage win. It's just a strong suspicion.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of the jerseys from both Decathlon, CMA, CGM or Visma Leasebike, the first 2 riders in the GC. Even Red Bull, I mean, Net Company Ineos, Red Bull is looking like he's more interested into getting themselves in the breakaway. As you see at the back is the 2 riders are going to be involved in this, or 3 maybe, might be Moscon, Nico Dance definitely, and Mick van Dijk. They've been very active. As, this group is having a very good and cohesion is very good, definitely. Again, always present, Andreas Leknessund.
Yeah, he was guaranteed to get in the breakaway today because he gave himself a complete day off yesterday, didn't even try and get in the move. Remy Cavagna, the Frenchman from Groupama FDJ United. Michael Valgren, Jan Christen, this is a good group. Tarozzi's a very strong rider. They're going to be quite hard to get across to at this rate. Alessandro Tonelli as well, representing Polti Visit Malta.
Yeah, it is indeed a very good group, and I think they're gonna give the riders at the back that they're trying to rejoin the front a very hard time, because as you see, the gap is there. It's only 10 seconds, but nobody with the attacks is so far being able to getting closer to the 7 riders at the front.
And I think all those riders at the front would be very happy if this was the break of the day, wouldn't they? They'd think, well, I've got a fighting chance here in that company. It's a relatively small group for a stage like today. There are a lot of teams missing, which means that its viability is perhaps questionable. But if it goes, then these riders will be very content with that situation, most of them.
Yeah, but one team especially is missing, as I just see one of the jersey leading the peloton, and it's Movistar.
Yeah,
we do expect them to be very aggressive today, very much present at the front. They are not featuring this breakaway, so they're gonna try, and it's far from being settled. We might fairly expect some other riders rejoining at least the front of the race with the 7 riders.
Well, not far off 40 kilometres into today's stage, and it's gone by very, very quickly. 166 remain. Kuhn Baumann towards back from the purple kit of Jayco Alula. They haven't got any representation at the front yet.
Yet.
Though. Alan Hatherley was on the move.
They, unfortunately for them, they lost, I think one of them, yeah, the best car to winning stages in the Giro d'Italia with Andrea Vendrame. He crashed very, very hard in the stage of Vellico Tarnovo, one of the many riders who crashed hard in there. And Yeah, he was forced to abandon the race, but he was the best car to play in such stages as today. So they have to do it differently, as this group is still continuing to push hard. Another group is emerging at the back, another Uno X, Bull Bora Hansgrohe as well. It's far from being settled. They're going to be facing a little bit of 1% uphill now, the riders. Nothing too hard, but nonetheless, the speed is going to be a little bit slower than it was before.
Yep, just that little bridge, that motorway bridge there is where a lot of the soigneurs were standing. Look at the amount of bidons just scattered all over the road. Riders constantly looking to keep on top of their hydration in these extreme temperatures.
So the groups are forming at the back, but there's not the real cohesion as they were hoping.
I thought I saw that. Jonas Vingegaard was in that little group, you know, just off the front.
Gebrselassie Gabir, for the first time, a little track involved, but it might be too late for that. Movistar again, Narvaez is there, followed by Soudal quick-step rider.
Not Manier on this occasion, but he's handed over duties of policing Jonathan Narvaez to a teammate.
But the gap is now quite big. But one team, and actually a couple of teams that might be very much involved, are missing, and it's a little track, and as well as a Movistar team. So I wouldn't be surprised if they start riding at the front in order to keep this breakaway.
I mean, Movistar and Lidl are the headline acts, but then you've got other teams like Tudor Pro Cycling, Picnic Postanel.
Yeah, many teams.
There's a lot of teams that are missing, even though this is quite a big group. 7 riders, there are probably 10 teams that you could count that were missing out.
Castelli-Calepio is one of the last towns in the province of Bergamo before they're gonna rejoining again the province of Brescia.
Attack on the left-hand side of the road. Possibly Soudal quick-step.
Yeah, they're missing also.
Yeah, they're missing.
They're missing from the front of the race.
In an ideal world from their point of view, they would like, I think, Gianmarco Garofoli in particular to get up the road. And we haven't seen much of Lotte Intermarché. Simone Gualdi was interviewed at the beginning, but they've not really featured in any of these early moves. Jonas Heinz is on the attack again, the big, powerful Belgian, following the attack of the Canadian Nick Zukowski.
And the gap, nonetheless, is growing. It's getting bigger. It's going to be either a very committed large group that is forming ahead of the peloton, because just one lone ride is going to be very hard, if not impossible job. These two can have nothing to rejoin the front. As I think it's Sobrero also appears at the front, so it might be another case of little track missing out with the right momentum.
Yeah, that little counter-attack there after the Jonas Vingegaard group was caught by Emmanuel Gebrselassie. It was pretty much the first time we've seen Lidl Trek on the move today. But now Sobrero is picking up where his teammate left off towards the front. No sign of the blue jersey yet of Giulio Ciccone. I wonder why Vingegaard found himself in that counter-attack. It didn't last long, albeit a small detail in the grand scheme of things, but probably just a little expression of how good and how fresh and how easy Jonas Vingegaard finds it.
Yeah, or maybe he was present on the front in order, you know, calling, for those who are not accustomed with the cycling terms, is pisser. So basically you're asking the riders, indicating like, and you're the leader, of course, of the race, asking like, okay, breakaway is good, we are all happy, although, of course, not everybody's happy, and just calling everybody to stop pissing. It's like one of the unwritten rules. If the leader jersey stopped for peeing, technically you stop. Of course, it doesn't stop in whatever moment he fancy. It's just when he see that it's a good moment to call it. As peloton has slowed it down, but the attack hasn't.
Thomas Silva, is it?
It's Frank van den Broek. Was active yesterday, pole to visit Malta as well. The Vlasov, Florian Stork.
Yeah, some good riders, Mathieu Baïs, Thomas Silva. Frank van den Broek, Tudor Pro Cycling, Bahrain Victorious, Red Bull Border Hansgrohe, all kicking off again. It was interesting to see that attempt from Thomas Silva to attack on the right, wasn't it? He was almost shoulder barged off the road by the rider from Visma Leasebike. I think it might have been Timo Kielich who nearly upended the Uruguayan. That's exactly what you mean by blocking the road. He physically put his body in between Silva and the open road in front of them.
Yeah, of course, you don't want to endanger the others, but if you're at the front, you can be very physical. But there's 7 riders still working very good with harmony, and they're getting ground on the back, 25 seconds.
If you're going by the letter of the law, the UCI regulations, is that technically legal, Jacopo, to use your body like that in a race situation like that? I mean, couldn't that be deemed as dangerous riding?
Yeah.
But I mean, they've seldom seemed to ever have a look at this. I mean, you never get sort of like warnings at this stage in the race.
No, depends. You need to be really over the line if you're gonna get a yellow card or something. And usually it's more for rather than endangering others, for intimidating others. Let's say that when you're at the front, of course, you want to just defend your position. Imagine, you know, at the back, you sit close to the end of the road and somebody is like trying to squeeze in between you and the really edge of the road, and you just, in a muscular way, you just defend your position, then it's acceptable. Also because when the peloton is spread open, usually the rider want to come from behind. They use the, not really the road, but the path on the side, so it gets a bit dangerous as well, you know, that attitude. So I think it's almost like neutralizing one each other, the two offenses.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, this is the second group on the road. We've found Jonas Haynes and Will Barter, the American time trialist.
It's a little track present in this move.
Consoni.
Yeah, it might look like Sobrero, maybe too...
One or other of the two smaller Lidl Trek riders.
Yeah, or Tim Teutenberg, like yesterday, where he was featuring the breakaway, but the team wasn't happy because he was not a good rider for the parcours of yesterday, of course.
I saw some comments by our friend and colleague Pete Kenyuk yesterday, Jacopo, talking about that phase in the race when UAE and Lidl Trek were chasing, and Teutenberg and Morgado were in the breakaway at the front, saying, well, why didn't they were sitting on? Why didn't they just drop back and help? It's quite a good question.
Yeah.
It would have been maybe the smarter thing to do.
Yeah, if you're not happy with the names who are in the breakaway,
then what's the point of them being there?
Yeah, that means because you know they're going to be dropped later on. So
yeah. Easier said than done, isn't it? It's easy for us just sitting here watching from the helicopter. I think when you're in the thick of it, not really knowing necessarily what the gap is behind, and that was a 34-second gap yesterday, so they would have not really seen what was going on behind, and sometimes the communications, I would imagine, are pretty tricky, but the race tactics that are somehow a little bit questionable. Donovan, though, going again.
Silva as well.
Silva on the move. Good day for Thomas Silva. You mentioned it earlier. I think he'd be a big favourite if he could get up the road today.
Yeah, the parcours, the finale for a rider like him is, as Dion Smith as well from NSN trying to rejoin this. This is not the first part of the race, as this is the first chasing group. It's featuring
Sobrero.
It is Sobrero at the end, Zambanini as well, Corbin Strong, Haynes,
and Mathieu Baes, as well as Will Barter.
It's going to be taking more than this amount of riders if they're wishing or willing to rejoin the front, because still far from being settled, and the gap is at 29 seconds is a big one. I'd rather see a couple of riders from my team sacrificing themselves in order to getting closer. That is like Deseo. They're going to be on the Brescia side instead of so basically the right side of the screen. The eastern split, he marks the border of the province of Bergamo and Brescia.
So the Bergamo side is the left side and the Brescia side is the right side.
Exactly.
It's the lake runs, roughly speaking, from south to north. Very elegant indeed. We've enjoyed a lot of this year's Giro d'Italia around the great lakes of northern Italy.
Yeah, it was the race of the lakes so far. Been pretty much on the Lac Maggiore the other day.
they head into town. The question is, what shape is the race going to look like when they come out of town and along to that shore, the Brescia shoreline of Lake Iseo?
It's going to be this, still at the head of the race. Still holding on. They lost a chunk of second, just 5-6 seconds lost on the peloton. Hasn't been settled yet as Tonellis keep pushing hard by Agren. It's a very powerful break what we have today.
Yes, it is. Tarozzi, Cavagna. This is the first group on the road with Andreas Leknesund as well.
Certainly going to appear on your screen also the peloton behind.
21 seconds. It's come down a lot, hasn't it? Let's have a look how far behind they are and who is doing the riding.
Now they're going to appear.
Here they come, I think.
It's Alpecin. Yeah, it's Alpecin Premier Tech.
Yeah, I think it's Haynes, and here's the bunch.
It seems like he's slowing down eventually.
Oh, I don't know. There's 4 little Trek jerseys plus Giulio Ciccone in the blue as well at the front, and they haven't got a rider off the front of the race at the moment.
Launching on attack rather than riding. A little bit of a sketchy moment here with the regulateur from the race. That's definitely not what they're looking for, the little Trekkers. They launch an attack with one rider. I don't know if it was Sobrero, it looked like. But they're getting we are getting closer to the climb of Passo dei Tre Termini. It's not far off. So I think if they manage to be in at this gap, there's going to be plenty of room for attacks, because the climb is it's a quite long one, 8 kilometer at 6%, but the first part is quite steeper. It's quite steep and might be the perfect ramp to go on the attack for a lot of riders.
I think it might be Teutenberg again. He's looking round though, the little Trek rider, as Tobias Bayer finds himself just caught in no man's land between the front of the peloton and the 7 riders at the front at 14 seconds.
But this moment has take down the gap, 14 seconds only.
Astana riding on the front, XTS Astana, they've missed the move. Thomas Silva briefly threatening in that chase group that got caught to get himself up there. They've got a few options still to play with. Bettiol, Ulysses, Silva, all capable of winning the stage today. They will try hard and make sure that they've got a rider in the breakaway. Too many teams at the moment missing out for these riders who are off the front of the race, really to believe that they are the break of the day. I think it's still in the balance as we head towards the foot of the first of the climbs of the day. And maybe the slopes of these pre-Alps will start to determine the actual fate of the breakaway, and eventually we will have a group who'll go, and almost certainly will go to the line as well. And here at the finishing line, it's quite overcast. The rain has stopped, but it's intermittent, often on little spots of rain, and the temperatures are they're perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, it's a bit fresher than it was this morning.
It's more like May, to be honest, than July or August, which is what it's like in the Po River Valley. So a bit of looking round there for Jan Christen at the front of the race.
They've been informed that the peloton behind is getting closer, 16 seconds now, as they enter the town or the municipality rather than the town of Iseo. Iseo is a little bit further down the road.
Cavagna, the TGV, driving it on. Michael Valgren, who's looked pretty good this Giro d'Italia.
It's a good ride here by Haynes. No, for Bayer, sorry.
It's a very good ride, yeah. But it's
he might be not being able, but nonetheless, he's getting closer to be seen if he's going to be able eventually to rejoin the front. Because the kilometers are ticking, and we're getting closer and closer to the Polaveno climb.
Well, just waiting for that chap to dive. What would you give him out of 10 for that dive? 3? That's maybe a bit harsh. 4. So yet to calm down this race. They start climbing at around about 146 kilometres to go. So only a few kilometres until the foot of the climb. And Baez beginning to lose ground. The peloton now 44 seconds.
Yeah, seems like they slow it down.
So maybe that is, it all depends on what Little Trek want to do now.
No, it's shut down.
Really shut down. So Little Trek have taken a day off by the looks of it.
Looked like for a moment we were about to see Little Trek launching at least a chase, but it seems like they're slowing down. So that might be the breakaway of the day. It's gonna be having a very hard time. Yeah, they disappear from the front, Little Trek.
That Sudal quick step rider.
Many teams are not part of the breakaway.
Picnic Postanella going to kick it all off again.
But all alone, he cannot do anything.
Sean Flynn. All he can hope is that if he gets off the front and then the peloton really shuts it down, then they'll ease up at the front of the race and maybe he can get involved as they launch again. And I think it's Chris Hamilton once more, isn't it?
Yeah, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe and Poltevis in Malta part of it. To be seen if they're going to be able to create another group.
Tobias Bayer is losing out now. He got to within about 16, 17 seconds at the front of the race, but he's at 31 now.
Movistar also on the move. They're being caught on the back foot.
I think it's Ivan Garcia Cortina.
For Milesi.
Milesi, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Milesi.
It's Milesi. Lorenzo Milesi.
I mean, even 1 minute he can shut it down in the climb. It's going to cost him a lot of energy. It's not impossible.
Now, will this spark Little Trek back into life? Another little counter-attack. I couldn't even see which team that was. No Little Trek jerseys towards the front.
I'm very surprised to see this attitude from Little Trek. I think the stage, if we forget for a minute the KOM classification, I think a stage like this would suit Ciccone very well. Or even Sobrero, you know. This man is reached the 16 seconds from the breakaway, but is now losing at 37. It's not going to be enough. With the helps of somebody else, he will have managed to get back in contention and at the front, but nobody was there.
But the peloton really are letting this go now. 1 minute and 11 keeps going out, so got about 5 or 6 riders coming across to the chaser, Tobias Bayer. Then we'll have a group, two roughly equally sized groups off the front. And it looks like these guys have forced the break then. It was a very good move as soon as it went, this one. And now it's got real potential. Alessandro Tonelli from Polti Visit Malta. Manuele Tarozzi. Big opportunity for him to make big strides again in the classifications that he leads, the intermediate sprint standing, as well as the Red Bull classification. Nicholas Larsson of Unibet Rose Rockets, totally different function for him today in a breakaway for the first time. Michael Valgren, good chance for him today. Jan Christen, how are the legs? He's been a little bit mercurial, Jan Christen. We haven't known from one day to the next quite what his form is like, but today we'll find out. As we are now just inside 150 kilometres of this 202 kilometre stage, so a quarter of the racing is done.
That's the front of the race, if I'm not mistaken. Now these are the chasers.
Yep.
They are marked at 1 minute. There is Woutpoels, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Milesi. Then is Crescioli, Chris Hamilton, Sean Flynn, and I think it's Mick van Dijk, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider.
A couple of riders there who may not ride or may not do as much work as the others because they've got teammates at the front of the race. But this is a peloton that is fully shut down now and is letting the gap go. So a huge breath of relief, I would imagine, from all these riders here. XDS Astana missing out.
Do you think it's going to be it? Nobody's going to try something in the next couple of climbs? Because
yeah,
there is Passo dei Tre Termini, then there is a 8-kilometer climb, then they're going to go down instead of being the Valtrompia o la Valle going up to Lodrino. I mean, there is room if you want to try something.
It feels like Visma Lease Bike and Net Company Ineos are really trying to slow this down so that this gap before they even get to the climbs becomes off-puttingly large, even for good climbers to attack on the climbs. We'll have to see. Really pulling the handbrake on hard on this road. And this is the chase group. Mathieu Bais, as you can see, is not going through. Tobias Bayat, who was on his own for a long time, has been caught. Frank van den Broek and Sean Flynn are the two Picnic Postenel riders. Mick van Dijk is there for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, Lorenzo Milesi. And right on the front, a mystery rider from Unibet who we haven't quite identified yet. I think it might be one of the Kopechki brothers, actually. Yes, it is.
Ah, yes, Kopechki. I was fooled by the black bike that Wout Poels was riding on in the recent days, and the tall figures as well.
Well, it's kicking off again. Very late counter-attack here.
Zastana. I think it's Ulissi.
Yeah, it is Diego Ulissi. I mean, all his experience, he must know what he's doing, but that chase group that he's trying to get across to is a minute up the road. Or does he just want to keep this race active, I think?
Yeah.
For maybe a Betty or a Thomas Silva when we get to the climbs.
It might be that's the reason, because he knows that he cannot rejoin the front without the help of other riders. But even the chasing groups, the first chasing group is it's not making that huge impact over the breakaway at the moment. They've always been at the same distance as they're about to get to the foot of the climb, the first categorise.
It's really smart racing from Ulissi, isn't it? Because Astana have to be in this move today.
Yeah.
And what he's done is just kicked it all back to life again, and enforced the time gap between the front of the race and the peloton to come down.
Yeah, or at least to stay stable.
Stay stable.
Yeah.
So it brings into play the possibility of attacking on the climb, and we're only a kilometre from the climb.
Era la riserva naturale del Torbiere. How do you call it? There's also famous in Ireland. Bog?
No, bog.
Bog.
Yeah. Or marshes. Wetlands encouraging all sorts of bird life. So, we switch our attention to the front of the race now, as they are about to begin the climb. 200 metres to go until the first categorised climb of the day. The Tre Termini climb, otherwise known as...
Polaveno.
There we go.
Climb to Polaveno. They start very steep. In a way, they're going to be turning right here. The first drag on uphill is quite demanding, and after they're going to be passing down the highway, there's going to be some hairpins, while the last part is a little bit easier. Was featuring in the Giro d'Italia in recent years, the climb to Polaveno.
Well, these riders should just stay together on this group. They've been working well together. Leknesson, Kristen, Tonelli, Tarozzi, Valgren, Larsen, and Remy Cavagna. Jan Kristen setting the pace, the young Swiss rider on the front for UAE Team Emirates. It's, as you're saying, almost an 8-kilometre climb, 7.7 to go for the front of the race. Time gaps between the three different groups on the road, pretty constant at the moment. This is the chase group. They
have been fine on the road. Tobias Bayer. You need to find a little bit extra energy to stay in contact with them. Because now they're also at the very early slopes of the climb to Polaveno, Passo dei Tre Termini. Descent instead is going to be very straight and shorter than the climb itself, because they're going to enter the Val Trompia.
Here's the bunch then. On the banks of Lake Iseo.
The island in the middle is called Montisola. Amazing place. Here is Sean Flynn being distanced by the chasing group.
Well, they had double representation in that chasing group, and Frank van den Broek is still there, so it's not a disaster for Picnic Postenel. But it's hard to see how these riders get across to the front of the race unless they slow up. Or someone in this group has got the legs to try and go across and bring a couple with them on this climb. Milesi possibly. Mathieu Bais on form. peloton are now on the climb as well.
Still in one line, so there are still some attacks coming. As Paul Manier is totally at the far back of the peloton. He's going to have to, work hard in this part to just remain in contention and not being distanced by the peloton.
Who is it riding on the front? Tudor Pro Cycling?
Yeah, it's Tudor.
Yeah, they've missed the move. So 3 riders from Tudor on the front, and Visma Lease Bike almost letting them go clear.
Timo Kielage, they're working for Florian Stork. It's on the paper, it looks like a good stage for him, but they've been possibly waiting a little bit too much before starting working.
Diego Ulisses around about 5th place there, with Jonathan Narvaez on his wheel. So Narvaez still very much in the hunt here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Narvaez launching on attack. Here's the moment, like the steepest slopes are here, as you can see. They just went down the little Superstrada, or fastway, and later on going to be entering the woods for a couple of hairpins.
Magnussen looks a little bit laboured there, doesn't he, on that climb?
That's when the breakaway was formed.
Yeah, and straight away it had legs, this breakaway.
Yeah, there was immediately very good cohesion, very good harmony in between themselves, and very good firepower. I mean, with the likes of Berggren, Kristen, Leknesund, Cavagna, already those four can be very, very strong. Larsen is also was second in the last national championship in Denmark on the time trial, so it's very strong. It comes down to riding in the flat.
It's a small enough group, incidentally, for Manuele Tarozzi to be building up kilometres, points in the overall breakaway prize that he's still just about could prize from Diego Sevilla, with a couple of more big days in the stages to come. So he's gaining in points in that standing as well. Interesting to see how this man fares, Andreas Leknesund.
As it stands, I think is the strongest of the breakaway, but he needs to be, played in a bit more conservative as it does in the past, as he did in the past. Sorry.
So Florian Stork has been launched off the front of the bunch by that Tudor Pro Cycling train, and he's off in pursuit of group number 2. So he's group number 3 effectively on the road, in between the peloton and the chase group at 42 seconds.
That's a big task for him. But another group is forming with Arrieta, I think it's Juanpe Lopez, Damiano Caruso, Donovan, Garofoli. It's not settled at the back. Narvaez is still in the peloton.
Yep.
Following Eulalio at this point. They gained some ground over the breakaway. But I think it's going to be more for creating another group down the road. And eventually they might have a chance to rejoin the front of the race.
Visma Lease Bike, I think, a little bit unhappy at the presence of Damiano Caruso in that group.
The problem for Stork, it was too much of a strong attack. He should have, you know what I mean, like just able, giving the chance of other riders to following him and creating a larger group. But now they're about to joining him. The peloton hasn't settled down yet, but it doesn't seem like they quite have the legs as Caruso takes over.
Ben O'Connor as well.
Ben O'Connor, yeah. That's why Visma Lease Bike hasn't slowed it down completely at the moment.
Yeah, 2 good GC riders, Ben O'Connor and Damiano Caruso. Visma Lease Bike unimpressed with that. I think they'll try and shut this this counter-attack down.
Yeah, but Ben O'Connor is still featuring in the top 10.
Yeah, and Caruso's only just outside the top 10 himself. Manier has been dropped with Malicelli. And the Peruvian, Vicente Rojas, straight away on the first climb of the day. So any possibility of picking up any points in the points competition has already gone. The question is, where is his nearest rival? Jonathan Narvaez, who's just 2 points down, and he's just sitting on the train of Visma Lease Bike riders. He's canny. He's not put his nose in the wind yet. We haven't seen him attack. He knows what's happening here, that the Visma Lease Bike train are going to bring that counter-attack back.
And confirmation what we saw yesterday is not going positive for Pellizzari. Speeds distance now, so it was not just.
This isn't normal.
Yeah, it was not just a bad day for the Italian yesterday. It's getting worse and worse as being distance with sprinters today.
There's got to be a physiological explanation for that, Giulio Pellizzari, but a big group is being dropped from the peloton. And off the front of the bunch, you can see those yellow jerseys. They've nearly shut down the Caruso-O'Connor attack. But that's brought the peloton back to 1 minute and 42 seconds from the front of the race. The chase group are doing a really good job of getting themselves across that gap there, now at just 36 seconds. But Caruso and O'Connor are carrying on riding on the front. This is the chase group, Milesi now, putting everybody under pressure here, including Tobias Bayer, Mick van Dijk, Mattia Pais, Frank van den Broek, and Thomas Kopecky.
Milesi once again doing an amazing job to shutting this down. On the finish line has appeared Yemen Crippa, very strong runner from Italy, record holder.
In what distance?
If I'm not mistaken, in the 10 kilometer, but I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check it because I don't want to say. Mezzo Fondista now, so is doing the a little bit longer, probably the.
In the meantime, Damiano Caruso has gone off on his own. And another big group goes clear at the front of the peloton, driven on by Damiano Caruso, who's on a mission today. It means that Afonso Eulalio won't have his bodyguard with him. Caruso has looked after Afonso Eulalio. We haven't really seen much of Damiano Caruso other than his performances in that role, but he's off the front now. Ben O'Connor's still there. Jonathan Narvaez has moved as well. He's on the wheel of a rider from EF. Narvaez is on the march, and he's only 1 minute and 34 seconds from the front of the race. Magnier, we know, has already been dropped as Ben O'Connor is brought to heel in the company of Igor Arrieta and one other rider. So that might just be it. You know, the big teams might shut it down a little bit in the bunch, although a couple of other little counter-attacks from Pinarello and Movistar go off the front.
Yeah, and if this group that is emerging from the peloton is going to be collaborating on each other, as it seems, they stand a very big chance to rejoin the front of the race. Still halfway through the climb, still a long way. If they crest the top of the climb with less than a minute from the front of the race here on your screen, they have a chance also to come back. And peloton is already 1:18, so they should not be too far from a minute gap. Don't know if Kopecky is having a hard time as does Tarozzi to follow. You know, this could be also playing a role later on, because if you drop this kind of riders, you know, it makes your the breakaway a little bit weaker, because then there is a long valley heading to the climb of Lodrino.
It's the third group on the road, the group just off the front of the peloton. It's got Jonathan Narvaez in, Damiano Caruso. It's got Simone Gualdi from Lotto Antamarché, local rider. There's got to be 10 riders in this group. And they've broken free of the peloton. And another rider from Movistar as well.
Yeah, and this group is also formed by very strong riders in the climb, so they have a lot to be give when it comes to climbing. Vanderlei is also present, Garofoli, Juanpe Lopez, sorry, Enia Rubio, Stork, Caruso, Gualdi, a duo from...
Enric Mas is that at the back as well. Movistar have got 3 riders in that group, plus Milesi off the front.
They're losing some riders from the chase. It's Kopecky and Haynes. And Bayer, sorry.
Tobias Bayer.
He was on the hunt all alone. I think he spent a little bit extra, too much energy.
Big crowds ahead on the road. So we look to just remind ourselves of who's in this second chase group at 31 seconds. They're making good inroads. They're very nearly going to be across to the front of the race. And it's Mattia Pais, Frank van den Broek, Lorenzo Milesi, and Mick van Dijk, who's doing another good climb here. So this is the second group on the road at 26 seconds. Pais is on another excellent day. He's in very, very good form, Mattia Pais. One of the heroes of Milan. When Mikko Maestri came to a halt, having picked up second place in Milan, his first thought was, where's Mattia? And those two Multivisit Malta riders basically fell into each other's arms. quite a sight, actually, on that day of high drama in Milan 3 days ago.
Yeah, and this group is powering away. They're not far off the first chasing group, so they might be at around 42nd from the front of the race. Very good move by this, what they are, 10 riders on the chase. The third group is featuring a lot of talented climbers, as well as David de la Cruz,
Mark
Eric
Donovan
Mas,
as well.
as you good spotted by you, Ned, Einer Rubio and Juanpe Lopez.
And the man at the back.
That is not doing anything yet. He's just there.
Of course he isn't. He's an absolute master of reading these situations, isn't he? Just using the wheels and expending the least energy. When you compare what he's done to be at this point in the road to Damiano Caruso, for example, who's been powering that group on, it's a real difference.
Yeah. The climb is 2.7 from the finish, but the hardest part is behind the riders. It's going to be this left corner, a little bit narrower than right one, and a long straight drag going to the top to crest the climb. 22nd, they can see it, as from the chasing group, only 4 riders remaining there, remaining contention. Frank van der Broek, I think he's finding good legs finally, Frank van der Broek.
Yep.
He was involved in the crash in Velikotarnovo. I think like today the number of names were listed that they were involved in Velikotarnovo, but it was a massive pile-up. And yesterday was in the move, being a bit on the back foot just halfway through, but today seems like he's having good legs and he has plenty of opportunities in the next days.
So that Caruso Narvaez Mas group has picked up Bayer and Kopechki from the second group and continuing to make progress up the road. David de la Cruz, Gualdi, Florian Stork also in this group, as well as Mark Donovan, Juan Pedro Lopez, Einer Rubio, and it's Enric Mas driving things on, though.
At the finish line, in the meantime, start hailing, and that's how often happens in summer when it's too warm, basically. But nonetheless, it's quite chilly in here. Movistar, if they manage to rejoin the group, the front of the race with these 3, they're going to have 4 riders. We were expecting a lot of Movistar jerseys at the front, but not this much. They're going to have Milesi, which is not far off from the front of the race. Eric Mas, Juanpe Lopez, and Einer Rubio. So possibly the best riders for such a parcours.
Movistar 4, Lidl Trek 0. Notable by their absence today, Lidl Trek. Still got 2 kilometers of this climb to go. This is the Milesi group. This is the second group with Bayis, Van Dijk and Van den Broek, and they can see the front of the race now. Jan Christen looks around and sees them coming. So 7 riders at the front of the race, 4 coming over. That'll make it 11 at the front. And then the very strong possibility that extremely powerful group containing Mas, Narvaez, Caruso, etc. will come across as well, and double the size of the breakaway. We could have a 20-rider plus breakaway pretty soon.
Yeah. And later on, after the descent, which is going to be completely straight, so it's not going to change anything in the gaps. But then once at the bottom, it's going to be a long drag uphill, so it's going to be giving good help to all the riders at the chase to rejoin in the front of the race, because of course they're going to be pushing much harder. The top is not far, the cresting of the climb of Polaveno. This is the 3rd chasing group on your left. Very big one, more than 10 riders.
Still got 1.5 kilometers to go for the front of the race on this long categorized 3 climb. I mean, for a Cat 3 climb, this is a severe test. 9 King of the Mountains points available at the top, that's all. Ah, Giulio Ciccone for Lidl Trek.
He appeared.
How did he end up there?
We don't know.
He's made it. So Ciccone somehow must have counter-attacked and got across to that 3rd group on the road. Well, the peloton is still tight, isn't it? At 1 minute 21 seconds.
Yes, and to slow it down, possibly they're doing this to prevent other riders to go on the attack. But
Olalia? I thought I saw the white jersey off the front. I think there's a lot going on at the front of the peloton, and we're beginning to run out of cameras because the race is in bits.
Yeah.
Andreas Leknesson, Mattia Bas, Tarozzi. This is the first. What is this? Wait a minute.
It is the front. It is the
when
front.
you see
Tonelli.
Leknesson, you know it's the front. That's the Norwegian champion, Jan Christen. But you can see not too far behind is that Milesi group. They're nearly across. 1K to go to the top of the climb.
Here's the peloton.
Yeah, well, Lalio was off the front there. He's been brought back, but he was just opened up a little bit of a gap.
But he's forced a much stronger reaction from Visma's bike as Bart Lemon, much more climbing domestique compared to Team Rex or Timo Kilic. It's been on the front. And once again, Net Company Ineos is not part of the breakaway.
So what's their plan today?
I don't know, because we thought like Magnus Sheffield could have been a free roll today, but I don't think it was the idea at the end. If they don't have anybody, I think on the climb is more about the legs, and they clearly have the legs, because yesterday in the last climb, halfway through, there were still like 4 riders of Net Company Ineos. So I think it was merely the decision as Bahis decided to...
Jacopo, how good is Mattia Bahis at this Giro? Look at that. He's left Lorenzo Milesi standing there, and he's just shot across to the front of the race. The first rider to get across to this this first proper breakaway of the day. They're going to get 4 more riders to add to the mix. And Matteo Bahis has a teammate to support him now, Alessandro Tonelli. So Polti Visit Malta playing another really good hand. They've got double representation at the front. However, Movistar have a Spanish armada of riders coming to the front of the race.
And I think once Milesi is going to be in touch with the front of the race, he's going to stop working at the same time, because he has 3 strong teammates at the back, Enel Rubio, Eric Mas, Juanpe Lopez. But good ride by those 4 riders. They were 1 minute down at the bottom of the climb, by the foot of the climb to Tre Termini. And they managed to rejoin just about in time at the cresting of the climb.
Almost there. 100 meters to go to the top of the climb. Milesi hasn't quite shut this move down. Mick van Dijk always impresses me at how well he climbs.
Yeah, you could feature him like more of a sprinter kind of a rider.
A big physique.
He was top 5 in
Paris-Nice. Stage of Paris-Nice that was won by Vingegaard.
I wanted to say Paris-Roubaix, but it was not 50, it was 60. But just to give you what type of rider he is, I mean, it's definitely a very talented. He has a twin, which is not here, racing for the same team Van Dijk.
So Milesi does make the junction with Frank van den Broek and Mick van Dijk just at the point where they get across the top of the climb.
We're gonna have some more images where is the second chasing group with featuring Caruso, all the Movistar riders, Narvaez, Ciccone.
Yeah. Now finally things do seem to have calmed down a little bit in the peloton. And right on cue, as soon as I've said that, Soudal Quickstep shoot another rider off the front. I mean, that gap is small, and there's a group just ahead of this rider on the road. Is it Van den Bosche? It is, isn't it? So Fabio Van den Bosche.
Reaction from Arieta. I think it's a little bit too late, maybe. They're not far off, but I mean they're running out of meters, or because I cannot even say kilometers of climb.
I guess it depends what the state of play is up the road, and how many stepping stones there are, how many groups there are in between them and the front of the race, because we've lost sight of them a little bit.
So still 48 actually seconds from the group of Ciccone. They're gonna have time later on to rejoin the front, but at this point they not yet in there.
Nonetheless, I think this first climb has, well, it's completely changed the shape of the race, and it might have given us our definitive break of the day, as those groups might just get back together again. And on this descent, they might just take it easy, and that gap now of 1 minute 34 might be a lot bigger when they get to the bottom of the descent.
Yeah, once they're going to be informed that at the back is Visma bike who's taking control of the race, that they're going to be slowing down, they're going to be waiting, I guess, at least, for the group behind. Don't think everybody is happy with that, because he's featuring a lot of good climbers behind. So to be seen who's Actually, they eventually, even if they make their life hard at the back, they're going to be rejoining the front. To be seen if the collaboration will be even, because a lot of the riders that features here at the front, they have a teammate at the back. It is chasing group. It's placed at 47.
Yeah, as you say, the climbing talent here. Look at the difference. Damiano Caruso, Jordi van der Lee, Ciccone, Mas, Lopez, Rubio. Well, there's 6 climbers right there.
Yeah, already in the first, the first 6 names you're seeing.
This is a very much more suited group, and we haven't even got to the likes of Jonathan Narvaez, Jan Hirt, David de la Cruz, Mark Donovan, Alexander Vlasov, Marco Garofoli and Florian Stork. And Jonathan Narvaez. Almost every one of those riders is a climber.
Yeah, or a very dangerous rider for the victory.
Yeah, just a very good all-rounder.
So it's
a more powerful group than the front of the race. And a bigger group as well. Might be harder to get organised, but there are so many Movistar riders in that group that they can be the team, I think, that everyone will look to do the work to bridge that 48-second gap and get to the front of the race.
1:34 in the meantime for the peloton. They're going to be approaching the descent and allowing the gap to go bigger and bigger.
Been a good race so far, Jacopo.
Yeah,
interesting,
I mean,
hasn't it?
I was expecting a good race today. It's definitely a call for attacks and, you know, how do you say, call on army, call on the army? How do you say?
What, a call for...
call for army?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what the English is.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
Don't bother.
It's like a trumpet, a phantom. Definitely. The mystery is how Giulio Ciccone got into that second
Yeah,
group.
he must have launched a massive attack from within the peloton.
Or he was just hiding in a bush earlier on in the day.
All of a sudden, he appeared at the front, in the chasing group.
Nevertheless, he's missed out on points at the first climb of the day. There are 18 points potentially available for Giulio Ciccone, but he's off the front today because he wants to win a stage.
Yeah, he's definitely a stage for victory, you know, not much for the points, because only 3 third category climbs is those that they won't have a major impact. But nonetheless, I mean, if he has the chance, of course, he's going to score points. So Max Walscheid here trying to cool himself down. Paul Manier, everybody's doing the same. It's very, very warm at the beginning of this stage.
Gruppetto has already formed, even on the first climb of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be better later on as it kept raining here. There is sun, actually, but it kept raining.
Yeah, it's 2 very different weather systems at the moment. Out on the road where they are, still in the lower slopes of the pre-Alps here, and then at the finish line where it's much more mixed, the weather. And significantly cooler. By no means cold, though. It's very pleasant temperatures at the finish line. So, 11 riders at the front now. Andreas Leknesson still very active on the front. Lorenzo Milesi might just sit on the back here and not work. He's got 3 teammates and 3 leaders, effectively, in that second group at 48 seconds. I think he's just explaining that to Emanuele Tarozzi. Tarozzi, hats off to him, is the only rider flying the flag for Bardiani. Polti Visit Malta, however, have got 2 riders in this front group. Alessandro Tonelli, who will do the lion's share of the work for Mattia Pais, who's in brilliant form. A fair amount of good representation from Italy. Chris Leemreize is the Picnic Postanel rider at the back. I think he's the only Picnic Postanel rider left at the front of the race. Up against it a little bit in the company that he keeps with Jan Hirt and Rubio, Lopez, Garofoli, Donovan, Narvaez, Ciccone himself. Narvaez, of course, has to start to think eventually about the intermediate sprint, and of course trying to win the stage. And if he wins the stage, he'll take a leap in the Maglia Ciccolino. Damiano Caruso wants his team car. I'm not sure the team cars will be in that gap yet. It's not even a minute over the peloton.
Yeah, normally in the descent they're not allowed to overtake the peloton, but we're going to see. This man could be also very dangerous for the finale. When he goes on the attack, he's a very effective rider.
Yep.
So he's keeping up with what is said at the beginning of the Giro d'Italia, that he was not yet targeting the GC. He's not far off, but nonetheless, he's not in the top 10.
Oh no, he's demonstrating with who's getting it from him. Florian Stork. Stork is the target of the Caruso reproach there. Not doing enough work, according to Caruso.
Just don't want to stand with the Italians. We not always gesticulate.
Right, they're off the descent now and into the Valley Road. Still, the yellow jerseys are controlling from Visma Leasebike, but they're riding pretty hard. 140.
Yeah, they're not let it go
Not
yet.
letting it go.
I guess they will eventually, because I don't see the point of riding her at this moment. But so far, they're controlling the gap. Don't know if Timo Kilic has remanaged to the front of the race. Seemed like that was him. Back at the front, Tarozzi. That's Valgren from EF Education Easy Post.
Just a little detail, since the Milesi group got across with Frank van den Broek with this rider, Tarozzi has stopped picking up kilometers in the La Fuga prize. There are now 11 riders.
You got to be fit for Tarozzi because he's present in very strong breakaways.
Yeah.
And nonetheless, it's like a rules. The regulation says that more than 10 riders is not going to count.
I have a feeling that if there wasn't for that rule, I think he's already surpassed the number of kilometers.
Yeah. Jan Christen, if he's in a good shape, it could be a very good day for him. But to be seen how much energy is left in the tank. This man is definitely a dangerous rider. Leknesson, Tonelli, very solid race for him, as always.
Rick van Dijk, Michael Valgren,
Remy Cavagna. It's a moment for everybody to get some beatings. Here they are the foot of the Val Trompia. And they're going to be heading in there. This valley ends with the Monte Maniva, but they won't climb that one. But instead they're going to be turning right, heading into Lodrino. Much easier climb to bring in there to the Val Sabbia. Here is the attacks we saw.
Yeah, the very late counter-attack. Right,
that's a good move.
They've got across to that group of climbers then, the Navaez Ciccone group.
Good move by them, by the Bosch. Tobias Baye, which was distanced actually, so he found himself on the road, and Arrieta. This could change everything for this group, because with Arrieta it's going to be an extra pair of legs for they're going to work evenly with Narvaez and the remaining of this group, as they losing a bit of ground over the breakaway for the moment. I think the collaboration is not quite there yet.
And I'm not sure the addition of those extra riders will make it any easier to get the cooperation working. Everybody will be looking at Movistar to do the riding on the front. There's a lot of riders skipping turns. Leimreiser, for example, is not doing anything. Florian Stork, according to Damiano Caruso, who's looking round again. Caruso's got a bit of a hot head on him today. Maybe Visma Leasebike are just going to start easing up now, because they don't need to keep the gap as tight as it is. Almost encouraging, or almost provoking more riders to counter-attack as we approach the next climb of the day, the Cocca di Lodrino. Not too far before they hit the next climb. And surely Visma Leasebike have to let that time gap go out now.
Filippo Ganna on domestic duties, just giving some beatings there to teammates. There was Zvestak Bartseng. Here is Timin Arsman. Just there you go, your eyes. Well, to JK. Egan Bernal. Probably to Magnus Sheffield was already been delivered.
Now, the time gap to really watch is the time gap between Group 1 and Group 2. I think we're going to see this time gap to the peloton grow now, up towards 2 minutes and way beyond that. There's nobody up the road who's with the exception of Damiano Caruso, I suppose, who's at really any threat at all in the general classification. Caruso starts today, though, in 13th place at 13 minutes and 47 seconds. And just a glance at the general classification. In the top 10, for example, Egan Bernal is in 10th place at 9 minutes and 44. So that could come into play, I suppose. Damiano Caruso, if he takes 4 minutes on the road, I wonder if Net Company Ineos might just protect Egan Bernal's top 10 placing. Plenty more intrigue to come. If these two groups, especially if these two groups come together, but there is a lot of vested interest at the front to keep the second group where they are and not allow them across to the front of the race. And that will keep the speed at the front of the race high while those two groups are chasing one another, or are racing one another, I should say. Even if the peloton lets it go now and really lets it go, I think the speed will remain high at the front because you've got these two groups competing with one another.
Yeah, it's a very famous stage. As you see on the graphic, was the stage with Cadel Evans when he was losing 50 minutes. I think he was still racing with Mapei, if I'm not mistaken. It was a surprise, surprisingly, in the Maglia Rosa, just moved from the mountain bike in just in a couple of years.
It's amazing to think that 9 years later he rode to victory in the Tour de France.
Yeah, it took him a very long path before winning there. But also at a very, not so much nowadays, but back then it was a very unusual way to reach the pro peloton and you know, the major league in a way. Jonas Vingegaard here. It's the front of the race. It would be curious to see if Jan Christen, you know, those riders, Milesi, I don't know if it's at the back. No, they're not working. Of course.
Yeah.
Why would they? The climb to Ludrino, they're not far off. It's not too steep or hard. The one before was much difficult than the...
But it is on the flat. The chase group of climbers are making no impact at the moment. The Movistar group,
I think it's a
Kona group, but on the climb, that's where they can make the difference.
Yeah, I think it's now because there is not really that good collaboration. That's the reason. But you know, even if it will be Van Dijk, you know, a lot of riders have interested to slow this down because Van Dijk, if Leknesson goes on the attack and the climbs, he's a little bit short in energy. You know, he can play a different role if Vlasov is there. So I would see more. It would make more sense to me if they would slow down. At least the riders have teammates behind.
Yeah, this front group is doing a good job, but it's almost two groups, isn't it? The workers and the followers. And there's about 6 or 7 workers, including Leknesson, Bais. They're rolling through, but there's a lot of riders just sitting on the wheels as well.
That's the church on the mountains. We are in the Alps of Brescia.
Brisk wind, and you can see the deeper you go into the hills, into the mountains, the more overcast it gets. As the glorious unbroken sunshine of around about a week begins to melt away and the clouds start to roll in over the Alps. Spots of rain at the finish line.
Back at the peloton has slowed it down definitely to minute 20, so they're letting the gap growing over the front of the race and the other riders. It's good kids, very nice to see. The chasing group, they're not yet having an impact, and you see from the speed it's not yet very fast, as Narvaez, as always, very calmly at the back.
Making sure he does the least work as we pass another little nursery school, primary school. All clutching their little folded, plaited, pink fans and handkerchiefs and waving them at the Giro d'Italia. It really is a feature of this race that every little village you pass through, the effort that people have gone to decorate their balconies, blow up balloons, festoon the side of the streets, put up bunting, equip all the kids with little pink gadgets to wave. Yeah, Jonathan and I can afford to be a little bit relaxed at the moment because there's a long way to go to the intermediate sprint. It's not until they get over this next climb, and then there's quite a long way to the intermediate sprint, which is unusually actually, right at the back of today's parcours, almost in the last quarter of racing. It comes at 58.2 kilometers to go. Yeah,
and for the stage, you know, we always said, like, it's not a pure sprinter. Sorry, it's not a pure climber. Narvaez is, you know, tilted a little bit towards the sprinting abilities.
Yeah.
But he has this punch, this incredibly strong punch that I think in a finale like today that might be really suited for riders to go and bam, just do one massive jump and move clear ahead of everybody else. The parcours itself is suiting a lot. And
Jacopo, how does the parcours compare to the Chiavari stage, where, don't forget, he was holding the wheel quite comfortably of Enric Mas on some of those climbs?
Yeah, I think it's easier today because in there were the 4 climbs were just at the very far end of the race and also quite demanding ones, while in here it's much easier. The 3,000-meter altitude have been, how can I say, they're going to be spread all over, very well all over the 200 kilometers of the day. So that's why I think the parcours itself on the paper looks that suits him even better. And at the same time, it looks like he's in even better form than he was a week ago. Seems like to be restless, doesn't show any sign of weakness till now. So it really looks good for another stage victory for Jonathan Narvaez, which is primary concern now is just to rejoin the peloton, the front of the race. It's not in a rush, he's not in a hurry, definitely. But that's what he hoped to do soon.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping, I would imagine, that these gaps are closed a little bit on the climb. The front group is on the climb. The chase group will be on the climb any second now. And the peloton, which has grown in size, gone out in size because it's eased up at the front, is now at 2.5 minutes down on the front of the race and definitively letting the brake go now.
Yeah, still in one line, but nonetheless, I think they're trying to ensuring that the gap is creating without really stopping.
And there are no big teams who've missed out now, have they? I mean, Ciccone and Narvaez, they were central to UAE and Middeltrek's plans today. They're both up the road. So those two big teams will be happy.
I think if we just quickly look at the teams present at the front, except for, of course, Bisma Lisabike, Bahrain Victorious is not present. Red Bull it is, and Net Company Ineos.
Caruso.
Ah, yes, true. So then you go.
So it's really just it's Net Company Ineos and Visma, I think, are the only teams who haven't got riders up the road. Simone Gualdi trying to cool himself down, the little Italian. Jan Hirt dropped off the general classification quite emphatically from Team NSN Cycling. He's 21 minutes and 17 seconds down. He's a little bit worse off by about 5 minutes than Damiano Caruso, who's the best placed rider on GC at the front of the race. Van Dijk trying to cool himself down just off the back of the front group, which have lost a few seconds now on the climb already. The chase group has come back just a bit at 48 seconds with 6.5 kilometers of this Cat 3 climb still to go. Giulio Ciccone ideally could have done with a teammate in that second group, Matteo Sobrero, for example, just to put himself on the front and make sure that these two groups come back together again on this climb, just so that he could pick up another 9 points. It won't be his primary concern today, but it would like to, I'm sure, pick up the 18 remaining points in the King of the Mountains competition if he can.
Yeah, the last KOM is not far off the finish line, so if he's good to getting the KOM in there, I think it's good to win the stage as well. Nonetheless, I think his primary objective today, as we said, is going to be definitely winning the stage. He has plenty of time in there, you know. That's very unfortunate for Tarozzi. Having a mechanical, it's going to be probably, he's going to rejoin the second group on the road. Very unfortunate for the Italian. It happened in the climb. It features like a 6 kilometer from the top, but the first part is very easy. Yeah,
see ahead of that group.
Exactly.
The Bardiani team car just pulling off from the side of the road. They should be sweeping up Tarozzi, which will tilt things just a little bit further in favour of the chase group being able to get to the front, because Tarozzi was working hard at the front. You've got Arietta, the winner, of course, of the famous, I think we can call it famous Potenza stage.
Yeah, it is famous. Only will be in soon enough after this Giro will be settled.
But people will remember the place name Potenza in Basilicata for a long time. And straight away, cycling fans will remember the sight of Arietta crashing, or Italia crashing, Arietta going the wrong way, and then winning the stage. There's a relatively sticky bottle there. We've got Arietta. Needs to be a bit careful with the camera on him. Yardi van der Lee, who's had a very adventurous Giro d'Italia, very offensive Giro d'Italia. Quite a discovery of this year's race, actually, Yardi van der Lee, even if he hasn't had the success that's gone with it. He's worn the King of the Mountains jersey for a day at least yesterday.
It's been racing good.
Yeah.
It's been racing good. He's always present. Maybe he missed a little bit, but compared not to just a random rider. Yesterday was battling with Ciccone, much and far more experienced Ciccone. Starozzi.
He's got right very quickly. He's got back to the front of the race.
Good for him. He doesn't have to chase this very group as they getting closer. He will have ended eventually again part of this group in the case he will be relegated much more behind, but nonetheless he managed himself to be just in contention at the front. But you see there is not really the collaboration there was before. Of course they know that who's coming from behind, and they're gonna be waiting for a good moment and saving a little bit extra energy, especially if the features are teammates at the back.
Almost 3 minutes now to the front of the race, back to the peloton. Michael Valgren at the front with Mattia Bais on his wheel, are pushing on a little bit, just broken free at the front of the race. They've still 4.8 kilometres to go to the top of the second categorised climb of the day, the Londrino climb.
On the other side, we're going to be not far off of their hometown, or at least where he was growing up, of Sonny Colbrelli. We fairly expect a lot of at least a fan club, even if he's retired since more than 3 years now. It's been the fantastic victory in the Paris-Roubaix in the European Championship at the same year.
Yeah, quite a year for Sonny Colbrelli, who we see almost every day at the Giro d'Italia, representing one of the sponsors brands here. Quite a number of ex-Italian stars of the peloton from yesteryear are one way or another working at the Giro. Barely a day goes by when we don't see Vincenzo Nibali, but also the likes of Moser, von Trieste, Chiappucci, Alessandro Ballan is often here. Colbrelli, Nizzolo, of more recent generations. Only 27 seconds now. This group's got itself back together again. Bais is on a terrific day today. Just cooling himself down there. He's got a teammate in this group, but he looks really fresh, Mattia Bais, and strong. Still riders cooling themselves down on these climbs as the sun, not quite the same strength of sun, but it's still beating down on the tarmac and the lower slopes of these mountains. News of a rider stepping off, and we understand it's the Canadian Nick Zukowski of Pinarello Q36.5.
He was on the attack at the early kilometers of today's stage, but definitely Not a good news for the Pinarello Q2 6.5 as they're losing their fourth rider on the road. Moschetti is the first one forced to abandon due to a crash in the very first stage. Then it was the time of Fabio Christen as well. Short backs, we think for illness, as he was very good in the time trial of Massa, but then he was forced to abandon. So Remy Cavagna, he doesn't have any teammate at the back, and he's a little bit of a lesser climber than all the others, so he decided to move clear. Milesi is kind of controlling, but I would let Cavagna go at this point, you know. There's no harm whatsoever at this point of the race. We're still very, very far from the finish. 28 seconds, the chasing group is there, but not yet on the wheel as Cavagna.
He's thought better of it, hasn't he, Remy Cavagna?
Yeah.
He thought about the distance still to go and realised that no one was coming with him and just eased up a bit. Nonetheless, Milesi, Frank van der Broek and Mathieu Baïs have formed a little counter-attack of three riders. There they are, coming around the corner, and Cavagna steps on it a little bit again. Slightly flatter section, almost a descent there in the final 3 kilometres of this climb.
Gualdi, the far back of the chasing group. At least for Pinarello, despite the DNF of Zukowski, that features two riders in the breakaways, Donovan and De La Cruz. As Cavagna has given new impulse to this attack.
I think he just hesitated, and then he realised that 3 strong riders have actually, and now 4. Oh no, the rest of the group have come across as well. So Cavagna's just holding his own. A few bike lengths, a couple of seconds off the front of the breakaway at the front of the race. Group number 1 on the road. Group 2 at 27 seconds. They started the climb with a 46-second deficit. They've taken back 20 seconds. And you can bet that Jonathan Narvaez will just be making the calculation that these two groups will come back together again. Perfectly timed for him.
Sure thing is kind of hiding himself, you know, not be too much exposing himself.
Helps that he's got a teammate in that second group as well, Arietta, who'll be doing a lot of work. Damiano Caruso in the second chasing group is now gained 3 minutes on the road. Takes another minute, then he will be threatening Egan Bernal's 10th place on GC in the virtual standings.
It's getting closer and closer. Soon is going to be the merge of the two groups. As we saw, thanks to the helicopter shot. We saw that the gap was getting down because it's recorded on this man that is moved clear ahead, while the remaining of the breakaway is going to be soon be joined by the third group on the road now.
So as we thought, these groups now using this climb to come together. The front group has ridden hard though to keep the second group at bay, and they still haven't closed the gap. 38 seconds to close, but that's to Cavagna, who's really gone off the front of that front group now. He's opened up a big lead. Significant lead. Interesting move from Remy Cavagna. Leknesson sits on the front of the remains of the first group. And Giulio Ciccone and Damiano Caruso, Aino Rubio, etc. have made the junction. So Remy Cavagna is off the front, but there is a big, almost a mini peloton now behind him, as the groups do come together on the second categorised climb of the day.
It's a large group of 25, if I did the calculation correctly. At the front, while Cavagna is here at the front, but it's going to have to endure a long valley after this. So I think he's hoping that somebody from behind is going to be joining him later on. He's not a pure climber, and he knows that if he has to stand a chance in today's stage, he needs to go from far.
Well, Ciccone will be satisfied, I think, that they've made the catch before the top of the climb. He's got 1 kilometre to go, sitting on Damiano Caruso's wheel, and he'll be picking up 9 points, he hopes. Enric Mas is on his wheel, Jonathan Narvaez has moved up alongside Jan Christen. He's now got Igor Arieta and Jan Christen with him. So UAE Team Emirates with 3 strong riders. Alexander Vlasov has joined Mick van Dijk. Lorenzo Milesi's presence at the front of the race now makes it 4 Movistar riders. No teammates for Leknesund, no teammates for Cavagna, no teammates for Caruso. But plenty of other teams with double representation. And Ciccone's on his own as well, yeah.
I have to say that's, for me, what impressed the most now that it's a little bit, you know, now we know what's going on in the race. You know, we have a group, a large group formed. Despite Cavagna in the front, I think it's Fabio van den Bossche. The way he's climbing, this really impresses me. Like, it's part of the lead-out train of team Paul Magnier. Sorry, he's been very successful on the track as a multiple world champion. So you expect him to be very good on flat rather than in the climb, but he managed himself to rejoin in the front with a late attack in the climb. So very impressive ride by him so far.
Cavagna's got himself 40 seconds if that time gap is accurate, which is a hell of a lead in very quick in time indeed. 400 meters to go to the top of the climb. Cavagna's going to pick up the 9 points for the top of the climb, and Ciccone's maximum reward here on this climb will be just 4 points. He'll be hoping for second place, which would move him from 129 to 133 points. A lot of people have made their way to the top of this climb. Thick crowds. Cavagna still riding away from the chase group. And over the top of the second categorised climb, the Londrino climb, in first place to pick up 9 points. And then the long waits as we look down the road to see what's happening behind. Should be Giulio Ciccone coming over the line in second place.
To be seen if Enel Rubio is willing to contest him. He's positioned himself in second wheel, if I'm not mistaken. There was Enric Mas, but I think now is Enel Rubio. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And it's actually, sorry, I was focusing myself on Enel Rubio. It's Van der Lee, Enel Rubio and Ciccone.
Tarozzi's going with Giulio Ciccone. Rubio still sprinting, but it's a little bit half-hearted, and Ciccone's just too good for this group. Jordi van der Lee launching a long one. Launching a long one. Just, it was close between Rubio and van der Lee for, well, third and fourth on that climb. Second place goes to Giulio Ciccone, though, who moves to 133 points.
Not many points scored for Ciccone, but also not many points available in just a third category climb. 48 seconds now, the gap in between the chasing group, or what is actually the real breakaway today. And this man here is set to launch an attack very far from the finish. I think he's just hoping that he can manage his effort on the climb, but and hoping that somebody from behind is gonna come over. But it's a long way from now. He's gonna have about 50 kilometers for the intermediate sprint. Until then, it's just a long drag, you know, false flat, uphill and up and down. It's a very
55k to the sprint.
Yeah, it's a very high, very expensive move what Remy Cavagna is doing here.
Nevertheless, someone's going to have to control this this Frenchman and start riding on the front. And I suppose principally at this point in the race, it might be the responsibility of UAE Team Emirates. Jonathan Narvaez is at this point in the race here for a reason, and his initial reason is to win the intermediate sprint. Doesn't want second place.
Yeah,
wants all the points.
So I think it's Garofoli has moved himself a little bit ahead of everybody else.
Perfect road surface. Dry as well for Remy Cavagna. Keeping the speed high, picking his own lines here. Building his advantage to 49 seconds. confirmation then that Aina Rubio got over the line just ahead of Yardi van der Lee. Been over 2 quite big Category 3 climbs, and the average speed at the moment is still over 45 kilometers an hour.
It's just impressive how hard and how fast the peloton and this, in general the cycling is nowadays. It's just faster and faster. It is a recap with the points that have been given today. Not much shake-up, as you would imagine.
78 points is Giulia Cicconi's disadvantage now.
Yeah, and just 9 points remaining for the first position in the next KOM of Andalo. So basically the rider in the finale, they're gonna come at the finish line more or less before approaching a little loop, descending and then reclimbing up to the very end.
Well, this is the moment that Cavagna, I think, just rode free. Lorenzo Milesi was just at the team car, called the team car forward and was just taking a bottle. Michael Valgren let the wheels go temporarily, and Cavagna just pushed on a bit and opened up a gap, which is now fully exploiting. Building it up to almost a minute of Remy Cavagna. And going over the second climb of the day, the Lodrino climb in first place.
Here's the sprint for the second. Van der Lee seemed like he didn't want to.
Yeah, really strange.
But then I think like he was expecting just to be contested by him, Ciccone and Rubio, so he was sure to get some point. But then Tarozzi decided to give it a go, and he had to sprint to ensure this, even just one single point. He doesn't want to leave it on the road for free, at least.
Giulia Ciccone, though, proving once again from a small group of breakaway riders, climbers, he's very hard to beat, and he's opened up such a big lead now over effectively the second-placed rider, third-placed rider, Aina Rubio. If we take Felix Gall out of the equation, I think Rubio acknowledges that he's not going to be able to beat Ciccone.
Yeah, he's just still very far from Vingegaard. That's the only point, and the parcours itself is not going to be very much in favor of you know, the breakaway riders in the coming days. It's just Ciccone, I think, like you just have to be there in the 19th stage because there are a lot of points available even before the finale, and then trying to get in the move as well in the last stage.
The Passo Giao is worth 50 points.
Yeah,
Cima Coppi.
Very lot of points, a lot of points available.
You could pretty much say at this stage, if he doesn't take those 50 points on the Cima Coppi, he won't be able to do this.
Yeah, also because if he doesn't,
if he does, then it's game on, I think.
Yeah. And at the same time, I might give an interpretation what UAE gonna do in the next kilometers. I think Narvaez knows that, yeah, it's on a hunt for points, but at the same time, the points at the finish line are way more than 12. So at this, as the moment stands, he can nonetheless have some points. Second position is up for grab later on. Just Fabio van den Bosch, I think, is going to be involved in you know, making life hard for Narvaez, but Narvaez has a chance to win the stage. So I think if he has to use the team to control the race, it's going to be just later on, because he wants to, you know, create the opportunity for himself to win the stage.
So he'd sacrifice those 4 points.
That's just 4 points.
Just that difference of 4 points.
Yeah,
it's not worth it to put the whole team.
For having Arieta and Jan Christian later on in the stage, because from that point it's going to be still at 60 kilometers from the finish. So still a very long way for him and for the team if they want to control, and rest assured that nobody will be there to give anything easy for Narvaez, because they know how strong he is, how much in shape he is. So I think, even the police involved in the feats here, something like you not often see and the wildlife of Brescia.
Yeah, the local giraffes that roam these hillsides.
Yeah, they can be taught of standing still, as you saw.
Yeah, this is a 3-star stage. It's a category C stage, so it's right in the middle of the difficulty level of the Giro d'Italia. And as a result, the organisers have given it 25 points to the winner today, 18 for second place, 12 for third place. And obviously, if Jonathan Narvaez takes even second place at the intermediate sprint at Roncone, he moves into the lead of the Maglia Ciclamino classification, even with that.
Yeah, but then again, Manier has to win the last stage.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't win the last stage, then we are just doing a lot of calculation, assuming he's going to win it. But he needs to win. And the difference between the first and second position is already 15 points different, because the first one is at 50, second one is at 35. So it's not obvious that even if the gap between Narvaez and Manier is just 2 points, that at the end will go in the favor of Paul Manier.
He might have to win and win the intermediate sprint on the stage as well.
Yeah.
Could be a very interesting situation on Sunday in Rome, in the Maglia Ciclamino. But Remy Cavagna is building up a big lead now, 1 minute and 26 seconds. 106.2 kilometres to go, this long descent continuing. That is not the peloton you're looking at, that's the breakaway.
It's so large in number, 28, that it'll almost look like a little peloton. Led by Movistar. I think it's fair to expect also Milesi go from far. It's been very strong in this Giro d'Italia so far, and also not really awarded for what he was doing. And I think today might look like a very good stage for him. Today and tomorrow for Milesi are good, very good stages to go and try to get a success.
Well, before you came and joined me in the commentary box today, before we started talking, Jacopo, I was talking to our Italian colleagues about who they'd all picked in their predictions chart. And I think that there were 4 or 5 names that came out in people's reckonings. Of course, Giulio Ciccone was mentioned, Jonathan Narvaez. People also mentioned Lorenzo Milesi and Enric Mas and Andreas Leknesund. And those 5 riders, I think, are the outstanding prospects from the peloton, the riders who have the freedom to go up the road and get in a breakaway, and they're all there. I can't think of a rider who's missed out, actually.
No.
All the proper candidates for the stage win, they're up the road and they're in with a chance. Plus, we've got the unexpected presence of Damiano Caruso there as well.
Yeah, I think it's...
So we're in for a big, good battle.
Yeah, of course. A parkour like this, I mean, they picked those names because they know that those are the guys in shape, and the parkour itself was like meant to be suited for those type of riders, and that's why they get the best chance. Even when it looked like the breakaway was formed, you know, they managed to rejoin the front, and they're all there, and we are in for a big battle. Also, I don't think it's going to be just about the legs, the finale, because the climbs are not too steep and not too hard. So it is really going to be a lot about being strong and choosing the right momento to go. There was the back of the peloton, actually.
A little split there. That's Ryan Mullen at the back.
And this is the chasing group. 139 is gaining a very good gap at the moment.
Cavagna.
Yeah, the Frenchman, the TGV for Groupama FDG United.
Why do I have a feeling he's not won a race in quite a long time? Just looking back to see his last victory. You have to go back 3 years, and it was a relatively low-level race as well, a 2.1 race, the Okolo Slovenska. Last big race I think he won was also in 2023, where he took the French individual time trial championship. He's not a prolific winner, is he? And most of his victories have been in time trials. His biggest win, though, in his career was at a Grand Tour level when he took stage 19 of the Vuelta in 2019, 7 years ago. Giulio Ciccone in conversation with Damiano Caruso. 2 Italian stars in this breakaway group. Ciccone wearing the red Dossard number, as we predicted he would after that attacking ride to Cari yesterday, where he got a little bit overly exerted as well and a bit emotional when he was handed the wrong bottle by his soigneur on the side of the road. So aggressive in more ways than one, Giulio Ciccone yesterday. But hats off to him, even if he's been a bit frustrated at this Giro d'Italia. My word, he's been trying. barely a day goes by where you don't see Giulio Ciccone at least attempt something.
Yeah, it's a good day for them to try something, because it wasn't the most lucky Giro d'Italia so far for the little track, and still some opportunities to come. Last one for Jonathan Milan, and the next 4 days basically for Giulio Ciccone. That's his duty. Is the strongest of them all if you take away the Derek G in the climb, so there's plenty of chances, but I think they came in here with totally different expectation, you know. It's been yeah, very disappointed, especially Jonathan Milan, very unfortunate at the same time. Let's hope. That's the conversation still going on from the two. It's not bad. It's always at the back.
Sneaking around.
Yeah.
Keeping as low a profile as he possibly can with that Ecuadorian national champion's bands across his waist. And also picking a big rider to sit on the wheel of as Mick van Dijk, as a little split just opens up. And once again, it's Florian Stork who was playing a few games and seeming like he wasn't going to shut that gap down. It's hard to get the organisation going in a group like this, isn't it? And Cavagna knows that, so he's using it to his advantage.
Yeah, 2 minutes is quite good, can allow him, even if the action sparks very soon at the back, that he can, you know, allow him to benefit from this gap and managing his effort on the climb. As we said, it's going to be a very long way for him now, because the even the intermediate sprint is placed on top of a little hill, but the real hostility is going to begin in about 70 kilometers. Just the last 30 kilometers are really the hard ones. So he's in for a long day alone on the bike. But you see, there's not really collaboration. Everybody's looking around, see who's going to do the jobs. There's also not the right mix, because some riders can feature some teammates, while others are completely left alone. So that's why I think it's a little bit of looking around one each other.
Yeah, a lot of looking around. Alessandro Tonelli dropping back to the team car. Damiano Caruso, a little bit reluctant to work on the front, hoping that Movistar, UAE Team Emirates, teams like that with multiple representation combine a little bit. But Remy Cavagna is taking full advantage of the, you wouldn't call it squabbling, but just a slightly confused picture. I think that's probably the best way of describing it. As that big 28-rider group just fails to get itself organised to any great effect. And he is, it's nearly got a 2-minute lead now.
And at the same time, I think he's not using that much energy. It doesn't look like he's in full effort for him. So there's also an extra indication that the speed in the chasing group is not as high as we would expect. This should be Castro, if I'm not mistaken. No, not so. So they're more down the road.
Dating back to the 12th century. Used as a prison for Brescian nobility. And a little chapel, as they often are, built on that rocky hill overlooking the valley.
This man, if ever, always at the front. Team Rex with Timo Kilic, two riders dedicated on controlling. Let's pull the very first part of this stage. It's a long one. We're already halfway, past the halfway. It's at 201 kilometer, already at 99 from the finish. It's been having a very good and solid Giro d'Italia. Team Rex, I'm impressed. It's a very young rider from, as you correctly said, is from Belgium, but it does come from a very particular region of Belgium. And it's very young. It's the younger brother of Lawrence Rex, already a successful rider, been already pro since many years. Is at his very first year in the World Tour level, but nonetheless, it's riding very good, I would say.
Look at the Giro d'Italia's entire length there of 3,463 kilometres. We are at least 3/4 of the way through this Giro.
But still missing a lot of mountains, sadly for all the riders, as often it is in a Grand Tour. In 2 days, they're going to be a mighty stage of more than 5,000 meter altitude. A very, very demanding one. And it seems like nobody's sparing energy at this point. Not like I'm going to save for that stage. It's just like they're going to leave everything on the ground every day since basically since we arrived in Italy. It seemed like it's been relentless, the race. There was never a real day where
that was supposed to be the Milan stage, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was not at all.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Can you think of a day where it's been completely chilled? And
no, really just the 3 stages in Bulgaria.
That was super controlled.
But the rest, it was very, very demanding.
Yeah. Yeah, that stage, that frightening stage 19 that you're talking about with the Passo Giao as the high point, the Cima Coppi with its 5 categorized climbs and its 5,000 plus meters of climbing. What makes that so savage is that the total race distance is just 151, and the opening 40 kilometers are predominantly most kind of flat, really. So most of those meters of ascension come in around about 90 kilometers.
One of those moments where you're going to be very happy to just watching this on the TV. But yeah, I got a stage where it was a little bit easier the way it was managed, and a blockout stage. Yeah. It was just a normal breakaway and a long time controlling. Eventually the final climb. It was not an easy day because still they had to do. I think if you ask Vingegaard or Felix Gall or Jai Hindley, if it was an easy day, they would disagree with that.
It was very, very long. It was 245 kilometers, and it was freezing cold as well. Wasn't it? So, yeah, for an easy day, that was a particularly hard, easy day.
Let's say the easiest so far since we joined Italy in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, wouldn't this be a result if Remy Cavagna could pull something off from over 100 kilometers distance? It's to call it a long shot would be an understatement, but he's doing as well as he possibly could right now. As you say, probably holding something back and enjoying now a 2-minute 6-second advantage over the chase group. Long flat road still ahead of him. And about 28 kilometers to go until the intermediate sprint. Already with that two-minute advantage, it's even if they wanted to, I don't think UAE Team Emirates would be able necessarily to bring back Remy Cavagna before the sprint. And they certainly won't try and do it now, because they would, to catch this man before the intermediate sprint, they'd have to almost blow themselves up to do it. So Cavagna will be off the front through the intermediate sprint almost certainly.
I mean, I think it's a brave move what he's doing. It's far, it doesn't look like an easy job what he's doing, but at the same time I think it's the only chance he has today. The finale is not incredibly hard, but there are very capable climbers in there. So if you want to stand a chance, possibly that's the only possible way. I don't think from, just body language. So I don't know how much he's pushing, I don't know the speed. Just by body language, I think like its implication, its effort he's doing is still quite controlled. We will see later. But definitely he's trying to put himself into a position that he can stand or he can have a chance to do something.
Yeah, it's a terrific performance from Remy Cavagna. And as you say, rather than just waiting around in that group to be inevitably dropped by some of the purer climbers, he's doing the only thing he can do, really, which is a roll of the dice. However, he did choose to roll that dice very, very early.
Yeah.
It certainly wasn't planned. It felt like a slightly improvised move. He just looked round. Michael Valgren sort of let the wheel go a little bit. Milesi was just in conversation with the team car. Cavagna found himself a few bike lengths off the front and then just decided to persist. And now he is fully committed. And now, equally, he can't expect any riders to come across and join him and help him either, because nobody's going to be able to get across a 2-minute gap.
No, nobody will try even to shut this down all alone. So yeah, it's in a moment where he just have to continue what he's doing and hoping that at the back they keep letting this gap going on, as it looks like it's been stabilized now for 2 minutes. But at the same time, I don't know if he's also slow it down at the front, you know. Imagine, like, tactic-wise, if Cavagna knows, okay, I got 2 minutes. If I speed up, if I go too hard, then, you know, there might be a stronger reaction from the chasing group. So if I keep them at 2 minutes, you know, without spending too much energy, I can also approach the finale with a little bit extra juice in the legs. But we're just assuming, of course. The reality that everybody's really tired because what we just said, it's been very, very demanding 2 weeks of the Giro d'Italia, and they've been racing without holding anything back, and I think everybody's a little bit at the very end of the energy. The tank is getting emptier, and everybody's suffering from this way of racing. Seems like every time we look at the back of the chasing group, is Narvaez never really collaborating much.
Yeah, in a race of his own, Jonathan Narvaez getting a little bit closer now with every pedal stroke to the intermediate sprint.
He has this very, it's a negative word usually, but he's selfish, you know. Yeah. He's not like doing anything for free to this group. He knows that they're gonna continue anyway. There is we're passing in front of here is the factory of the family Frapporti. I don't know if you remember, was a professional for Bardiani.
Yeah, I do remember him.
And Androni, and they are 2 brothers and 1 sister. They all 3 being professionals. They're not living far from here.
Time gap's got out to 5 minutes and 34 seconds. But the chase group is at 2 minutes, so Damiano Caruso is being held at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. In terms of the gains that he's making, which at the moment keeps him outside the top 10. If that time gap goes out still further, then you might see other teams just coming to share some of the work. At the moment, everyone is fairly happy.
Yeah, the gap is stabilized at 2 minutes. That's at the back here, 5:33. It's going to be more or less the gap, maximum gap they're going to be given for them.
Gosh, a 20th victory in the history of this team, which has gone through so many different sponsor names down the years, some of which are completely unfamiliar to me.
Yeah, me as well. Like from Rabobank after, it's I go completely.
Absolutely. Novell, Word Perfect, Buckler, Super Convex, and Quantum. I wonder how many of those companies still exist. Blanco, Belkin, Lotto NL, and Jumbo. And now, of course, Visma Leasebank.
Definitely, Rabobank was there for many years, shaping cycling also for a long moment. The Dutch squad is now back as a sponsor. As the Visma Leasebank. I don't know if they features on the jersey as well. They're pretty big on the bus.
Yeah, it's on the bus, definitely, isn't it? And we are now increasingly entering territory which remind us of the hostilities in the First World War of the early 20th century, where these mountains were the front line between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Italy.
Stunning, eh? To be built something like this high in the mountain.
It's one of those savage front lines in all of the Great War. Was the front line in the Alps and the Dolomites that separate Austria from Italy.
Still 2 minutes.
Not a particularly strong wind today, as you can see, but it is a tailwind once more. The last few days we've had a tailwind, actually, keeping the speeds high. Had a tailwind that day in Milan, which broke the all-time Giro average speed record. We've had 2 speed records being blown away in this year's Giro d'Italia. Of course, Filippo Ganna's individual time trial was the fastest time trial in Grand Tour history of over 40 kilometers.
And no doubt about that, Ganna demolished the opponents in that day. The first rider of the humans, I would say, was Thymen Arensman, but it was a mighty minute 52.
Well, this is where Giro Ege got underway earlier on today in Trento, or Tione di Trento. Musical accompaniment. Plenty of activities down at the start as well, and a chance to mingle with some of those stars that I was reeling off a little bit earlier, many of whom captain the various teams taking part. Some of them representing the sponsors, former world champions. lining up on the front. So Remy Cavagna could probably do with a bit of e-bike electrical assistance right now if he's going to pull this one off. 91.2 kilometers to go, 2 minutes he's got. But he's still got a couple of climbs to go. The Category 3 Andalo Lever climb is the last official categorized climb, but after they go through the intermediate sprint, it's sort of uphill, and the intermediate sprint itself is set up a hill.
Simone Consonni, I don't know if it was a mechanical or was a brief moment. Not friends, indeed, because I haven't seen this car. It's not leaving here, it's not from me, it's from Bergamo instead, the Italian rider. Oh, there was the kid. Oh, not his kid, though. He doesn't have kids, so some friends.
What's he got there? Ice pop or something?
Yeah. Definitely a fan of Simone Consonni and Jeko Alula team. They had a couple of caps from the team. It's good to be seen also. It doesn't like the race, you know, now that you've been looking at the Giro d'Italia for 2 weeks and more, you never see like the race really settle down, going slow, but it was so common, you know, in the past, just stopping to see a friend or family, and now the speed is just too fast. Now they give you a nice... yeah,
he's got an ice lolly there,
yeah.
hasn't he? Needs to eat it fairly soon.
Popsicle, how do you say popsicle? No,
we call them
ice.
Yeah, those little. Well, we call them. What do we call them? Ice lollies.
Popsicle. Yeah, I think it's in America. No.
Yeah, I think it's more of an American word.
He should better eating right now though, because it's going to be melting very soon.
Yeah.
With this body temperature.
I agree with you. Don't see enough of this in modern cycling, do we?
There's no time. How can you stop with the constantly every day? The average when it's flat is 51, and when it's climbing like today it's 45. I mean, you should be very brave if you want to stop in a condition like this. As the riders are now in on the lake of Idro, much smaller lake nested in between Lake Garda and Lake Iseo. Very good one if you fancy a visit here. The Dutch is very good because it's always crowded with people from Netherlands in summer.
You were noticing how many campsites there are in this part of the world as
and
well.
And also here, I can tell.
Yeah, and the Dutch love a campsite.
And after this, at the very end of the lake, at the top end of the lake, they're going to be entering the Trentino. As well, those lays the border. The Clan to Maniva, which was featuring many times in the Giro d'Italia, is not far off the border. So instead of going straight, you will turn left. That's the mighty Maniva climb, which is some kind of a features in the Giro U23 or the Giro Women in recent years. As Ciccone, a little bit in conversation there with Sangalli, the Italian director.
Trying to discuss how this is all going to play out, I guess, because at the moment it feels like this second group are just banking or gambling. It's not really a gamble, but working on the assumption that at some point Remy Cavagna is going to tire and come back.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't, someone's got to ride him down.
At the same time, it's not up on the shoulder of Ciccone. He doesn't have a teammate. What can he do? He just can stay there doing as Narvaez is doing. He just stay at the back and hope for the best. Because, I mean, 28 riders, yes, the collaboration is not it's not there, it's not quite even, but nonetheless, nobody's letting this stage go away completely without trying. So as they assuming, and I think also Ciccone will be doing the same, that eventually somebody will start riding.
So this is a proper Tron à grande vitesse ride here from the TGV himself, Remy Cavagna. And he's been off the front for, where did he go? Around about 116, 117 kilometers to go. So 25, 30 kilometers already off the front for Cavagna. Some of which were on the descent where he started to build up his big advantage. But flat roads for now, and then it'll start to creep uphill. He's got just under 30 kilometres to go to the intermediate sprint at Roncone, and that's on a hill. In the meantime, Damiano Caruso now takes 4 minutes on the virtual general classification. And he does move to within 10 minutes of on GC, and he is now threatening the top 10. Just one to keep an eye on. It may not change too much, but I guess if we do get a shot of the peloton and we see a different team, other than Visma bike riding on the front, that'll be the reason.
Yeah, it might be to their pro cycling, or as well Pinarello Q36. We don't know, because they've Chris Harper up there.
I mean, at the moment it's still those yellow jerseys, but only now, really, with that time gap going out, does Damiano Caruso become a bit of a threat to the minor placings on GC?
Depending if they have the legs to do so.
Tudor might be a team that might ride, I guess.
Yeah, with Mathis Rondel is in there, so we will see.
It would be more important for a team like Tudor, wouldn't it, a top 10 placing on the GC than perhaps Egan Bernal defending his top 10?
Yeah, I know Net Company is very unlikely they're gonna spend energy for that. At the same time, it's not the last stage in the mountain, so he might as well lose more ground in the coming days, Damiano Caruso. Jan Eert here is the back, Jan Christen, sharing almost the same name, just written in a different way. Mark Donovan, Tonel in there, Bais.
Winning in Africa.
Very solid rider.
Africa's not far from here.
Yeah, we actually climbed it yesterday, if you do remember, Ned.
I do. Quite late at night.
On the climb, on a car, sorry.
Yep. Swinging around. I think that was the point where you said, do you get car sick?
Halfway uphill, I ask.
Yeah, we had a long transfer out of Switzerland through the mountains.
Roccadam for you.
Amazing fortification. The powerhouse, the Venetian state, built that in the 1400s. And Napoleon used it for his own purposes after 1800.
There's an amazing view of the Lago d'Idro. It's a little bit up and down.
Any Cavagna?
It looks like to me, don't want to say comfort mode, but still very smooth. I think it's not using too much power at the moment.
He's doing what he enjoys doing.
Yeah, probably, yes.
He's not in a group. He hasn't got to worry about any of the politics. He's a time trialist, isn't he? The man from Clermont-Ferrand. I was interested just to double-check his age, actually, Cavagna, and he's still only 30 years of age. He's been around a long time.
Really?
Yeah. I think he enjoyed success very young, didn't he? And that Vuelta victory came when he was just 22, 23. Switched, of course, from Quick-Step to Groupama a couple of years ago. There is Enric Mas, the man who's already finished second to Jonathan Narvaez after he dropped away from the general classification. Chatting to Giulio Ciccone. Learned something about Enric Mas, I think, on that stage, is that he's got a decent sprint on him. Jonathan Narvaez was forced to work very hard to beat him in the sprint.
Yeah, because he put him at the edge during the last climb in Chiavari. One of the best stages of this Giro d'Italia. Very, very good one. 2:15. It's grown a little bit as the peloton, in fact, is gaining, because I think the implication of all the riders at the front is not as hard as it was before. Still a very long way, 84 kilometers.
Yeah, almost feels as if all three groups in the race at the moment are just slowing up just a little bit, knocking it off. It's still, as you say, it's a long way to go still. Still got 2 hours of racing ahead.
Yeah, and then all the hostility is going to be opening up at the very end of the stage.
Yeah.
The last 30 kilometers, more or less. 40. If we can just assuming they're going to start from there. The real first kickers are about this distance from the finish line.
Cavagna's lead is as big as it's been all day now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Remy Cavagna over the chase group of 28 riders. Totally different structure, of course. Group 2, where there's a little bit of confusion and disharmony about whose responsibility it is to ride, whereas total structure and discipline for Visma Lease bike controlling things. Is that Max Walscheid?
He's having the ice cream that...
oh, that Simone Consoni was sharing.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Walscheid or
Jonathan Milan.
Yeah, or Milan or Consoni himself. That's a famous... in Italian we call it Calippo.
Yeah, we've got those two. You've got many things to celebrate in your culinary traditions in Italy, Jacopo, that are unique to Italy, but I don't think Calippo can be claimed as like uniquely Italian.
No, but it's very bonded with the youth of many of my age, of course. It's
the taste of summer, isn't it?
Yeah,
summer holidays.
It's so like when you were little kids and there was not yet the euro. Yeah, I'm this old, and you were going there and you with 200 lire, you were able to get this. But there was an Italian brand, which I don't remember which one it was doing exactly the same version of Calippo, and at the very bottom, I said definitely there was one candy, one like Haribo style candy at the very bottom. So you were just having the Calippo, enjoying the Calippo, knowing there was a candy at the bottom. That was a good time when you were 40 years old.
What was your favorite flavor of ice lollipop?
Yeah, of course, like cola.
Cola flavor?
Yeah.
Of course. We had a very special one when I was a kid. I don't think you see them as often anymore, but we used to have cider flavored.
Why is such a grown-up taste flavor?
I know, but I think they don't exist any longer. But we used to, when we were sort of 7 or 8 summer holidays, we always used to take cider ice lollies. And then we used to pretend that we were drunk. Copying our parents.
That's a very English thing you just said.
Yeah, well, so Simone Consoni doing the peloton a favour there, picking up ice lollies at the side of the road and distributing them around his teammates.
So they're going to be leaving the Lago d'Idro. This is the roundabout I was referring to. They're going to go straight, but at the left is the beginning of the mighty climb, first to Bagolino and then to Maniva. We featured in the Giro d'Italia last time, I think, in 22.
It's definitely lunchtime. Time to stock up, feed up, prepare for the final of the race. As we passed the halfway point some way ago. But this is the lull in the middle of the race, isn't it? The time gap now for the peloton to the front of the race goes up over 6 minutes. But equally, Group 2 is allowing Remy Cavagna more and more time. 2 minutes and 32 seconds now for the Frenchman. Haven't seen much of Remy Cavagna, really. And to be perfectly honest, we haven't seen too much of Groupama FDJ United. We've had isolated strong performances. I think Johan Jacobs has been impressive, even if he hasn't managed to come away with a result. We've seen a flash of real promise, I think, from the young Kiwi Josh Kench on the Verbania stage. Other than that, I think Remy Cavagna is making the mark for Groupama FDJ United in the best possible sense today. And, doing the only thing he can, really, Remy Cavagna, and that's time trialling away and off in a unlikely, but if it happens, glorious pursuit of victory. Giving himself a chance now, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And at some point, the closer they get to the finish line, someone is going to have to take the responsibility of bringing him back.
Yeah, exactly. Also because it's true that the last, as we said, last 40 kilometers are the hardest, but they never features very steep climbs. You know, and Cavagna is a centralist, as a powerful rider, heavier, but in those climbs he can sustain a good effort, can keep a good speed. So they had to react eventually. It's some will sacrifice themselves because there are definitely many teammates for the leaders at the back.
Well, I mean, Movistar have a get-out-of-jail card, don't they, in Lorenzo Milesi? So if it's necessary for someone to do something dramatic to bring him back, then they have the power to do that with Milesi.
There's so much hope that Milesi will be given a green light today, just to go for himself.
Well, maybe he will, maybe he can, but he's also can be used in that way.
Yeah. And doing Milesing to the last part of the race, as we now come up with the term defining what Milesi is doing to the climbs and to the peloton.
Yeah.
Just shredding the peloton in pieces.
Yeah, he's come to the Giro in terrific form as Lorenzo Milesi. But that's the problem, really, for this chase group, that Movistar do have so much potential. They've got they've got 4 riders who could win it. And in Lorenzo Milesi, they've got a domestique who could also be a leader, but a domestique who could bring back Remy Cavagna. So everybody in that group will be looking at Movistar. They'll be the first team expected to control Remy Cavagna at some point in the next hour and a half or so. Four minutes for Caruso in the virtual GC. Cavagna's now at 78.8 kilometres to go. Now, who is doing the work on the front? It's being shared. Florian Stork's playing his part. Oh, no, this is a group off the back, so...
Yeah, they've been a little bit disharmony. But obviously, in the first part. I mean, it's never been any further than the third last positions. 2
Movistar riders.
Yeah, Milesi and Rubio. Eventually they're going to be rejoining there, but it's an indication that how much collaboration there are. Not really.
$20K to go to the intermediate sprint. Cavagna is going to pick up the 12 points. No doubt about that. Narvaez has been noodling around in these groups, never putting his nose in the wind, but reading the race really well, and he's comfortably in that front group. One of his teammates, Jan Christen, is in that second group.
Now they enter the province of Trento, as you see on the graphics. They won't be leaving this one till the finish line.
Leaving Lombardia behind and into Trentino Alto Adige. Milesi and Jan Hertz together.
This is eventually, yeah, they're going to be rejoining the front, but it's the indication that there is not really collaboration. There's a little bit of, how can I say, fight and discussion going on, arguments in between the riders, because who's going to do the work, who's willing to, take the responsibility to control these moments. Doesn't look like anybody is doing it.
This is precisely the race situation which the French climber stroke philosopher Guillaume Martin Guionnet described in his latest book, La Société du Peloton, when he talks about how a breakaway group like this is exactly where we're at globally in terms of fighting climate change. If you think of all these riders as individual countries, not wanting to hurt themselves by going to net zero and turning their back on carbon fuels and lowering their carbon emissions, and in the end gambling that someone else will do it for them, someone bigger and stronger, and in the end there's so much squabbling that everybody loses. That's the potential. I think it's quite an interesting metaphor.
Yeah, but it's, we talk so much and so often about the alliances that are being created in between riders, and we always refer when it's gonna end. All the riders knows that eventually they have to break the collaboration, and the situation like today, when the chasing group especially, they know they're gonna go for the victory, so they know they don't have to collaborate so evenly now, because if the peloton would be right at their back at a couple of minutes, they would be working much more with more cohesion.
Yeah.
But now they know, okay, we're gonna go for the victory. Why would I spend energy more than you do? So that's why they're looking a bit like one each other, and nobody's really there to commit 100% at this point, because they know they're gonna go for the victory. And this, as counterintuitive as it seems, is what makes this moment so open to different, you know, interpretation.
Fascinating, isn't it? Big breakaway group of 28 riders. They've got themselves back together again for now, but there's not much change in that time gap, which is around about 2 minutes 30 to Remy Cavagna, as Visma Lease continue to just ease off a little bit, and that gap between Group 1 and 3 continues to stick over and grow. Sometimes on days like these, when the break is allowed to go, you think, you use the phrase that we might have 2 races for the price of 1, but I don't think we will see too much GC action. Or maybe we will. I mean, the slopes of the final couple of climbs, they're there, I suppose, for questions to be asked, but it feels unlikely that there'll be too much GC action behind.
Yeah, the parkour itself is not really
hard enough.
No, doesn't look like something that you know, you can caught by anybody by surprise and making a huge impact. Is definitely not hard enough. Damiano Caruso there.
What sometimes happens though in those situations is, even if the top players on GC don't attack one another, you sometimes get a move from a rider who's maybe just outside the top 10 or the lower positions in the top 10, who
very hard to
senses just a low pace and takes an opportunity.
It's just the top 5. We can say it's very hard to expect they're gonna do something.
Another river after the Addo. It's the turn of Ichiesi, and you can see how the sun has really gone in now. Deeper into the mountains they get. The more the afternoon goes on, the more cloud cover has come over. The wind is getting up a little bit too. Rain has stopped. The sporadic light rain at the finish line has now stopped for a while, actually. And the clouds maybe have lifted just a little bit at the finish line in Andalou. You just watch the riders rotating at the front of that chase group, doing very short turns. Looks like there's 5 or 6 riders sharing the work at the moment. And further back here, it's just Tim Rex setting the pace on the front.
Yeah, as they restarted to lose ground, the peloton, 650, while the chasing group is stabilized on 230 over the breakaway. Yeah, the situation has been crystallized, and of course it's for at least for the peloton, not for the riders up front. It might be a good day of resting the legs a little bit as they approach very fast the first climb to pass the Tre Termini, later on being slowing down as these two riders from Belgium, Timo Kilic and Tim Rex, the dedicated riders to controlling the situation. Caruso, interestingly, is placed our rain jacket inside his ski suit. So I don't know if he's been informed that ahead of them there might be some rain. Here at the finish line, in the meantime, seems like the sun is about to come up again, but definitely the temperature has it's been much chillier. Some jackets have been brought out from many people, and luckily for the rider as well, they can have much milder temperatures. It was very warm indeed in the start with 34 degrees in Cassano d'Adda. They're now at 26, 27 degrees. Much better and enjoyable temperatures. It's going to be very warm again tomorrow, but for today at least, sun and heat are going to spare the peloton and the race itself. So Remy Cavagna continues his effort. It always look like he's holding back a little bit, it's not pushing hard on the pedal, not definitely not 100%. There you see some clouds looming at the very back of those mountains. 230 still the gap to this chasing group. The harmony hasn't been really, or never really established in among the 28 riders on the chase. For the first time, the gap in between the peloton and the front of the race is 7 minutes. So as big as I think it's the second biggest gap we've seen in the Giro d'Italia after the stage with 10-minute gap where Leknesund was part of the stage to Verbania with Bettiol. Never been this big in between the front of the race and the peloton. 2:22 is hanging in there, the gap, but with Cavagna it's very hard to say if he's pushing out or not. But here you see they're basically matching the speed of the Frenchman, and they're riding at the same speed. So, and you see definitely there is not much implication or effort put in place by the riders.
No, it looks fairly comfortable, doesn't it, at the moment? Bit of a reminder then of just who is in this big group from start to finish. If you're just tuning in, you might be intrigued to see who's represented in this group. So in no particular order, Tobias Bayer from Premier Tech, Alpecin Premier Tech, Damiano Caruso, who's the best placed on the GC, he's in this group. Manuele Tarozzi, almost inevitably, the young rider from Bardiani CSF, he's in it. Two riders from EF, Michael Valgren and Jori van der Lee, probably the two most effective riders so far at the Giro. Giulio Ciccone has got himself in there. He's the only Little Trek rider, and we didn't see quite how he managed to get in the move. He was one of the last riders to react and to move on the first categorised climb of the day. Simone Gualdi, he's also on his own, the man from Lotto Intermarché. Then we've got four of the best riders from the Movistar team. Enric Mas, Juanpe Lopez, Lorenzo Milesi and Einer Rubio. Jan Hirt is the only rider, the Czech rider from the team NSN. David de la Cruz and Mark Donovan from Pinarello Q36.5. Mick van Dijk and Alexander Vlasov of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Two from Soudal Quickstep as well, Gianmarco Garofoli and Fabio van den Bossche, who's climbing very well. Two from Picnic Postanel, Gijs Leemreize and Frank van den Broek. Then Mattia Bais, who looks on excellent form, and what we've seen so far today, he's joined by his teammate Alessandro Tonelli, who was in the first break of the day. Florian Stork, the only rider from Tudor Pro Cycling. Three from UAE Team Emirates, Igor Arrieta, the winner of the Potenza stage, Jan Christen, and almost inevitably Jonathan Narvaez. And just two riders left to mention, Nicholas Larsen, the Dane from Unibet Rosa Rockets, and Andreas Leknesund, again, almost inevitably the Norwegian national champion. And the time gap between that group that I've just read out, all those 28 names, and the lone attacker at the front of the race, Remy Cavagna, has come down quite markedly while I've been reading those names now, down to 1 minute and 50 seconds. Damiano Caruso, as I mentioned, the best placed in the general classification, is now 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and the water is falling from the sky on Remy Cavagna. It is raining hard where Remy Cavagna is down on the roads, approaching the intermediate sprint at Roncone in about 13 kilometres time. Wet rain on this race. First wet day of racing for a long time. Riders will be perhaps reaching for their wet bags in the peloton before too long when they hit the rainstorm as well, and the chase group as well. Pelting with rain on Remy Cavagna. That might explain some of the time losses, as if he is already on wet roads and the chase group are still on dry roads, then obviously that's going to affect the speed of Remy Cavagna. Certainly the peloton are still on dry roads. Five minutes and 30 seconds then is the time gap between Caruso and the peloton. Which puts him at around about 8 minutes on GC, and if the race were to stop now, he'd be in 9th place on GC. So he's moved up to a provisional 9th from his 13th on GC, where he started the day. Well, it might be a relief after the hot temperatures of the previous few days. It's certainly not cold today. This is warm rain, if there's such a thing. I don't think he'll be feeling the colds. The temperature is 25 degrees, but it is belting with rain, and he's getting a proper soaking now. Remy Cavagna.
Yeah, right before we spotted Damiano Caruso now with the jackets already in his pocket, and we were wondering, well, it doesn't look like it's gonna rain, but he might know something we don't. Well, indeed. Definitely a big thunderstorm here. So, as you said, it's not cold. I think some of them might be even enjoying a little bit of fresh air. But depending on how much it's going to last, because if it's just a shower, then they can enjoy it. As you see, the people on the side, they're not overly dressed because it's not cold. at the moment.
Changeable conditions today, isn't it? 70 kilometers up the road in Andola, it's now lovely sunshine.
Yeah, just here in front of us, because I just stepped out a little bit, getting some fresh air, and it looks very dark behind our back, so it might change again.
Wow, that's a thick thunderstorm there. That's the chase group you're looking at, the 28 riders. They've made a chunk, they've taken a chunk of Remy Cavagna's advantage.
Yeah.
156, a big bite out of his lead. And it does look like Movistar are starting to take the initiative now, and they've got 2 riders on the front.
You fairly expect from Movistar to go on the attack from far, not as far as Cavagna, but definitely they're not going to wait the finale, and especially they're not going to wait on Narvaez. They need to get rid of him, and much more punchy riders. Even Ciccone is a dangerous one because he can feature a very good sprints. Florian Stork is another rider, was second behind Silva in the stage of Bellico Tarnovo. So it's another very dangerous rider if he is going to come down to like a reduced, I don't know, called bunch, like a reduced peloton or group of rider sprint. 153.
There we go, Jaco Alula have started to ride. We did wonder whether that would be the case, and Ben O'Connor's position in the general classification is being defended here by his teammates. Because Ben O'Connor, it was in that 9th place that Damiano Caruso had briefly taken. So they're getting a little bit of assistance. Visma Leasebike.
Yes, with definitely different intention, as Visma Leasebike is just kind of damage control, just checking that nobody's that the breakup doesn't go too far. But for Jaco Alula, they have a clear idea in mind, and is controlling that the gap doesn't stay more than 3 minutes, I guess. That's what they're going to try to do.
Let me just figure out the exact time gap between Damiano Caruso and Ben O'Connor. With my mathematical ability, this might take me a while.
Yeah, in the meantime, we can see dromedary style once again by Nico Dance. This time not with Bidens, but rather with rain jacket. I wonder if he isn't too late, as it seems like he stopped raining on the peloton, so he might as well doing this big effort to bring rain jacket to the team for maybe no reason, because it looked like he's getting dry again.
The answer to the question I just set myself is 4 minutes and 27 seconds, and the gap between the chase group and the peloton is almost exactly that at the moment, so they're pretty much bang on where they need to be to defending O'Connor's 9th place on GC. 10k to go in the meantime to the intermediate sprint at Roncone. I'm sure that Tim Rex will be more than happy, and Tudor Pro Cycling as well as centre rider forward for Mathis Rondel for the precise same reasons that Jaco Alula have committed. I think Chris Juul Jensen in the case of Jaco Alula, and Frodvo for Mozzato with the beard.
Yeah.
Just about make it out through the rain. Definitely Chris Juul Jensen, the Dane, doing the work for Jaco Alula. Actually, the time gap's going out, if anything, at the moment.
Yeah, for the moment, yeah. They have just 70k ahead of them, so it's just still a long way. And I don't think like it's the main concern of Damiano Caruso at the front to just gain, much time. It's just might be a consequence of the race condition, but it's not a particular target for the Italian.
No, he'd take it if it happened.
Yeah, exactly.
He's perfectly happy with it, but
he's not going to break.
He's trying to win a stage, isn't he?
Exactly. That's the main goal for Damiano.
I think part of the reason why the gap between 2 and 3 is going out at the moment, back and keeping Caruso in 9th place on GC, is because they're starting to eat into Remy Cavagna's lead now. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Bit of organisation potentially in Group 2 with the Movistar riders. This is Group 2 you're looking at. Jonathan Narvaez, as ever, nowhere near the front of the group, but always in the correct position in that group.
Has he ever did the pull at the front of the group? I doubt.
No, not at any point today.
It seems like nobody's really disappointed or not happy of this happening so far. So if nobody's asking, what would he do?
Maybe once he's picked up his points at the intermediates. That is really very dark and very wet now, isn't it?
Yeah, now it's proper rain in here. Not even wearing the rain jacket, Remy Cavagna, for the moment. Just keep himself fresh in a way.
That body is working hard though, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's been off the front on his own for a long time. It's a long stage today, 202 kilometres. Took a while for this breakaway group to go, but Cavagna was in the first move. They were joined by another bigger group behind of purer climbers, and that was the group that Cavagna attacked on the previous climb of Londrino. Perhaps attacked without really intending to, but then committed to the move, and at its absolute maximum had an advantage of over 2 minutes. Amazing images. After so many days of sunshine and heat, suddenly the Giro does this. Complete change in the weather conditions, but it is worth stressing it is not cold.
The slow-mo, the peloton chasing with Jake Colul and Tudor. I wonder if Visma bike will continue. I don't think so. Might be the case they're going to be just sitting on the wheel, saving a little bit extra energy for Team Rex and Timo Kilic.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? That church doubling up as a military hospital during the Garibaldi's 1866 campaign, and again serving the soldiers who were wounded in the front line near here. Amazing part that has that little chapel, that little church has played in the history of this region. So, bit by bit, we're approaching, to use that cliche, the business end of today's stage. About an hour and a half of racing remain. It's been a fast average speed once again. And I think the intermediate sprint and the climb to the intermediate sprint at Roncone, which we're going to be on very soon, I think that marks really the beginning of hostilities towards the end of today's stage.
Yep.
The absolute certainty that the stage win is going to go to the breakaway today. There's no impulse in the peloton to bring them back.
No, at all. And as we were saying before, I think Jonathan Narvaez has his eyes mainly on the stage victory rather than just the intermediate sprint. That's why he's been not using too much of his teammates Arrieta and Jan Christen, because in 7 kilometers he knows that he cannot close this gap, and very likely is going to be in the award for Remy Cavagna. There's a recap what it looks like, where there's this little, you know, steep climb at 30 kilometers to go before a narrow descent, a short descent, and from there on is going to be race. And I think the hostilities will begin in them moments, unless some of the less you know, skilled climbers are going to go on the attack earlier, as Cavagna did, taking it very early, you know, compared to what we thought. But nonetheless, this is the only attitude we can expect that is far from waiting the finale.
It's interesting, isn't it, that Jonathan Narvaez is not only looking for a 4th stage win at the Giro d'Italia this year, but also to secure and really build up a lead in the Maglia Ciclamino. If that wasn't the case, if he wasn't targeting both things and didn't have the Maglia Ciclamino in play as well, this might be an opportunity for Arrieta or Christen, and they might have sort of the leadership in those. Yeah, in a way,
I could agree with you, but it looks so much in shape. I think it made it so obvious for Arrieta and Narvaez and Christen that you have to work for Narvaez. I mean,
because he's that much better.
He looks like so much better. Like, he's so fresh mentally because he's fresh physically, you know. He just always has this ability to choose the right momentum to go on the attack, to rejoin the front of the race, because I think he's just in a very good shape, and every time he moves, every time he goes on the attack, it's just the right attack. And I think once again today he has a big chance. He's racing very you know, egoistic, but in the best possible and positive way of this work, because it's doing the bare minimum to stay in the peloton, to rest assured that everybody stays there. And I'm more than sure that when the attacks will come, the climbs are not too hard, not too steep. It's going to be there. It's the only way to beat Narvaez today is just using the numbers. You know, if you manage, like a Movistar, for instance, manage to have 3 riders at the front, and they can, you know, play different, attacking one after the other, and eventually you have to let it go.
Look at the average speeds today. It's a hilly stat. 3,000 meters of climbing today, Jacopo. 53, 45, and nearly 45 again after 3 hours.
Yeah, but because nobody informed the peloton there was a hilly parcours, so they forgot to tell them.
Cavagna still looks pretty fresh. Maybe freshened up by that downpour that he's just ridden through. Yes, if Movistar want to rough up Jonathan Narvaez and use their various different riders and force him to chase, then I suppose you could equally well say that UAE could launch Jan Christen or Igor Arrieta and force Movistar to chase.
Yeah.
2 can play at that game.
Now we're in for a very interesting finale, nonetheless. So stay with us, because soon the hostilities will begin.
And let's not forget that it's not just about Movistar and UAE. There are plenty of other potential winners. Giulio Ciccone being first among them. What about Damiano Caruso as well? Alexander Vlasov has been in quite good form on what we've seen recently. He's getting a little bit stronger. Probably those are the outstanding names. Andreas Leknesund as well, with his 2 second places so far. You definitely shouldn't rule out Leknesund, although he has been beaten fair and square by Jonathan Narvaez already in this race. On very different climbs, though. The climbs to Fermo were extremely steep and rather short.
And also in a very different, like how the stage unfolded, you know. So I think today for Leknesund, the only possible way is to maybe look for temporary assistance, temporary alliances, because of course, like Ciccone, Leknesund, Caruso, you know, if they want to stand a chance against much numerous teammates of both Narvaez or Milesi, they need to go, you know, kind of collaborate together, create some sort of alliance, because they don't have teammates featuring in the peloton, in the front of the race, sorry. So if they want to do it, they need to do it the hard way, going hard as possible and try to drop everybody else and create some sort of alliance between the best climbers of this group.
Leknesund is working as well on the front, as he often does. He's an honest rider, commits to a breakaway, plays his part. Jonathan Narvaez is the very opposite. Look at him sitting tucked in the wheels, 2/3 of the way down that group of 28 riders. And of the riders in the chasing group, this is how things stand in the Maglia Ciclamino. Jonathan Narvaez is obviously, well, he's 80 points almost ahead of Mattia Bais.
And just 2 points down on Paul Magnier.
That's what really matters.
Already with the intermediate sprint in 4.2 kilometers, it's going to be just contested by Van der Bosch, which is already on his wheel. But I think it's going to be a good match in between the two, you know.
Depends how hard the climb is to the sprint, doesn't it?
It's going to pick up a little bit more later.
Well, Jonathan Narvaez actually only needs to pick up 4th place. Remy Cavagna will clearly pick up 1st. And from this group, 3rd place would be enough for him on the road to move past Paul Magnier and back into the lead of the Maglia Ciclamino.
Mino Caruso bringing back the rain jacket, so I think he's been informed that the weather from now on is going to be better and definitely drier. Now the fortification.
Rather recently and rather expensively restored by the looks of it. A lead roof. With that huge fortification there with its thick walls. Still in borderline perfect condition.
1:26 for Cavagna. It's been stabilized a little bit as he approaches the intermediate sprint.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what sort of time gap he takes over this uncategorized climb.
You mean if he loses time or?
Yeah, well, yeah, how he fares on the climb, really, how his climbing legs are today.
William Green, the director from New Zealand, in the car.
3.4k to go to the intermediate sprint.
Looks a bit harder than it was before the climb now.
Yeah,
indeed, as all the team buses arrived here at the finish line. It's been a long drive for them as well.
Making his way, as you can see, I think, into ever improving weather ahead. It's quite bright ahead of Rémi Cavagna as he drags himself up this uncategorized climb towards the day's only intermediate sprint. Here's the chase group.
Jonathan Narvaez has
moved himself up closer to the front now, hasn't he?
No wonder.
Being shadowed by Fabio van den Bosch, and that's what he doesn't want. To have to control.
David de la Cruz moving clear ahead.
That's an annoyance for the man from UAE.
But rest assured, with the finish line, with the final sprint in mind for Narvaez, he's going to try to use as little as possible.
I think he's moved now, hasn't he? Just slotted onto the wheel. He allowed 4 or 5 riders to counter-attack, and then he's been the next to react. There he is, trying to follow the wheels in as much as he can. It's Yardi van der Lee's wheel that he's got now. It's David de la Cruz is at second place at the moment.
But those attacks definitely are going in favor of, not going in favor of Rémi Cavagna. He's keep losing ground. Jan Christen position himself at the front probably. He's gonna try to speed up for Narvaez and rejoining David de la Cruz at least, and if not for keeping the peloton together, the group of chasers together, because the more riders the better for Narvaez for what is up to later on.
It's a big attack, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it seems like. And now Arrieta.
So UAE being put to work now for Jonathan Narvaez.
Yeah. It's actually Christen's.
Yeah, Jan Christen. David de la Cruz opened up a big gap, and Jan Christen's got a few kilometers to bring him back.
I think for de la Cruz was hoping that somebody will goes on the attack and rejoining him, because he knows he cannot close, or it's a very demanding task for him to shut down the gap of Cavagna of 1 minute all by himself. But nonetheless, it's much lesser and smaller gap for the Frenchman. Is now at just 1 minute, as the peloton was also gaining, still keeping 5 minute gap over this group. But all the different groups are sped up.
UAE riders at the front and at the back of this 28 rider group. Igor Arrieta is the last rider in the line. In front of him is Frank van den Broek. And then Nicholas Larsen. And Rémi Cavagna's lead now is rapidly coming down because of the acceleration behind from the reaction to David de la Cruz attack. And he's been out the front for about 1 hour and 20 minutes by my calculations, Rémi Cavagna, all on his own. Jan Christen is bringing David de la Cruz back, but not massively quickly. It's a powerful attack by the Spanish veteran.
Might be just controlling the damage from Jan Christen. I don't know if you want to spend all this amount of energy as Arrieta. It's been spared for the moment. I think it's a matter of Arrieta think is in a better form than Jan Christen at the moment. At least he's sustaining better the 3 weeks of the Giro d'Italia. This is at least what it looks like to us.
60 kilometers to go for Rémi Cavagna now, with only a 44-second lead over the chase. 1.8 kilometers to go at this point to the sprint at Roncone. It's not inconceivable, if that time gap is correct, that all 12 points might even come into play.
Yeah.
There's David de la Cruz, and ahead of him you can actually see Rémi Cavagna now. So the 2 riders off the front are in sight of the UAE Team Emirates train.
has gone down dramatically for
Yeah.
Remy Cavagna. It's just one little climb of 4 kilometer time. He went completely down.
Arieta's moved on to the wheel of Jan Christen now, so this is a UAE Team Emirates concerted effort, certainly to bring David de la Cruz back. It's a strong ride from David de la Cruz. I'm not sure they can do too much about it. Arieta now does a shift. Jan Christen, he's got too much more to give. Can he slot back in? Dropping away on the left-hand side of that group. But Cavagna's being hunted down. Now then, Tudor Pro Cycling.
Yeah, still them. They placed another rider in here. It's still Mozzato, Jul Jensen, and I think it's Fradvo behind, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Swiss rider. Oh, they see Cavagna all of a sudden.
1.2k still to go. At the moment, it's 12 points to Remy Cavagna, 8 to David de la Cruz, and you'd expect 5 going to Jonathan Narvaez. But all this effort for this intermediate sprint to take the lead in the Maglia Ciclamino competition, not just for today, but with Rome in mind as well. Arieta doing a big ride for Jonathan Narvaez here.
It's getting closer and closer to De La Cruz and Cavagna. 1 kilometer for the top of it might be as well altogether.
The race is coming back together inside the kilometre to go, though. Almost a shake of the head from Cavagna, who's fallen victim to this charge at the Maglia Ciclamino from UAE Team Emirates and for Jonathan Narvaez.
I think everything was sparked by David de la Cruz. If he was not on the move, then there will be no reaction behind.
Yeah, it felt like Narvaez was probably comfortable with second place, but not third.
And watch out for after the intermediate sprint, that might be the moment where everybody gonna launch attacks. That's why you see the likes of Ciccone, the 2 Movistar riders in there, Leknesund.
Oh, wow. Nearly there, isn't he?
Yeah.
David de la Cruz makes the junction to Remy Cavagna. 600 metres of this climb to go. A pretty extraordinary bit of riding from Igor Arieta as Jonathan Narvaez looks around to check who's on his wheel. And Giulia Ciccone, Aina Rubio, Enric Mas, Garofoli, Leknesund, all the big hitters there are on the wheel of Jonathan Narvaez.
And also Fabio Van den Bosch appears there. He's in right behind the Movistar riders.
Yep.
He's a fast finisher himself.
He is.
He's gonna try and scramble all the things. Narvaez saw him coming.
Narvaez is very aware of where that threat comes from. Giulia Ciccone as well, sprinting for the points. Oh, look at that acceleration, though, from Van den Bosch. He has to come all the way around the Remy Cavagna, who's fading. Narvaez then with Ciccone. I think Ciccone's just speculatively there, holding the wheel. I don't think he's going to come round Jonathan Narvaez. I think this is just in case this turns into an attack.
That's a long sprint for Narvaez, I have to say. He started from far off the intermediate sprint, but he got away with the first position, then Ciccone, Van den Bosch, Enric Mas, Leknesund, but as it stands now is leading the Ciclamino by 10 points ahead of Paul Magnier. So we got a new Ciclamino jersey, and as you said, he continues. That's why Ciccone was there.
That's exactly why the Maglia Azzurra was following Giulia Ciccone, and Fabio Van den Bosch makes it 3 off the front now. If Jonathan Narvaez wins the stage, it's a big if, because we've got a lot of racing and a long way to go, but if he were to win it, he would then lead the Maglia Ciclamino by 35 points.
This is a good group as forming at the front. Depends if Fabio Van den Bosch's deputy on helping, you know, in this counter-attack to stay clear. It was a long sprint by Narvaez. But one team is missing, and it's Movistar. And with 4 riders behind, you can rest assured they're going to try to hunt this down.
Smart thinking, though, by Giulia Ciccone. Although he too's burnt a few matches there, having to sprint just to hold the wheel of Jonathan Narvaez all the way to the line. So the first hostile action from Jonathan Narvaez. has been launched. Now, where are those white jerseys of Movistar? Starting to work on the front. Narvaez looking around, checking, almost like calibrating, trying to make up his mind whether or not it's worth investing too much in this move. Trying to check for signs of cooperation. Jan Geerts finds himself on the front. There's an exchange of words between Ciccone and Narvaez, and I think they're going to knock it off. Well, I think. Although there's not much cohesion at the front of that chase group.
Yeah, I mean, he put himself in a good position, Jonathan Narvaez, but as well does Ciccone. So, I mean, it's once again racing a very smart and stage, putting everybody else into, you know, on the back foot. They're not insisting much, as you see. The gap is very little, but nonetheless, you have to shut it down. You just have to be sure that nobody goes clear once they've been brought back. Miano Caruso on the move, as well as I think it's Lopez. Now the target for these two riders, Jan Christian and Igor Ariet, is just to recover it as much as they can. All together at the front.
Yeah.
To be seen if they're going to be continuing.
So no one to chase any longer. No Remy Cavagna off the front. All these 29 riders now come together at the front of the race. And now Movistar can start to play games, can't they? Because they've got the numbers. Juan Pedro Lopez moves to the front and keeps the pace high with Caruso on his wheel.
What we were referring before, so the alliance, the collaboration in between the riders is gone. From now on, you could expect a lot of attacks coming and a lot of opportunistic move from all the riders involved in the front of the race.
Yeah, this is going to be like the finale of a hilly one-day classic now, isn't it? All these riders just invested in the stage win from this moment on. 5 minutes and 28 seconds, the time gap to the back, so they can be assured of victory here. Each rider will believe that he can do it, but they've got a 1 in 29 chance.
Yeah, of course, like the stage itself is calling you to believe, because all the riders who are here at the front, I mean, we know some of more likely to score results, some other less, but everybody which is featuring the front of the race have a chance to win today's stage, because they're all capable, all in different ways, in different possibilities, but all of them, they can stand a chance in today's stage.
Just confirmation on your screen of the 10-point lead that Jonathan Narvaez has over Paul Magnier now. How different things might have been if the breakaway hadn't stayed away in Milan. Paul Magnier won the sprint for 5th place. If he'd won the sprint for 1st place, then Narvaez wouldn't be close to him, but he is, courtesy of those events in Milan.
Yeah, it was definitely a setback for Paul Magnier. Could nothing to do to catch the breakaway, and he had just to, you know, land on a 5th place, which is the best he could have had that day, and not enough for him to, you know, take a huge chunk of or a big advantage over Narvaez, which can have a lot of intermediate sprint in 1st place, a lot of stages today and tomorrow to get points. And again, Paul Magnier needs to win the last stage. I mean, it's not just that he has to start the race, he has to finish the Giro and win the last stage. Michael Valgren at the front.
Valgren from Vlasov, from Milesi, Van den Bossche, Caruso, Ciccone. A lot of Movistar jerseys up the front. There's only now do the bunch come through the intermediate sprint. 5.5 minutes down on the front of the race.
They lose ground actually on Ciccone, because of the acceleration that they've been in pressed to the front of the race. So they're now 5 minute 30, because they were 5 minutes, always referring to Caruso group. But then they eventually accelerated and they basically lost ground over them. And Rubio, the far end of this front of the race. It's going to be a fast descent, as you can see, not very dangerous, not very tricky. at all. And then it's going to be again time of gentle climbing or false flat uphill. There is a little kicker, look like a perfect ramp in about 35 kilometers to go. Then after that, a short and steep descent, and then it's going to be all the way uphill till the finish, or at least till the village of Andalo, before a little descent again to join in the last 5 kilometers of the stage. That again is going to go uphill.
Really ragged look to this group, isn't there, as they head downhill after that uncategorized climb to the intermediate sprint. Bit of descending to do.
Front of the race again, all together, descending in a very nice and newly renewed tarmac. Vlasov at the front. Juan P. Lopez, I think, is more for kind of domestic duties among the riders at the front. Juan P. Lopez, former Maglia Rosa in the Giro d'Italia.
I think he's the, yeah, I think you're right, he's the least likely to win a stage here. Actually, despite the fact that there are 29 riders in this group at the front of the race, I think there are only 4 who have ever won a stage at the Giro d'Italia. Yet. Giulio Ciccone being one of them. He got Arieta, of course, in this year's race being another. Jonathan Narvaez with his 5 career victories at the Giro d'Italia, and Jan Hirt and Aino Rubio, so there's another one that I missed.
Did Vlasov won a stage at the Giro d'Italia? No, just checked. No.
He's one of those riders you do have to double check, isn't it?
Yeah, like
Alexander Vlasov, been so consistent for so many years, but never won a stage at the Giro. Couldn't rule him out today, Alexander Vlasov.
No, he looked better and better in the climbs. Again, today we kept saying and saying all over again, it's not that straightforward finale, because it's not like you have just a long climb that, you know, you just have to choose the right momentum and just powering away from everybody. It's a little bit easy. It's in balance in between. I think it's going to be a good mix of having the good legs and the good momentum to go on the attack, because rest assured, this is not going to be, okay, we are looking at the peloton, but the front of the race is, looks almost as big as the peloton. They're not going to be all together on the finish line. Impossible. As Garofoli on the attack.
Yeah, this could be to the benefit of his teammate, Fabio van den Bossche.
He's having a very good day, Van den Bossche, and probably Garofoli feels like the parkour itself is not hard enough, but again, one team is missing, and his Movistar Milesi is launching a counter-attack there. And that's why he can go in favor of Narvaez. I mean, if it's just him and the UAE Team Emirates, Arieta and Kristin, they just be sure that no Movistar is on the move. Then they know that eventually they're going to close. And if it happens in the climb, I think Narvaez has this ability of just in launching this rocket attack has been showing so far, and replacing himself at the front.
So Garofoli just dangling off the front by a few seconds as the mass ranks of the Movistar team. Enric Mas, Aino Rubio and Juan Pedro Lopez watch him. Make sure that gap doesn't grow too big. There's Jan Kristen moving to the front as well from UAE Team Emirates.
Yes, Juan P. Lopez looked like he was about to, no, Kristen, and then Lopez was about to get on the wheel of the Swiss rider. Here we are at the back with Remy Cavagna and Tarozzi, like Nessun, Arieta. Arieta, I think, is going to go getting some beaten at the back.
Damp roads that they're on at the moment as Arieta drops back to the team car. Tarozzi in yet another breakaway at this Giro. He'll be thinking potentially about the Red Bull kilometre, where he's got a lot at stake. He leads the Red Bull classification, and of course there's a monetary reward, but there's about 32 kilometres to go until the Red Bull kilometre.
Juan P. Lopez digging deep to take back Garofoli.
Very deep.
Yeah.
Very deep. Good ride, though, from Juan Pedro Lopez. Neutralises that attack from the Italian from Soudal Quickstep.
He knows he has just to continue. I don't think it's an attack. It's just merely continuing the effort in order to prevent all the riders to go on the move, and showing that Movistar has intent to controlling the pace and the race. followed by Mick van Dijk, Ciccone, Enric Mas, Van der Lee, Caruso, they're all in there.
Increasingly, though, I think we're seeing just the sheer presence at the front of the race. We're seeing the key players more and more often. And we're starting to identify, Jacopo, those riders who at the moment, not because they're being particularly smart like Jonathan Navarre, just because they can't quite mix it with the very front of the race. We're seeing almost a divide between half of the group who are just along for the ride a little bit and half who are genuinely in the mix here for victory. As the next attack is launched, and it's Jordi van der Lee.
And again is Juan P. Lopez.
Yeah, doing a great job here.
Jan Christen. I think his job of Jan Christen is going to be mainly to just tire the legs of teams such Movistar.
T-Base is involved once again in another breakaway that's going to go to the line this time for definite.
Yeah.
Whether or not he'll be right at the sharp end of it, I don't know. I certainly couldn't rule him out for doing a good ride, Matteo. He's
not at all.
He's in great shape.
He's doing a very, very good consistent Giro d'Italia. So a little bit compensation between Mas and the team car. Have to be fair, I think Milesi is the best car for Movistar today in this parcours. You need to choose to find the right moment where to go on the attack, but as it stands, I think it's the best chance of winning today's stage. Back at the peloton. I think everybody's featuring in the peloton, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen actually the Maglia Ciclamino, so we don't know if there is a gruppetto behind.
Certainly much bigger than it was, and that would make sense. But
so that's what we were referring. You see, there is a little, spiky in there in just about 10 kilometers. Little descent, and then it's up until the KOM. Another descent, and then again up till Andalo.
Yeah, plenty of altitude to be gained over the course of the last hour of racing.
There is Milesi, where we said...
It's a big move. Lorenzo Milesi is hitting out early here, trying to soften this race up. Florian Stork gets on onto the wheel of Giulio Ciccone. Those three riders have a small gap.
It's Mick van Dijk controlling this.
But looking around for where his teammate Alexander Vlasov is, who's in around about 10th place. And that was the first attack from Milesi, and now the pattern is set. Juan Pedro Lopez launches as soon as Milesi's attack is done. These two riders are starting to counter-punch this group.
I want to let Caruso go with Juan P. Lopez, which has been using a lot of energy till now. As I think Garofoli is about to go again. If I saw right the glimpse of the Italian rider, let's try to sneak in between the window of the church. Yeah, it's Garofoli indeed. As well, I think it's either Van der Lee or Valgren.
He was hiding behind the church.
Yeah.
Attacked when no one could see him.
Sneaky.
Gianmarco Garofoli off the front again, and this time it's Pinarello Q36.5 shutting it down. Already one big attack. No, Garofoli's off in pursuit of a group at the front of the race.
Yeah, it's the
That's
group of
Caruso, Lopez, and...
I think it's Valgren? Yeah, it's Valgren.
Michael Valgren. So Garofoli makes it 4 at the front.
This is a dangerous attack for UAE Team Emirates because, it's Jan Christen on the move.
Ciccone following him. It looked like Garofoli was just gone straight through that group as well and was attacking them, and no sooner had he got there.
They need to shut this down, the UAE Team Emirates, and also the remaining of the riders, such as Ciccone, Gualdi, Florian Stork, because if those 4 riders move clear, they have... Milesi seems like he's suffering a little bit there.
He does a bit. Rebi Cavagna, understandably, is at the back. Now he's going to take the responsibility there in that group.
Caruso launching again. Juan P. Lopez showing grimaces on his face as Garofoli just holding just about there. Caruso definitely having a good day. I wonder if Juan P. Lopez has been instructed to collaborate with Italian, because the gap now is becoming bigger and bigger.
It's a good move, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. Gianmarco Garofoli sitting on the wheel of Damiano Caruso. Ahead of him, Juan Pedro Lopez. And Michael Valgren powering it on as well. 4 very different riders with different experience, different palmares and different characteristics, but they're working well together at the moment. They've got a gap, they've got the jump, Now, can they turn it into a move that might really shake up this breakaway and threaten the rest of the 25 riders left behind? Milesi's back in.
There's not really a high speed in the peloton, eh?
No.
In the peloton, in the chasing group, sorry. It's so big that it's easy to get confused.
Leknesund just attacked. There it is.
He's a powerful rider that's missing from the front.
Look at that. Blasts off the front. He's got a 20-second time gap to try and get across.
Ciccone as well with Donovan. Where is Narvaez? He's waiting.
He's there. He's there. Ciccone is tempted to go. He goes with Donovan. Frank van den Broek is there. Narvaez just gambling that he'll be brought back on the wheels. And at the moment, that gamble looks like it's paying off. A lot of riders invested in getting across at least Andreas Leknesund, albeit the 4 riders still have a healthy advantage on the road of 22 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit less, but nonetheless it's a huge gap, and he needs a good commitment because at the front they're collaborating evenly. Again, I'm surprised that Juan P. Lopez is sharing work. He has leaders behind.
Yeah.
But it's also depends how the leaders are feeling, because we don't know what's information running into the race team radios. Because we were expecting Milesi to be on the attack, but he looked a little bit in distress in the little kicker that they were about to approach a few kilometers ago.
Yeah, you'd have thought Juan Pedro Lopez would be the least protected of the 4 riders from Movistar, but if the legs are good, why not? He's certainly working with those 4, giving himself a chance. As Ciccone is after Leknesund, the next rider to try and solo across to the front of the race. Enric Mas reacting as well. 2 good climbers, 2 of the best, going off towards the front. And look how cool a customer Jonathan Narvaez is. Not panicking, not trying to launch himself off in pursuit of Enric Mas and Giulio Ciccone, just allowing the race to develop in front of him. Only one big investment in the race so far from Jonathan Narvaez, and that was to claim the 12 points at the intermediate sprint to move into a 10-point lead in the Maglia Ciclamino. We're in the region of Trentino, of course, now.
Road is pristine, as often it is in this region. It's in a very tight valley. That's Leknesund. He's gained over the chasing group. It's not quite yet behind Caruso and the remaining 3 riders, Valgren, Juan P. Lopez and Garofoli.
One of them is on the front from Pinarello Q36.5 of the bunch, or whatever we're going to call them. The group. Valgren's doing a lot of work on the front here.
Yeah, Valgren is, there is Leknesund appears at the background.
Good ride. Good ride from Leknesund, but he's burnt a lot of matches in doing so. Should be 5 riders at the front of the race fairly soon, but no representation from UAE Team Emirates. No Giulio Ciccone either. They've got their 20-second lead, but they're not exactly pulling away from the chase group.
No, they're still hanging in there, and at the back there are also not just Narvaez, all of his own. There is also Arieta and Kristen. So if Narvaez is feeling, I think there is a gap in between the group, the chasing group. Seems like a little group is emerging there. Narvaez has been caught on the back foot, but is Pais shutting this down.
And Mas is in this group as well, the Narvaez group. 5 riders now. Andreas Leknesund gets across. That's a hugely impressive ride. There are 4 riders riding flat stick there, and Leknesund, with one mighty effort, bridged across. The only rider to be able to do so across that 22-second gap. That's a massive ride from the Norwegian.
Yeah, he's racing. He's showing definitely some good legs. It's Jan Kristen, followed by Ciccone.
Milesi's recovered.
Stork.
Vlasov. Or is that Van Dijk? Van Dijk, I think.
Yeah, it was Van Dijk indeed.
Rubio. This is going to be relentless, isn't it, from now to the finish line? It's just going to be a pattern of attacking that does not stop all the way to the last few kilometres. Remy Cavagna, after that big solo effort, is in a world of pain, I would imagine, on the wheel of Tobias Bayer at the back.
Another little group is forming there. I think was Van Dijk with Milesi. We haven't seen the numbers, but it's getting tactical. Maybe even Eric Maas. Look at the back, another group is forming.
It's hard to keep up with the groups, I'll be perfectly honest right now. I know that there are 5 riders off the front. Just wondering if that was Narvaez.
Narvaez is behind Tarozzi. He's just waiting this moment to see when it's a good move to be joining.
Here's the front though. Juan Pedro Lopez struggling to get onto the wheel of Damiano Caruso. Valgren, who's really playing a part, and on the right-hand side of your screen, well, we can't keep our eyes off the action on the left, really. It's the finish here in Andalo of the Giro A. All these teams riding over the line in formation to enjoy their moment, in the sun, I should say. Remy Cavagna really battling now. That gap opening up to the rider in front of him, and a big split in the front of the race now. Jan Geerts, the wrong side of it. And it's all under pressure from these 5 riders who have still got a 23-second lead over the chase group. On this short descent, before the road drags up once more to the foot of the final categorised climb of the day, the Andalo-Lever climb, which is 8.3 kilometres in length. The first 2.5 kilometres are a proper climb. They're pretty steep. After that, it's almost falls flat for 6 kilometres. So that starts at around about 19 kilometres to go.
It's getting tactical at the back. As Jan Geert moves with the Movistar, Narvaez is lowering himself a little bit at the back. All the groups are in about a gap of 20-25 seconds. Here's the first chasing group, and later behind. That's the first chasing group over there. Tarozzi goes again.
Tarozzi makes his move to try and get across. Fabio van den Bosch, Lorenzo Milesi, Florian Stork, Jan Geert on the wheel of the Italian. That's the 3rd group on the road at the moment. Tarozzi kicked that all off. Still has a little gap over the other riders in that group. Van den Bosch lets him go, and the Italian goes off in pursuit of the next group up the road, leaving behind these riders. Jonathan Narvaez among them.
Yeah, he has Jan Christen with him. I don't know if it's whether the legs or not, but at the moment it's been caught in the great scheme of other teams going off, and the gap is growing.
Is the race getting away from Jonathan Narvaez at this point? When's he going to have to make the move? Has he got the legs? Don't know the answer to that. Normally, you'd assume he's absolutely raring to go and just waiting for his moments.
There is a very steep climb coming soon, lasting a little bit more than a kilometer. So to be seen if he's just waiting that moment to launch one of this kind of becoming like a trademark in the Giro, powerful attack, and trying to rejoin the front of the race with just one mighty attack instead of spending energies in different small attacks. But the gap is growing. 38 seconds now over this front of the race, featuring Damiano Caruso, Garofoli, Valgren, Juan P. Lopez, and Alexander Leknesund. Yeah.
You can see the disorganisation in some of these chase groups as well. That's a 2nd group splitting apart, just going around the corner at the top of your screen. Then there's a 3rd group here.
Narvaez is moving now from one group to the other, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, picking them off. He's moved into the 3rd group on the road, but he, on his wheel, brings everybody back again. So this is the remainder of the breakaway group.
Yeah, I think there is another group in between those, actually.
Yep.
Because Arrieta is not featuring anymore, because there is one group right in the middle. I'm going to see more. Yeah, that's the group. The first chasing group is up the road, and this one on your left is the 3rd group, or the 2nd chasing group, depending how you want to see it.
Well, these time gaps are getting dangerous for these riders now.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be fairly soon the end of the road for these. Enric Mas looks round. The pace is completely gone for the remainder of this group. 26 seconds is the time gap between the first two groups. This is the third group on the road.
Yeah, it's much down the road. I think it's going to be about 40 or even 45 seconds. There's no speed anymore, no collaboration. As Frank van den Broek is on the move now to get his chance.
Jan Christen going with him. And Jan Geert as well. So Czech rider, a Dutchman and a Swiss rider. Jari van der Lee. You can see that second group on the road ahead of them. And some of these riders now, Nicholas Jensen, Lorenzo Milesi just doesn't seem to be on quite as good a day as we've seen in the past. And Remy Cavagna is tiring, and I'm not sure we'll see too much more of him. Meanwhile,
that's the chasing group.
This is the second group on the road.
And they are the slopes of this last kicker before they're going to be plunging down briefly, because then it's going to be about time for another climb.
So we've got Gualdi, Mick van Dijken, Aina Rubio, Igor Arrieta, Mattia Bais.
Arrieta on the move now, trying to distance everybody else and rejoin the front of the race. Seems like the speed was not fast enough for him, as Aina Rubio on the move as well.
Vlasov has just come across to where his teammate is, and he's going to try and go straight past his teammate and to try and get on the wheel of the Colombian Aina Rubio. So Arrieta chasing across to the front of the race. This steep, uncategorized climb, just rolling, bitterly difficult, hard terrain all the way to the finish line, and predominantly uphill as well over the next 35 kilometers. This is a savage finale to stage 17, it really is.
Yeah, we knew that the race would have ignited at around 40 kilometers. That's exactly what happened. Igor Arrieta, they have a margin of 30 seconds, so they can stand a chance to rejoin the front of the race. As here at the front, Michael Weigren pushing out. Eknesund, as always, with the grimacing, sticking deep in there. But that's Arrieta appearing at the back. They have a chance in the next descent to rejoin the front. And Leknesund, as always, is showing that he's suffering, but it never skip a turn.
Yeah.
35 kilometers from the finish. Soon they're going to be descending. It is Arrieta, Aina Rubio, and Vlasov is about to rejoin this duo. They're not far off the back, just 10 seconds. That's the time gap.
Big ride from Igor Arrieta, this. That's the gap on the roads, around about 7 or 8, 10, maybe 10, maybe it's as many as that seconds to shut that gap down.
If Vlasov will rejoin this, going to be helping Arrieta, because Aina Rubio is going to be sitting on the wheel. Can benefit from having Juan P. Lopez at the front, so it looks good for Movistar, because they were able to place two riders at the front for the moment.
Yeah, Milesi just didn't look on the form, didn't have the legs today, I don't think, to really threaten to win the stage. Rubio's played a cool game here, sitting on the wheel of Arrieta, and a good strong ride from Alexander Vlasov. Jonathan Narvaez is watching this stage get away from him now. 45 seconds to this group. Enric Mas, Giulio Ciccone as well, stranded back here. Another day of frustration with Mattia Bais.
Yeah, because another group is forming in the ahead of him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he doesn't feel the legs quite good there, Narvaez. There is still room, especially for Ciccone, if he does feel good, and the next climb to just drop everybody and launching himself on the attack. The next climb is a little bit longer. I think it's lasting a couple of kilometers, so if some of the riders in here have the legs, that's the perfect place if they want to get back in contention for today's stage. But is there or never more. In the meantime, is Arrieta, Rubio and Vlasov. They're not yet there. They're not far, but not yet in there behind the 5 leaders of the race.
Yeah, maybe 10 seconds, maybe a little bit more.
No, maybe less, because it was quite stretched. I know, actually, because Caruso and Garofoli, they were able to move clear ahead.
Slightly damp roads here, and Caruso holding nothing back. He's sprung into life suddenly on this stage. Garofoli we have seen over and over again in breakaways. This is the first time we've seen Damiano Caruso really express himself at this Giro d'Italia. And you're pointing out to me the time gap of 6 minutes and 21 seconds. He's leaping into the top 10 in the general classification.
Yeah, he's moving much far ahead in the GC contention. Top 10 definitely is there to reach.
Yeah, he's around about 7th or 8th on GC at the moment. It's still with gains to make if he takes this way all the way to the line.
As Arrieta, Rubio and Vlasov are about to rejoin the remaining 3 riders, as we see Andalo, the finish line of today.
Yep. Banks of a Lake, Andalo is where the race finishes today. Approaching Andalo fast. This is the front of the race where, well, it's not quite the front. This is a second group at 11 seconds because Damiano Caruso and Garofoli are just out of sight around the corner. Those two have attacked. Aina Rubio from Movistar has got across to his teammate now. And Juan Pedro Lopez is going to turn into a domestique and try and bring his team leader, effectively, Aina Rubio, back to Damiano Caruso and Gianmarco Garofoli. Rubio has attacked, by the way, by the looks of it.
Yeah, they're not far.
Yeah, just to get across to the front.
Now it's the climb we were referring. It's about 2-3 kilometers maybe. Nene Rubio looks very good in this climb. Managed himself to get back in contention immediately. Igor Arrieta's bit short in energy. Rubio in just one attack, close a gap of about 10 seconds.
If you're looking at the time gaps and wondering who's in that group with the blue jersey with Giulio Ciccone, well, the most significant names are Enric Mas and Jonathan Narvaez. They're back at almost 1 minute now and rapidly falling out of contention for this stage victory. Movistar, as you rightly point out, their representation, the fact that they're represented at the front of the race means that they'll be relatively happy with that situation. Leknesund, Valgren and Vlasov.
Soon they're going to be all merging, but the only one rider missing from this move is now Arrieta. It's there at about 20-30 meters from the front of the race. He didn't quite manage to recover from the effort on the climb. He looked very good, but he's now been distanced by this. What about 7 riders that are leading the front of leading the race? Is Aina Rubio, Garofoli, Caruso, Vlasov, Valgren, Leknesund, and then is Juan P. Lopez.
Yep. Caruso and Rubio keeping this moving along. They don't really want Arrieta back in the mix because he's a dangerous rider, but he is coming back. Just went a little bit too far into the red, Arrieta, and needed to recover, but the slowing of the pace at the front allows him to do that.
And his this speed is definitely can help if at the back somebody's willing to chase, because as you see, nobody's really collaborating at the moment. It's now or never for the group behind, or the group of Caruso and Narvaez.
Rubio, I think, cognizant of that and aware of exactly what you're describing, Jacopos, wanting just to keep enough momentum at the front of the race. And in Andreas Leknesund, he's got a perfect ally, because this is what Leknesund does. He's an honest rider, rolls through, keeps the pace high, shares the work with Caruso. Jan Christen dropped.
Yeah, we don't know if he attacked the group, the chasing group of... no,
Shake of the head.
It's
been dropped.
Yeah, it's been dropped.
Dropped from the Ciccone group. At 1 minute and 4 seconds.
There is another group forming a little bit ahead. I think it's Tonelli, maybe. No, it was not anymore featuring here. I know it's Gualdi indeed. Yeah, I saw a red from far. I was a bit confused. It might be Tonelli as well, eh?
And Bais, I think. No, yes, it's Tonelli. Yep. Bais is in this group with Narvaez and Ciccone. Blue jersey group, if those time gaps are accurate, has come back a little bit. 49 seconds, so not out of it. Rubio then, as you're saying, just trying to encourage everyone to lead by example and keep this group moving.
The group behind is about to... They see the front of the race is the De La Cruz, Mick van Dijk, Gualdi and Tonelli. I know this first it's De La Cruz and Van Dijk, and then it's Gualdi and Tonelli.
They're a group.
They're not here together, yeah.
Groups everywhere. De La Cruz and Van Dijk is the second group on the road.
And are not far behind Gualdi and Tonelli because they were on the picture right before. But De La Cruz and Van Dijk, they're going to be joining the front of the race, making a very good couple also for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, not just leaving a movie star with two riders at the front. Good ride by the Dutchman, Mick van Dijk, possibly the lesser of the lesser climber among the riders at the front.
Yeah, you'd have said so, but he's on a very good day, and he does have very good climbing legs, Mick van Dijk.
He's getting tactical here at the front. Everybody's looking around. As the chasing group of the Maglia of Ciccone,
Yeah.
36 seconds,
36
if stats accurate, means that everybody is going back in contention. We don't have like an overview picture, you know, but nonetheless, I think today is going to be a good challenge, deciding who's the most combative.
Yeah, who's going to take those red numbers off the back of Giulio Ciccone and wear them tomorrow?
You argue it might be to Remy Cavagna for this very aggressive ride and on the attack, more than 100 kilometers to go.
It's a strong case that he's made. So he got Arrieta slotting onto the back of this group, and David De La Cruz with Mick van Dijk on his wheel are about to make the junction and join the front of the race.
And the speed is not high anymore at the front. There are a bit of looking around as this duo managed to rejoin the front of the race. They're almost at the top of this uncategorized climb, but from the top it's not going to be descent. It's going to be keep going up and down, a little bit lumpy before approaching the Red Bull Kilometer, which features another climb, and the Andalo Lever, the last categorized climb of the day.
13 kilometers to the Red Bull kilometer.
Is the chasing group at 30 seconds with the Florian Stork digging deep.
A huge ride. Jan Geert, Mathieu Baes, Mark Donovan, Frank van den Broek is dropped from that, really struggling at the back. Ciccone still looks good, but he's looking around to see what the cooperation is like. Jan Geert is sharing the work with Florian Stork, and those two riders are, more than anyone else, powering this group forward.
And Gualdi and Tonelli, they've been brought back to this very peloton. Gualdi is at the very back of this peloton. Baes is there for Potteries Malta. Tonelli relegated behind.
Yep.
So does Frank van den Broek. 28, they're not far. You need a very powerful attack or a lot of commitments. It's going to be coming from those two, as all the others features are teammates at the front, except for Ciccone maybe.
Wow, the splendor of this these surroundings here as we head towards the fringes of the Alpine mountain range on the Dolomites, the Brenta Dolomites. So different in characteristics from some of the Alpine peaks. And they'll feature, of course, on Friday and Saturday as we race through there. And the last 2 days that should affect the general classification, or might affect the general classification. Today's not a day for that. You can see the peloton has let them go, and Damiano Caruso is rocketing up the rankings with a lead now, or a 6 minute 40 jump in the GC standings that will put him firmly in the top 10 if that gap is maintained, or something like that gap is maintained to the end of the day.
Yeah, Leroy Warboss has moved himself at the front as J. Kalula, Jensen.
Yeah, he's dropped.
Just now he was...
Rex is working hard.
Well, yeah, to hold on the pace here.
Yeah. Larry Warboss trying to make a difference here, the American. That's too big a time gap to hand to Damiano Caruso for the likes of... Well, that's a time gap that's almost starting to threaten Michael Storr's time. So they have to ride.
Yeah, front of the race in the meantime. There's still no really collaboration as Valgren shake off his hand. There was some arguing there with De La Cruz. That means one thing only: they're tired. When you see riders arguing a lot in between each other, but also at the back there is no much collaboration. Only 23 seconds though. They're not far.
Well, Enric Mas isn't going to ride. He's got two teammates up the road. Ciccone might be minded to try and attack. Narvaez sits on the back of this group again, just gambling that the race is going to come back together again.
Yeah, I don't know if he doesn't have the legs, so he's just really gambling, and then will make him like a massive gambler, because if he's there with good legs,
it's a big gamble.
Again,
I mean, what he can't do, Jonathan Narvaez, is go to the front of that group and ride, can he? He got Arrieta at the front of the race.
But let's not forget, in about like 8 kilometers, they're going to be at the foot of the last categorized climb. We can take like one big chunk, you know, the Red Bull kilometer, which is quite steep, and then the categorized climb. And I think if Narvaez has the legs, he's maybe waiting till there, you know, because at 19 seconds, if you launch an attack in there, you might as well end up at the front. But again, massive gambling if he has the legs. As yet again, some wet roads, they're heading into some maybe some showers ahead of them. It's not raining at the finish line, but it is there. And the chasing group, 15 seconds now. They're getting closer and closer. So
let's have a look, see if we can see what it looks like on the road, maybe. As Rubio keeps it rolling. This is the back of the front group with Leknesund there as well. Two representatives of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. They're going to want to keep this this group away. And this is the Ciccone group. Jan Hirt continues to ride on the front at 16 seconds now. Eight riders. The chase group.
It's not big. Now we have a better image.
Yep.
Thanks to the helicopter, it's not big. It's definitely not big.
And there seems to be a little bit more willingness from slightly more riders. At least 3 riders are working at the front of this group. I think Ciccone is doing some turns on the front as well. He is. So Jan Hirt, Florian Stork and Giulio Ciccone are riding at the front. Jonathan Narvaez most decidedly is not riding.
No, if he can feature Igor Arrieta at the front. So does Mark Donovan, Fabio van den Bosch and Van der Lee. They all have teammates up the front.
Yeah.
So they won't collaborate with the chase. But with 20 minutes, if Ciccone feeling good on once we're going to be at the foot of the climb that leads them to the Red Bull kilometer, you can close this gap easily. But you need to feel feeling good. So we are into the very last part of this Giro d'Italia. You need to have good legs, and it's not obvious as you easily would imagine.
Impossible at this point to know who's going to win this stage. Too many candidates with too many question marks around them. Sure, some riders look better than others, but no one's managed to really stamp their authority over this race to this point. And those attempts to force a selection that might go to the line so far have failed. Whether this one will go without the presence of Ciccone and Narvaez remains to be seen. Ahead of them, the 25 kilometers to go, Arch.
Now, all of a sudden, because I was not even looking at the kilometers thinking, but we are very close to the finish line. And Andalo Lever, in about 6 kilometer time, they're going to be at the foot, as we said. Right at the Alpha is going to be placed the Red Bull kilometer. And as Ned pointed out earlier on, it's a very steep one, very steep first part, sorry, of the climb to Andalo Lever.
Yeah, 2.5 kilometers of steep climbing, and then it shallows out a bit, and it's pretty much falls flat in the final 4 or 5 kilometers.
23 seconds now. They're losing a little bit of ground.
There they are behind. They can still be seen, but have they got the legs and the numbers to bring that group back? Too many riders sitting on. Enric Mas, as you can see, isn't riding. Jordi van der Lee won't ride, nor with Fabio van den Bosch. So at the moment, it's only 2 riders. Giulio Ciccone's played his part, but Mark Donovan likewise has got a teammate at the front of the race. Narvaez moves up onto the wheel of Fabio van den Bosch, though, as Jan Hirt continues to hurt himself to try and shut this gap down, but they had it down to about 16 seconds, stretched back out now to 26 seconds.
Yeah, there was not really collaboration that moment at the front of the race, and that was helping also the chasers. It's now looked like there is a better cohesion at the front. So that's why we can expect this gap to grow a little bit bigger. But again, if they keep this at around 30 seconds, they still have a chance once they're going to hit the foot of the climb. But to be seen then who has the legs to close down 30 seconds in just one attack. Ciccone might, and as well at least on the paper. Narvaez. Wait and see.
If the two of those riders go off the way they did for the intermediate sprints, then they can do it if they've got the legs. Average speed has gradually come down. It's still extremely high given how much climbing there is to go, and it's broadly speaking uphill pretty much all the way to the finish in one shape or another, with a few descents in the middle. Mick van Dijk is another reason why that this time gap is proving stubbornly difficult to shut down, because van Dijk is working for Alexander Vlasov today. Red Bull Hansgrohe, who are thoroughly in the mix for a podium place with Jai Hindley, opting and deciding to send two riders up the road. Of course, they're another team without a victory so far at this year's Giro. Big team, big budget, big ambitions, and they need to take a victory if they possibly can, whether that's with Jai Hindley or from another source, hence the presence of Mick van Dijk and Alexander Vlasov. As we pass by Molveno Lake. Partly in shade, with the mountains beyond it, brightly lit up, and white clouds just drifting across those peaks.
Still wet roads by rain raining at the moment. It won't be definitely at the finish line, but can complicate things at the last descent. Will be from the Andalo lever till the bottom of the last kicker of 5 kilometers that will lead them to the finish line. 34 seconds as Bagran is sitting at the back, is not really collaborating. It's back with our images on the peloton, still led by Tudor, with their intention is to keep the gap over the peloton, and just on one man in particular, on Damiano Caruso, down, because the position of Rondel is definitely in danger, and also at this point the one of Michael Schore.
Yeah, doing a good job of controlling the breakaway. And the gruppetto has formed again, hasn't it? We saw shots just a few minutes earlier of Paul Magnier and Dylan Groenewegen dropping away from the peloton, which is much reduced in size once more. Time gap between the first and second group is going out, and Jeko Alula have come to the assistance once again of Tudor Pro Cycling.
Yeah, Atherley is riding at the front, then it was Warbus, and I think it was Will Barta, the other rider. Back at the front here, 33 seconds now. This group has advanced as a gap over the chasers. 2.5 before the beginning of the last categorized climb of the day.
Well, these riders will start to believe this is the selection from which the winner will emerge.
It's curious to see Valgren is not collaborating anymore. He's seated at the back. Well, I don't know if it's based on a tactic or just he doesn't feel quite the legs are there, and he tried to saving a little bit of energy ahead of the Andalo lever climb. Still the same riders riding at the back, Florian Stork, Jan Eert.
Yeah, and I can't see how that's going to change. I think it is. Yeah, I mean, it's just the climb, isn't it? Can they attack? Have they got the legs, Ciccone and Jonathan Narvaez?
That's the only question. Those are the only two riders that on the paper might have something, because yeah, of course, it's not like to taking away from Eric Maas or Jan Eert, but some of them they were working, some they're not punchy as Narvaez and Ciccone. I think Ciccone and Narvaez, if they have the legs, they're gonna try. And yeah, then it's up to basically how much energy you have left in the tank. Well,
we're going to find out in around about just under 2 kilometers, because they are rapidly approaching the start of the Andalo Lever climb. 1.5k to go for this group you're looking at the front of the race. 10 riders. Igor Arieta, Damiano Caruso, Michael Valgren, Juanpe Lopez, Aina Rubio, David de la Cruz, Mick van Dijk, Alexander Vlasov, Gianmarco Garofoli and Andreas Leknesund.
It's not yet good cohesion at the moment here at the front. Some riders were skipping turns. But definitely Vlasov can benefit from having Mick van Dijk, so does Einer Rubio with Juan P. Lopez.
I think the whole group really is benefiting at the moment from Juan P. Lopez and Mick van Dijk's presence.
Though at the moment it's actually Vlasov in second position. 30 seconds, and as we are about to start the climb to Andalo Lever. Some foggy mist popping off the forest here. Have been raining, but temperature is still quite high.
Just a little reminder that it's the first couple of kilometers of this 8.3 kilometer climb that matter in terms of the gradient. That's where, if they've got the legs, Ciccone and Narvaez need to make the difference and get across that 30-second gap, if it's possible.
If it's possible, indeed. They are in the Lago di Molveno. Soon they're going to start climbing.
So the last categorized climb of the day is about to begin. Andalo Lever climb. The front of the race then, on to the timed climb. It's a category 3 climb again. There are 9 King of the Mountains points, but that's hardly relevant today, as Damiano Caruso barely hesitates and he goes on the offensive straight away, taking with him Alexander Vlasov and Igor Arieta. Didn't wait for a second there, did he, Damiano Caruso? Opened that attack up straight away, knowing that it's the first 2 kilometers where you can make a difference on this climb.
Einer Rubio reacts in the peloton. It's actually Mick van Dijk. Vlasov is right there behind Einer Rubio.
That's an impressive ride from Mick van Dijk.
Mamma mia.
Yeah.
Lopez has been distanced after done most of the job. Caruso, he wants to keep the pace high because he knows behind there are Narvaez and Ciccone. They're going to use these slopes to try to regather the front of the race. Let's wait and see what they're going to do at the back. But Caruso so far haven't been, he hasn't been able to distance all the opponents. They're all in there for the moment.
So that group comes back together again, with the exception of Juan P. Lopez, who's just been distanced a little bit by that acceleration, and we might not see him at the front of the race again.
Caruso goes again.
Caruso for a second time. He's on great form today, Damiano Caruso. Putting Igor Arieta under pressure. This time Mick van Dijk can't respond in quite the same manner that he did last time, and it's down to Alexander Vlasov to rescue things for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, which he does. Rubio, and now Rubio launches, followed by Vlasov and Valgren.
Valgren, very good form today for the Danish.
Vlasov with that characteristic head cocked off to the left just slightly, but really grimacing. It's Rubio looking good. Valgren doing a great climb. Damiano Caruso and Igor Arieta right away at the moment from David de la Cruz and Andreas Leknesund, who's battling on. And it's Jonathan Narvaez and Giulio Ciccone, as we anticipated, who try and break the elastic and go clear, but they're not getting away at the moment from Enric Mas and Jordi van der Lee and Mark Donovan.
That's the moment they have to collaborate, the two riders, if they want to stand a chance to win or to get at least the possibility to contest for the stage.
Well, it's a risky move. UAE Team Emirates have got Igor Arieta at the front of the race here. Jonathan Narvaez might be bringing some dangerous riders across and back into contention here. But is the cooperation there? I think they expected to be able to get clear and ride their own race across.
Caruso goes again at the front. He's having a very good day, the Italian. One of the most old and expert rider.
Yep.
That's a lot of experience in riding the Giro, been already featuring at the podium, been second and many times in the top 10. And Rubio goes as well.
Another attack from the Colombian.
And Valgren.
Good reaction from the Dane, Michael Valgren. It's been a long time since we've seen Michael Valgren this strong on a Grand Tour stage. He's getting better and better the longer the Giro goes on at the moment. Arieta in difficulty. Vlasov looking round. De la Cruz and Leknesund battling on, but little gap to Igor Arieta.
Garofoli also has been distanced, but the group of Ciccone and Narvaez is not making any impact so far on the front of the race.
Nope.
The gap is even increasing in favor of those riders.
Paul Magnier will be delighted to hear your words, Jacopo. because it looks like Jonathan Narvaez is going to miss out on the points at the finish line, or at least the big points at the finish line. Can his teammate take victory number 2 at this Giro? Igor Arrieta. Signs are he's under a little bit of pressure.
But is there?
Lexon is battling on to remain in contention with David de la Cruz, but they haven't quite shut down the front of the race yet.
Bear in mind that once they're going to be at the Red Bull kilometer, that's where the easy part of this climb is going to start. Narvaez goes again.
Tries again, takes with him the man he beat in the Chiavari stage. And this time, Giulio Ciccone shuts it down, so he hasn't quite got the acceleration, Jonathan Narvaez, that we've seen in the past from him.
So the climb itself, it doesn't look like it's hard enough, you know, to break the elastic towards the back, because even Jan Hirt is able, after been working the whole time before the climb, to stay in contact.
This is the group at the front of the race, where Leknesund and David de la Cruz have got across. Rubio drops to the back. They can't afford, with all the attacking behind, they can't afford to just let the pace slacken off, and it's Aina Rubio who launches his 3rd attack on this climb, and this one's dangerous. No immediate response this time from Damiano Caruso.
Yeah, this is a very good attack by the Colombian. Valgren goes now, but it might be a little bit too late.
Caruso using the wheel of the man from EF Education to try and counter-attack, possibly off Valgren's wheel, and get across to Aina Rubio.
Even Garofoli managed to get back on the wheel of the group here.
There was no immediate reaction from Damiano Caruso when Rubio went. He got the gap, and now there's a group of 4 riders trying to chase across to Aina Rubio. Opened up a bit of an advantage. Is it a decisive gap? You can tell the Red Bull rider Alexander Vlasov is on his hands and knees as Valgren goes again on the right.
Good move by the Danish rider. Seems like he has broke free. Igor Arrieta was hunting him down, but he has a gap. They have a gap, and they're getting closer to Rubio. Good ride by Mikael Valgren. It's about to rejoin the front of the race with Aina Rubio as they are 1 kilometer from the Red Bull kilometer.
So Rubio's about to have company, and it's Mikael Valgren bringing with him Igor Arrieta of UAE Team Emirates. These 3 riders at the front of the race are riding away from the Ciccone group now, 46 seconds. I think that tail is done. Can't see how Jonathan Narvaez and Giulio Ciccone come back into this now.
No, but these 3 riders are forming at the front, and Igor Arrieta always seems like on the edge of getting dropped, but he managed to stay in contact with Aina Rubio and a very strong Mikael Valgren, which, as it stands right now, looks like one of the favorites for today's stage. He's a very fast finisher himself.
Narvaez driving this group on. Too little, too late, you fear for him as they approach the Red Bull kilometer. Mas looking around for support. Ciccone, I think the belief isn't there any longer. Ciccone has no help in the form of teammates. And it's 50 seconds now between that group and the front of the race that we're looking at. The climb tops out at 10.7 kilometers to go, and then there's going to be a bit of a descent.
Yeah, roughly 5 kilometers before the last, indeed 5 kilometers to the climb. The finale itself is going to be a long drag uphill. There is 1 kilometer which is a bit harder than the one before, but the hardest part has been done by the riders.
So Arrieta through the Red Bull kilometer in first place from Aina Rubio and Mikael Valgren. It's not too far back though.
No, they're not.
And Garofoli.
Yeah, they're not off the contention for the stage victory. Valgren continues to push hard here, followed by Rubio and Arrieta. It's no disaster for UAE Team Emirates, because even if they supposed to be leader, Narvaez hasn't managed to be at the front. They have a card and a water card to play with Igor Arrieta. And Caruso, for the moment, is still keeping the peloton at more than 5 minutes.
Yeah. And this is the Narvaez-Ciccone group. Almost a minute down now on the front of the race. And you'd have to say, out of contention now. It would take a phenomenal ride to get out of this position with those 2 groups ahead.
Goes again Narvaez, followed by Van der Bosch. But I think it's, as you said, I think it's game over for them. Van der Bosch won't be cooperating with the Narvaez.
Well, the only different thing here, Jacopo, is he's broken the elastic for now, hasn't he? He's got a gap.
Yeah, but with Van den Bosch on the wheel, I don't know if he will continue.
Donovan working hard to shut down the attack from the Ecuadorian. You've got Arieta.
They're looking at each other. Not something you would expect, but they're not collaborating.
Well, that should enable the Caruso group to come back with Andreas Leknesund, etc.
It's a bit of a gamble here by the riders. Michael Van Galen looked like he's in big distress, but nonetheless, it looked like when he launched the attack to rejoin the front in very good form.
.3k to go to the top of this climb. This is just a little bit of relief in the middle of the climb, but it's going to kick up again. Not particularly steep from here to the end of the climb.
Vlasov moved clear, and the hunt is about to rejoin the front. It looked like they were far off, but there is no collaboration between them, as Caruso goes as well. It's about to rejoin the front as well. Damiano Caruso is on a fine form today. Valgren opens up a gap.
A little bit of an attack from Valgren there, forcing Rubio to chase on. Igor Arieta, Alexander Vlasov, and then Damiano Caruso shutting the door there to the Russian rider from Red Bull Border Hansgrohe.
Two riders moved clear, is Valgren and Einer Rubio. Then was Igor Arieta a little bit in pain to follow. 49 seconds for this group, but again, you see there is no collaboration.
Nope. 49 seconds, as you say. Valgren and Rubio, who are emerging as the strongest two riders from this group.
Yeah, Valgren, I think he has a fair chance today of doing something great. The Danish, long comeback from him from a nasty injury that happened 3 years ago. So it's going to be a brief moment of descent, as Ned just said. Now it's going to go up again. 2.3 kilometers till the top of the climb to Andalo.
Leknesund battling again. The one thing you can guarantee from Andreas Leknesund is a wholehearted fight to remain in contention. Works so hard and on the front, but he's a little bit on the back foot here. He's in the company of some really outstanding climbers. Einer Rubio, Valgren, a classic specialist, Vlasov, Damiano Caruso. First real time we've seen either Vlasov or Caruso off the front. And Igor Arieta, already a stage winner.
At the back, there's
Valgren have got a decent little advantage here, though.
Yeah, also here you see is getting tactical, looking left and right, all the riders, as Caruso trying to just keeping them at bay. And not far, with a good attack, you can as well rejoin them, but nobody's really willing to spend energy and helping somebody else.
What's the betting that Leknesund, if he's got the legs, tries to move?
Be something extraordinary. He looks a little bit tired, but it's nonetheless he's there. As Vlasov continue to push hard.
Arieta often looks a little bit ragged on the bike, but you just never know the young Spaniard's reserves of energy. And we do understand everything about Igor Arieta's willpower and his grit. We saw that on full display in Potenza. So never rule out Igor Arieta either. But Rubio and Valgren, two very different riders at the front of this race, but quite evenly matched on this terrain.
Leknesund goes in there.
There we go, yeah. That's typical Leknesund. At the moment, though, he's dragging everybody back to the front of the race, but that's a big move from Leknesund, and it looks like he might get across to Valgren and Rubio. Valgren's not working with Rubio. Rubio's frustrated with the Dane.
Yeah, he just attacked him from the front, and I don't know if Valgren is just faking a little bit extra, but on his face you can see the sign of the pain. If he survived this climb, Valgren really is start to become one of the indicators for today's victory. If he can hold on Einer Rubio in the finale. But they're not far, 9 seconds only. They're really just behind.
1.2 kilometers to go. Arieta looking around. Leknesund goes again, sits on the front, dragging Alexander Vlasov. He's doing most of the work in that chase group. Just a few seconds back, but still haven't got across to Valgren, who is now riding, and Einer Rubio. Well,
what a ride by Valgren. It's by far the heaviest rider, a classic rider, always been present in the Belgium Classics, in victorious in the Omloop. at Newsblad.
As you alluded to as well, a 5-year wait from his last victory until the spring of this year when he took a stage of Tirreno Adriatico. But this is the Giro d'Italia. This is the Grand Tour stage that's beckoning for him, but by no means a certainty. Try as they might, the Leknesund group can't get back to the front of the race. They've got it down to 9 seconds. It's gone back out to 12 seconds. 500 meters to the top of this climb, the last categorized climb of the day. Once they get over the top of that, there's a bit of a descent for about 5 kilometers. And then the last 5K, there's a few kilometers of uphill and then it flattens out in the last kilometer or so.
They were just about there, but the collaboration is not very good at the back, and they're slowing down at the front. 40 seconds now.
Well, these two are starting to collaborate. They understand that they've got these 4 just pinned there at the moment, so they don't want the likes of Caruso and Arietta or Leknesund or Vlasov back in the mix for the stage win. They want to do battle between themselves and take their chance mano a mano, Aina Rubio and Michael Valgren.
And Caruso can benefit from a very skilled, it doesn't look like 40 seconds from here, but it might be the camera. Caruso can benefit from very big abilities in the descent. And if he's a little bit tricky, if he's a little bit cornering, he can as well close this gap and move away from the peloton easy now, as he did in the previous climb. On the top is Aina Rubio crossing the line of the last kilometer of the day, followed by Valgren. Then is Igor Arietta. There's a little bit, just a little bit of false flat at the top, a little plateau of not even a kilometer. And soon they're going to be plunging down from the bottom of the foot of the last little climb. They're going to lead them into Andalo. Just the other side of the climb they were on now.
Great spot to watch the Giro pass by from.
Yeah, hope you don't have to go to the toilet though.
Of all the things to think of. Aina Rubio, Valgren, they're out of sight now. They have gone around the bend and disappeared from view for these 4 riders. And this is the Ciccone group now at 1 minute and 15 seconds. The Movistar riders clearly aren't going to do anything. Giulio Ciccone is increasing the pace with Mattia Bais on his wheel.
Yeah, he's going to try to get a little bit, at least some points for his KOM classification.
Wow, they've all gone. You may not know that, but there are too many riders up the road who've already swept up all the King of the Mountains points. Only points for the first 4 over the line. So for another frustrating day to add to the long list of frustrating days at this Giro for Giulio Ciccone. Aina Rubio and Michael Valgren, riders of a similar generation, really. It's been 5 years since Aina Rubio tasted victory at the Giro d'Italia. And Michael Valgren has only just come back to winning ways this year at Tirreno Adriatico.
Last descent, 8.8 kilometers to go, and then on about 5 kilometers from the finish is going to be up. Only the last 500-600 meters going to be almost like a gentle descent at 1%, but it's going to be expecting a lot of fireworks from the riders in the front. Aina Rubio doesn't want to go in a sprint with Michael Valgren, definitely. He's going to try to drop him before that.
Has he got enough mountain to deal with that threat of Michael Valgren? He's going to have to absolutely hit Valgren as soon as the road kicks up at around about 4.5 kilometers to go. There's not much climbing to be done, but he's going to have to use every single meter of it. Yeah,
at roughly 2 kilometers from the finish, I would say, there is the road picks up a little bit more. I think that's the good moment for Aina Rubio to go on the attack of Valgren, which nonetheless before on the climb before he was on the attack as well. He was attacking Aina Rubio. The gap is getting
they're not
smaller.
too far behind, are they? They've done that little short descent a bit faster than the duo at the front of the race, and they're only about 5 seconds down, maybe 6 seconds, with Arietta, Vlasov, Leknesund and Caruso still very much in the mix here for the stage victory. In fact, they're shutting this down meter by meter. around that hairpin. They can see them as the road straightens out.
And one man for sure gonna go on the attack. It's gonna be Caruso.
Yeah. All in for Damiano Caruso as soon as the road pitches up. Heart in mouth time a little bit for Igor Arieta. Do you remember the descent on the run into Potenza? However, on this occasion, even though we've had plenty of rain at the finish line throughout the day, it's dried up, and there are dry roads for him as he goes off with the company of those 3 other riders in pursuit of the front of the race, in pursuit of Michael Valgren and Aina Rubio. Ciccone group now right out of contention at 1 minute and 24 seconds. That's done. So it's 1 from 6 riders maximum. Maybe it's just 1 from 2, because the kilometers are ticking by fast now. 6.2k to go for the victory on stage 17 from the break. It was always going to be from the breakaway today. The riders fought hard to be in the break. There was a huge 29 rider move in the end. 2 riders from that 29 have the front of the race. Valgren would be many people's sentimental pick, I think, for victory here, just given the nature of his difficulties over so many years. But Aina Rubio has grown stronger and stronger, as he often does at this Giro d'Italia, as the weeks tick by. Now we're deep into the 3rd week, and Rubio is showing us the very best side of him.
That's the bottom of the descent. And from there on, it's going to be either a false flat uphill or a real climb. So it's going to be the moment of truth for the riders at the front. It would be a relief for Movistar. They've been on the hunt of a stage victory since the Cosenza stage. They've been trying very hard to scramble the things and to create opportunities for their best climbers. Today they have a big opportunity, but he has to get rid of Michael Valgren. The hardest moment is from 3 till 1.2, as you see.
So that moment of truth is fast approaching for Aina Rubio. As you rightly say, Rubio cannot afford to take Valgren to a sprint for the stage win. Valgren himself will sit on the front and look to defend now. This is where the stage result really could hang in the balance. Aina Rubio cannot afford to wait, and in around about 500 meters he's going to have to start attacking Michael Valgren. This group, though, have lost a bit of momentum on that downhill and on this approach to the final difficulties of the stage. Right, it's gone right out again to 16 seconds.
Yeah, there's not real collaboration. Igor Arieta is not working. Damiano Caruso is also not pleased with that, and this is going to go in favor of the first 2 riders, as Legnesund and Vlasov, due to these circumstances, are moving a little bit clear ahead.
Yeah, Caruso showing real displeasure there in that group. Rubio just fueling up. For what it's worth now, we're pretty close to the finish line. The legs are going to have to start doing the work now as the road starts to kick up. Vlasov and Leknesund have left Arieta and Caruso for now, but Caruso, with Arieta on his wheel, is coming back now. But 18 seconds, they've lost a further 2 seconds.
Yeah, and soon is going to be start climbing on right on the exit of this village. It's going to be the moment of truth for both these riders. That's how it looked like the finale. It's not technical because the corner, the RPC you saw on the map, they're all in the climb, which is going to finish at around 1.2, 1.3 kilometers from the finish. 50 seconds, they regain something. Still there, just a powerful attack might just give the chance of one of these 4 riders the possibility to win, to go for the victory.
4K to go.
And now it starts.
And now it begins. Rubio on the front. Valgren knows that he's going to come under real pressure here now to hold the wheel of small Colombian. He's on his favoured terrain, but there isn't much of it to work with. Now, who's going to launch as the road kicks up ahead? Caruso gets to the front. Can Arieta find the speed to break the elastic and go clear and go off in pursuit of Rubio and Valgren at the front of the race? Might not be as much as 15 seconds. They're still not out of it, but if they're going to make the difference and get across, it has to happen now. Valgren, though, sharing the work with Rubio and keeping the pace high. Is the gradient really there for Aina Rubio on this uncategorized climb? Has he got anything to work with? Are the legs still willing? Because they've been off the front. This is a big stage today, 202 kilometers, and it's barely let up all day. Rubio doesn't look like he has it at the moment to try and put Valgren under real pressure. And Valgren relatively comfortably is holding the wheel.
Yeah, if Rubio wants to have stand a chance, he needs to go a little bit caught by surprise.
Arieta has attacked. Arieta has attacked that second group now, and he's gone off to try and hunt down the front of the race. Alexander Vlasov already under pressure with Damiano Caruso on his wheel. Arrieta, the Spaniard, at it again. Vlasov looks round for support from Caruso and can't ride Arrieta down. So Arrieta has broken free and he's the third rider on the road. Now, can he get across to Rubio and Valgren at the front of the race?
3 kilometers, and it seems like the speed is a little bit decreased at the front, as Valgren obviously is trying to make his own tempo, as Vlasov on the chase of Arrieta.
No, it's still gettable, isn't he, Arrieta? He's not made the massive inroads.
I think everybody's just tired after a dramatic stage, a very hectic one, as Einer Rubio places himself at the front. 72nd there.
Coming, he's coming. Just ask Afonso Eulalia what this feels like. You think back to Potenza, where Arrieta found it within himself, turning himself inside out to do the impossible in the closing kilometers. He is at it again this time. 2.9k to go. They go under 3 kilometers, and Einer Rubio and Valgren might just have another rider for company very soon.
It seems like the 3 riders here at the back doesn't have either legs or the willing to shut this down. Caruso seemed like the strongest among them, but it's not doing any impact, as Igor Arrieta is just about to get on the wheel. If there is an acceleration on the front, it might cost him the presence at the front, but it looks like he's about to joining the front of the race as Einer Rubio goes.
Rubio attacks Valgren. Valgren has the response for now, and that's going to be a problem for Igor Arrieta, who is just a few seconds down, still battling on his own in third place, but Rubio trying to dislodge the Dane, and at the moment Valgren has every answer for Rubio's acceleration. Arrieta still closing. A second here, a second there, and still could be a feature in this battle for the stage victory.
The face of Valgren says a lot how much concentration and focus he's putting in this, just to hold the wheel of a much more pure climber. He refused to give a turn. He knows that he's much weaker than the Colombian on the climb. He just have to survive this.
Was there an element of bluff about that, though? Because as soon as Einer Rubio turned away, Valgren looked round, and I think he knows that he has survived the worst of what Rubio had to offer here. And if they don't cooperate, Igor Arrieta is going to be right here, because he is still hunting them down. So Valgren has to get to the front and work with Rubio now. But Rubio's in real difficulty in terms of the stage victory. Coming to the line with Michael Valgren normally would be a real problem. But Arrieta's there, and Arrieta is about to complicate things. What a ride from Igor Arrieta of UAE Team Emirates. From that chase group, he's the only rider who managed to get across to the front of the race. And now it's 3 riders who could win this stage.
Yeah, you just have to breathe a little bit before they're going to reach the finale, because it was a huge dispense of energy from the Spaniard. But what a ride against, once again, he's showing himself like some very classy moves. 3 riders at the front, Valgren, Rubio and Arrieta.
Well, he never knows when he's beaten, does he, Igor Arrieta? We know that much of him, and he can suffer on the bike, Arrieta, and this is his reward. A place on the wheel of Einer Rubio, who in turn sits on the wheel of Michael Valgren, who's keeping the pace high and ensuring, for now at least, that the Caruso-Leknesund group doesn't come back into it with Alexander Vlasov. If they ease up and play games, then it could get even more complicated. 3 riders still trying to chase across to the front of the race.
It's only 600 meters before the end of this climb. It's not very long, but it's just about there. And of course, Valgren doesn't want to push hard because he don't want to expose himself to more attacks. But this is going in favor of the riders behind us, Vlasov, Leknesund and Caruso. They're just about there, and might be seeing 6 riders at the front.
Vlasov nearly shuts them down, and in fact they're going to get across, aren't they, with just over 1.5 kilometers to go. It's Alexander Vlasov of Red Bull Border Hansgrohe who has Alexander Leknesund on his wheel, and Caruso lurking ominously at the back of this group, laying off a little bit. If the legs are good, the veteran Italian will attack if he can. Rubio, though, on the other side of the road, and here he goes. Damiano Caruso has waited for this moment. He sweeps past Einer Rubio. He opens up a lead over the Colombian climber. Arrieta's in difficulty. Valgren is hoping that Rubio can get across to the Italian. Caruso launched a big attack, and Rubio shuts him down.
Valgren is still in there. Look behind, but he's still in there, and the climb is about to finish. As it looked like Valgren has a lot still in the legs as he responded. Igor Arrieta's also there. Leknesund, Vlasov is right the most in pain, but we are about to finish the climb. After this little right sweep, it's going to be finished. Santa Claus appears, but we're about to finish.
That's a Danish corner there. A lot of Danish fans hoping to see Jonas Vingegaard. Instead, they're seeing, for now, Michael Valgren. in tantalising touching distance of his first ever Grand Tour stage victory, Michael Valgren, but in illustrious company here. Damiano Caruso, Aino Rubio, Alexander Leknesund is back in the fold as Caruso tries to open up another acceleration, and Valgren is so bullet strong today. Shuts it down, Rubio, Caruso, Valgren responding to everything. Leknesund in typical fashion, battling on with Arrieta and Vlasov, and these 6 riders are so evenly matched.
Yeah, the climb is over, and Valgren is the fastest among them all. He just have to do one thing, ensuring that nobody's moves clear. That's why he placed himself at the last position. He wants to control all the moves by the opponents as we enter the last kilometer. The Flamme Rouge is just about there as Valgren moves.
Massive attack from this classic specialist, Michael Valgren. He's got the power against these climbers. No response, no response. Who's going to take the responsibility of getting on the wheel of Michael Valgren? That was the perfect move at the perfect time, and it was executed with immense precision and great strength. It's only Andreas Leknesund who goes after Michael Valgren. Can he get across to the Dane?
I think it's going to be game over, because it's going to be even a little bit descent for the Danish rider. What a dramatic victory this might be for him as he chooses the right momentum to place an amazing attack.
It's fairy tale stuff from EF Education Easy Post. They are so close now to their first victory at this Giro d'Italia, and to do it with this rider, well, that's the best story of all. Michael Valgren, a winner back in the day, had to endure so many years of injury and heartache and a loss of form, battling back late on in his career, taking a victory at Tirreno Adriatico to remind the cycling world of what he's capable of. But with respect to that win, it wasn't in the same class as this one. Valgren has fought valiantly for this victory. Leknesund is trying to hunt him down. 200 meters to go for the Dane, gritting his teeth, holding off the challenge for now of Andreas Leknesund. 100 meters to go. He celebrates, he holds aloft a symbol of his victory and celebrates an immense victory, a triumph of willpower. A brilliant, brilliant ride from Valgren. Heartbreak again for Leknesund, and another second place in his career as Damiano Caruso picks up 3rd ahead of Vlasov, and Aino Rubio and Arrieta empty and beaten on this occasion, the young Spaniard. What a finale.
I mean, if you're asking yourself if Valgren was expecting to be among the possible winner of today, well, he rode the whole day with something.
Yeah,
we don't know what it is, but he had the whole day in his pocket to show in case of a victory.
Exactly.
What
that
a phenomenal.
Will be explained later, won't it? But that's such a good observation, Jacopo. He knew, didn't he?
It's something like
a reminder potentially of his injury. I don't know. We'll wait for his explanation.
Thank you.
Pokemon ball, it looked like almost, but what a ride by Michael Valgren. I'm just happy for him. He's just a generally good rider, and he's been under so much unluck in recent years. He's even dropped down, racing 1 year with the Devo team or EF in search, of recovery from a nasty crash that happened some years ago. It took a long time for him to come back, but he won this year, as you mentioned, in Tirreno Adriatico, and he won today in Andalo with a might. This first ever Grand Tour victory for Michael Valgren. What a ride.
And another team have had their Giro gone into fulfillment now as EF Education Easy Post add their list late on to the list of winning teams at this Giro d'Italia. From the breakaway, it was always going to be a break today. And Jonathan Myers might just pick up a cheeky point or two. Not sure how many riders have already crossed the line. There might be 1 point available for Narvaez here as he wins this sprint for the minor placings. Could be. But no 4th stage win for Narvaez, and further disappointment for Giulio Ciccone.
I mean, what a ride for Valgren. He was also the fastest among the 6 riders that were going for the victory, and he didn't wait. I thought he was moving himself at the back just to controlling that nobody else was going on the attack. Instead, it was him who wanted to go on the attack, and with the perfect momentum, he knew that it was not about the legs, but it was about the momentum. He just had to resist, to stay there, and when he saw everybody was looking at each other, he just launched a massive attack from behind the peloton. From behind the front group.
Thanks, man.
And he managed.
Jacopo, I think he knew all day his legs were stellar today.
He needs to be stellar.
There was an element of bluff, wasn't there, about every time that Rubio looked at him, he looked like he was right on the edge, but actually I think he knew He was confident that he had much more to give.
And maybe he was on the edge, but fair to be said that every time that Rubio was launching an attack, and even here we see a replay, look at the timing. When everybody's slowing down, they know he comes with speed, and bam, here he goes, 1.1 kilometer from the finish. Nobody's even there to contest the speed. He's just a powerful rider.
Yeah, he had that secret power that a lot of the other riders in that group didn't have, Michael Valgren.
I'm very curious to hear what is this. Yeah, it looks like the little plastic things that might be the kits they're preparing for him. But we're gonna hear more. But he raced the whole day with this in the pocket.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a post-race interview worth hanging on for, isn't it, to listen to Michael Valgren's words. Caruso finishing in 3rd place, and he'll be catapulting himself up the general classification into the top 10. I would have thought at the end of the day. We'll have to see how hard the bunch is riding as they come to the line in a few minutes' time.
This man also...
It's a Pokeball my son made for me last year on the tour. It's a good luck charm.
Says something about his kids, so there might be something from the kids.
Yep.
9th place for Narvaez. We were wondering how many points he would have scored today. We're going to have an update of the general classification for the points, but this is the top 10 standings of today's stage.
That is a 4th career 2nd place at the Giro d'Italia for Andreas Leknesund, and a 3rd 2nd place in this edition of the race alone.
You got to be feel for him.
That's horrible, isn't it? I mean, by anyone's standards, it's fantastic, but he's been so close to victory. And that was the risk, wasn't it? When Valgren went with that attack, he couldn't afford to take a rider like Leknesund with him. Leknesund just saw it too late, reacted too late. I think he was closing Valgren down, but it was that winning move from Michael Valgren.
That's a peloton coming on the line.
Pretty small.
They're about 5 minutes gap.
It's very small.
So it's going to be a huge chunk of time gained by Caruso. Roughly 5 minute 10, I would say. So we're going to put him pretty high in the general classification of today, because so let's do a little bit of calculation. He was
8 minutes 30 down at the end of the day.
13:47. So yeah, 8 minutes 30.
I think it'd be 9th.
Yeah.
That's my best guess. As there's a little sprint for the very, very minor placings. And Orlus Aular takes it ahead of Johannes Kulset. That's a small peloton.
What a day.
What a day.
We were expecting, it unfolded exactly like we were expecting, so very hectic and fast and with a lot of attacks in the very beginning. So it was lasting actually longer than we thought. Then a brief armistice towards the intermediate 100 kilometers before Ignite at the very end of the race. And what a finale for Valgren. We're going to hear from him now, and possibly going to explain a little bit more of the grid.
So. Let's hear from Michael Valgren.
Michael, a very meaningful victory. Can you tell us what is behind your celebration on the finishing line?
Yeah, you know, last year I had high hopes for a good stage in the tour. So my son went to Pokemon. So basically, it's a Pokemon in like our team colors, you know. So yeah, it's lucky charm.
You were possibly the fastest of the breakaway riders. Why did you attack?
Yeah, it's a funny thing. People think I'm fast, but I'm actually quite slow. This morning, Adam Blythe asked me about my maximum peak power, and it's ridiculously embarrassing, to be honest. So yeah, this is my move, and when I have good legs, I'm pretty good at it.
Was it tactically complicated in the front group?
Yeah, it was a strange day. You know, it was such a big group, and we never worked together. And I was getting kind of pissed, to be honest. Like, you know, why don't we just try and race? And then we for sure raced it out in the end. It was super hard. I was really on my limit. I didn't have any food for a while because the cars were never really behind us, you know. So I was really worried I was going to bunk. And I think, yeah, luckily it was not 500 meters longer.
Tirreno Adriatico was already your big comeback on a World Tour scale. Now, for the first time, you're a Grand Tour stage winner after a career-threatening injury.
Yeah, I missed this on my resume, you know, like I think I deserve this. I think I always really told it to someone, other media, you know, like I think my career has been pretty good, but I needed this Grand Tour stage win, and yeah, luckily it came today. And in Italy, you know, apparently I race really well in Italy. That's where I have most of my victories. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you go, Michael Valgren. Fantastic interview. That's the moment, that's his trick. That was the way he was going to get it won. Didn't fancy going to the line and trying to outsprint the riders, just powered away from them.
It was funny, he was ruling him out as the fastest of this group. He might be not fast, but among climbers, I still think he was the fastest. But nonetheless, a very honest, like, I think also all the Danish are pretty straightforward. It doesn't go around with words. He just knew this was the way he wanted to win. And as he said, he was just missing this on his resume. He's always been a very consistent rider. I'd be curious to know if he was racing the World Giro with the Pokemon green ball in his pocket, or just today, you know? Because it was just today, then even more remarkable.
8 years have passed since that fantastic spring campaign that won him Omloop Het Nieuwsblad, followed by the Amstel Gold Race as well. Two big stage wins, race wins. But a long wait until 2026 before returning to victory at World Tour level, first at Tirreno and then at the Giro d'Italia. And the other race wins in Italy that he was referring to actually was the Coppa Sabatini in 2021 and the Giro della Toscana in 2021 as well. At a lower level than this, obviously. Right, you're going to have to educate me now, Jacopo. What is that Pokemon thing? What does that do?
You really don't know?
No.
Ah, come on. So, like, you know, the Pokemon, what is like those kind of cute animals, I guess?
So what's that bit of plastic there?
So, like, you catch them with this, and they can live inside a ball. So they became like a mini-size version of themselves, and they slotted themselves into a ball, which normally is white and red, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it did bring him some luck, and he needed. Not just because today he was not the strongest, but because he was under so much unluck in his latest year of career. But today you can say everything you want. He was part of the very first breakaway, and he just looked like the strongest. I mean, to resist on the attack of Heiner Rubio in the finale like this, you just need to be very strong.
I mean, the signs were there, weren't they? Back on the banks of Lake Maggiore in the Verbania stage. Just off the podium places, finished in 4th place on that stage, on the Alberto Bettiol day. As Damiano Caruso does indeed, my calculations were right for once, move up to 9th place, it at 8:34. Other than that, no real change. Ben O'Connor, though, drops to 10th. Despite the work that Jaco Alula did on the front to try and ensure that that didn't happen. Well, that was 202 pretty relentless kilometres. Hope you enjoyed them. We're going to see the riders on the podium and hear from some of the others as well, but before that, let's remind ourselves of how events unfolded today. Chapeau, Michael Valgren, indeed. And a three-star stage comes to an end. We've got one more day, which might favour the breakaway. We'll have a look at that later. So we just remind ourselves of the top 10. Yeah, Jonathan Narvaez sneaking into the top 10 there. Will pick up 2 further points in the general classification, in the points classification, to extend his lead over Paul Magnier to 12 points. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Narvaez is going to have to get more points than that in the bank. No let-up in the battle for the Maglia Ciclamino.
No, but as well, Paul Magnier has to win in Rome.
Yeah, it depends how many points Narvaez gets in between here and Rome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all in the... It's just...
He needs to score some points.
Yeah, he does. He definitely does.
Now it's behind the Ecuadorian, so you never know what happens tomorrow, you know?
Yeah.
So at the moment he's positioning himself, and I think he got away with the most possible points. He gambled a little bit, very hard, I would say, because I think he had the legs actually in Narvaez today. But tomorrow I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be again in the move.
It's an unpredictable battle between Magnier and Narvaez. Keeps flip-flopping one way and then the other. Hopefully it's going to keep us guessing all the way to the finish line in Rome, the very finish line.
Yeah. Another very good ride by Damiano Caruso. Moved himself in the top 10 and third of the stage. And Michael Valgren signing off.
Yeah, Bahrain victorious. 2 riders in the top 10 of the general classification. It's excellent. If they can hold on to those 2 top 10 placings, that's a fantastic return for Bahrain victorious, who lost their GC leader on stage 2. (2,125 meters). These are the kind of altitudes we're going to be going up to on Friday on the Queen stage, the Passagiao, a little bit further over to the east into the Dolomites proper. And he pulls it back on.
48 and 38.
Yes. Already a rider with 3 victories at this edition of the race, has now obviously identified this Maglia Ciclamino as a genuine challenge and a real race all the way to the finish line in Rome, which is only good for us, I think, the neutrals. And you really have to feel for Paul Magnier as well. He's powerless on these stages with this much climbing in to do anything about Jonathan Narvaez. Suffering from occasional misfortune, Paul Magnier, as in Naples, and then occasional mutual miscalculation, as in Milan. But the sprinters have had a tough Giro. Jonathan Narvaez is the beneficiary at this point.
No changes in the KOM jersey today.
Not really, no. Giulio Ciccone picked up a few points, but barely made a dent on Jonas Vingegaard's enormous lead. So he'll be back in blue. And already back in the Maglia Rosa. At the back of the podium. I'm pretty sure at a couple of points during the opening phase of racing, both these riders were off the front. Olalio definitely went on the attack, and Jonas Vingegaard found himself off the front at one point briefly as well.
Della 17ª tappa del Giro d'Italia, Cassano d'Adda, Andalo, di 202 chilometri.
We're gonna have the ceremony set up for Michael Valgren.
Presenziano alla cerimonia di premiazioni i campioni Christian Hauser, vincitore di una prova di Coppa del Mondo nel downhill da junior nel 2023.
Well, this is a moment that this man's worked so hard for, Michael Valgren. He's going to definitely enjoy this moment. 5 years in the making, this victory for Michael Valgren, you'd have to say. A rider of less mental strength might have packed the whole sport in and not persisted and persevered in the way that this man has. And here's his reward. He's going to hear his name announced now, I think, finally. Michael Valgren was the winner of a stage of the Giro d'Italia. As he says, saves his best for Italy very often in his career. Although you'd have to say, he's also experienced his very best in both Belgium and in the Netherlands. And indeed, when he took a bronze medal in the 2021 World Championship road race as well. So definitely had his moments in the past. It's just that they've been few and far between, and he's had to work very hard for them.
Yeah, a nasty crash occurred for him in 22. And he was a long time since then returning to the top level. Just this year, in fact, it was career threatening. Took a long way up, but it's up here for yet another stage victory for Denmark, the 5th in this Giro d'Italia.
And the first by a man who's not called Jonas Vingegaard.
Exactly.
He's looking for the champagne cork, I think, to pop open, but it's a different type of wine. It's a still wine. It's Pinot Grigio, my friend.
And at the same time, he was not... last time he was on the podium, he was opening the cork, so he need to get a costume to
yes.
Not wasting any more wine.
Brilliant moment for Michael Valgren. Big breakaway today. Fought hard to be in it. Had a teammate with him, Jordi van der Lee.
But, I mean, he was the team EF, and we said, it's like a team for breakaway. And so far, they provided some very good sprint with Mads Mikkelsen, sorry. And then a victory. Now with Michael Valgren, and what a victory. Earned. He was not like given or by the chance. He just rode very smart, but also with very good legs. So the alien is shining on the stage.
I just felt, Jacopo, the longer those last 8-9 kilometers went on, the more likely it seemed that Michael Valgren was going to win. He looked so strong.
Yeah, like if you look at the face only, you would think, okay, he's going to get dropped. But every time there was somebody on the attack, he was immediately on the wheel and not letting any, you know, centimeter, I don't want to say meter gap, like immediately slotted on the wheel. As another Danish is, without any doubt, confirmed as Maglia Rosa.
His team controlled for a bit, and then today they found Tudor Pro Cycling and Jaco Alula as allies to control and ride the bunch in. And they came in around about 5 minutes down on the stage winner. So everything firmly under control after a lively start to today's race, which they were always anticipating eventually settled down. So a smooth day today, and he'll be hoping for something similar, I would imagine, tomorrow. And then a real appointment with destiny on Friday for the mighty Stage 19, where effectively Jonas Vingegaard, if he's not confirmed it already, will stamp his authority all over the Giro d'Italia. Plenty of Danish fans on this stage at this finish today, including Father Christmas.
We saw him already, so we were quite aware he was there at 1.5 kilometers to go, because as we rode into the finish line, he was already dressed up as a Santa Claus. So he spent the whole day dressed up like this. 6 hours in the costume, or maybe he is Santa Claus indeed, the real one.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's not dressed, he is Santa Claus.
I mean, what do you think he's doing in May? This is his time off.
Yeah, it's true. So sorry, kids, if you're listening and I didn't recognize him. Now we're gonna have the Ciclamino jersey is doing ping pong left and right, the Maglia Ciclamino between two riders.
Damiano Caruso taking his place in the top 10 now. We've got 2 Italian riders. Giulio Pellizzari dropped out yesterday. Damiano Caruso pops back in for Italy today. His GC performances, Damiano Caruso, at the Giro d'Italia are so consistent. It's amazing. As this man, beaming, smiling, and back in the Maglia Ciclamino, is the lead enough, though? He's going to have to continue to grow that advantage over Paul Magnier, or it will hang by a thread as we head for Rome. Such an interesting development and an unexpected plot twist in this year's Giro d'Italia, that this man is genuinely threatening to win the points classification and takes control of it again after stage 17. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, and yet another stage tomorrow for him. We're going to see it a little bit later, but he has a very good chance tomorrow again to score some points.
Yes, not going to be easy, but he does have an opportunity tomorrow for sure.
Yeah.
Might even be a stage victory that suits him better than today, if he's got the legs, or is he running out? Because Jonathan, let's face it, he's had an immense Giro d'Italia so far, and he now leads Paul Magnier by 12 points. 10 of them, 10 of that advantage was picked up at the intermediate sprint, but at the finish line he added a further 2 points by finishing in 9th place on the stage.
Best climber now, unchanged. Unfortunately, it was not the stage to reverse the classement for Giulio Ciccone, but also he didn't get away with the maximum possible points on today's stage.
Yeah, missed the first climb, did Giulio Ciccone, picked up the second climb and wasn't there for the third climb either.
I think he was looking more for a stage victory, Ciccone, but was not successful. And this man is pretty much in command of the KOM classification.
4 victories, a big lead in the Maglia Rosa, and a strong lead in the King of the Mountains. If he ends the Giro by doubling his lead in the general classification, by picking up possibly 2 more stages and winning the King of the Mountains competition, he will have basically replicated and mirrored Tadej Pogacar's achievements from 2 years ago. Patiently posing for photographs with the dignitaries on stage and making his way backstage. Yeah, they're not, even though there was a lot of climbing today, 3,000 meters, and some of the climbs were uncategorized, and even those that were categorized, and they were pretty hard climbs as well, were only given Cat 3 status. Yeah, so there was a maximum of 27 points today, and Ciccone only picked up 9 of them. Not even that, actually. He was restricted in his haul, so doesn't barely close the gap at all to Jonas Vingegaard.
Yeah, this classification has one stage where it might really change shape, and it's going to be the stage 19. It's the Ares, which features a lot of climbs, and if it has to change something, that might be there. And this man retained his jersey comfortably. There was no GC attacks at all, except from Caruso, but in a totally different manner and totally different positions.
Afonso Eulalio a vestire la maglia bianca di leader della classifica giovani. Viene premiato da Michele Viola, presidente dell'azienda per il turismo Dolomiti Visit Paganella, e per Conad da Lorenzo Salvadori. Applausi per Afonso.
A good day for Bahrain victorious. And another good day for Afonso Eulalio as a Portuguese flag gets waved aloft. His teammate, his team captain, Damiano Caruso, getting in the break and unleashing a big acceleration just towards the top of the last uncategorized climb. It wasn't quite enough, didn't quite have enough horsepower to drop the rest, but it looked as if it put everybody on the limit briefly. He's going very well, Caruso, and picking up a 3rd place and moving up into the top 10. And in the white jersey standings, Afonso Eulalio, his teammate, still leads Davide Piganzoli by 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Arrieta moves up into 5th place. All right then, I would imagine we're about to hear from Jonas Vingegaard.
Well, has 4 Scandinavian stage victories in a row. It never happened at the Giro before. Are you happy with your compatriot Michael Valgren winning today after all the hiccups he had in his career? His first Grand Tour win.
I'm actually extremely happy for Michael. He's an extremely good guy, and to win a stage for him also here after all the bad luck he's had in his career is obviously special for him, and something that I'm extremely happy about.
Yesterday you had decided to go for the win. Had you decided today that the breakaway would work?
Yeah, today we decided to not go for the win because to control everything for the victory today would take a lot of energy out of my team, out of my teammates, and today the breakaway went for it, and they was good for Danish cycling.
Tack Jonas.
A very good day for Danish cycling, and they've had many of those in the past. A country that over the last 10 years has started to punch above its weight in world cycling, Denmark. With this man, of course, but not just this man, Mads Pedersen, coming to the Giro last year and being so impressive, and Michael Valgren adding his name of Danish stage winners here at the Giro. I think we can hear from Afonso Olalio imminently. Here he comes then, the wearer of the Maglia Bianca. Always gives a good interview, always worth listening to, Afonso Olalio.
Afonso, you have spoken a few times about your capitano, Damiano Caruso. He was in the breakaway, but he came third. Are you disappointed that he didn't win the stage?
Will be good, no? Another victory for the team also, and I think Damiano deserves his last Giro. We want the victory of Damiano. For sure, Damiano want to win, but it's the race, no?
Now he's like you in the top 10 on GC. Are you afraid that he will overtake you?
Will be a big fight inside the team. Huh? No, look, Damiano want another opportunity for sure for win one stage, and for sure we'll fight for this. Are you saying that the fight remain against Davide Piganzoli for the white jersey? We will see. Piganzoli is very strong. No, he are doing super good, and I will try to do my best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always does try and do his best, and his best is normally pretty good. As he swings a great big bottle of wine over his shoulder and heads off and away from the finish line of stage 17. What about Jonathan Narvaez? We haven't heard from him, the Maglia Ciclamino.
Jonathan, you wanted to change jersey, but are you disappointed that you didn't win the stage today?
Yeah, was a great opportunity, to be honest, to take the stage, but it's cycling, no? And I don't know how many guys was in the breakaway, but I'm happy with my day, and also with my Giro. Now we will focus on this Maglia.
Take us back to the intermediate sprint today. How did you make it?
My two teammates, they helped me to do the intermediate, and then from there we race until the last climb.
Thinking of the final bunch sprint in Rome on Sunday, do you have to do that again, go in the breakaway again and win the intermediate sprint again? Is that the goal now?
No, I'm not thinking Rome yet. We will go day by day. We know also is good for the sprinter guy from Quick Step, so we need to go day by day.
Gracias.
Thank you.
They do indeed need to go day by day. This was the sprint from Jonathan Narvaez for 9th place and 2 points at the finish line. Holding off Florian Stork and Mark Donovan and picking up 2 further points. That's how hard he's battling for the Maglia Ciclamino. 12 points, I should say, his lead over Paul Magnier. Okay, well, he's got a further opportunity tomorrow, not just at the intermediate sprint of the day, but possibly to ride to another stage victory. It's a 2-star stage. There are even more points on offer today than there were, tomorrow than there were today. Fai della Paganella is the stage start. Just south of Bolzano, passing by Trento, and then heading in an easterly direction to the first of just 2 categorized climbs. Fastro is the first one. It's a category 3 climb. The overall stage distance, 171 kilometers. Dropping down then, Guia is the name of the intermediate sprint, which are massively mispronounced, but Jacopo has just helped me with that. And then the Red Bull kilometer, again, placed towards the end of the stage. And then the Muro di Cal del Poggio is the Cat 4 ramp that leads towards the finish line in Pieve di Soligo. It is potentially a winnable stage for Jonathan Narvaez. In fact, it's got Narvaez written all over it.
Yeah, also the color. It's in more like a ciclamino rather than a rose.
It is, absolutely. All right. That's it. Mouth-watering prospect again tomorrow. Should be good attacking racing. We'll see you all for live coverage of, well, stage 18 tomorrow. But for me and Jacopo, for now,
Ciao.
Ciao.